Chapter 301, Jiang Wei's News. Lin Mu had certainly not expected something like this. Not only was he representing the Lord in the competition, but he would also be attending the wedding now. He had never been to a wedding of anyone that had a high status like the son of the mayor, Wu Tang. All the weddings Lin Mu had been to were of the commoners, and were usually a rather simple affair with little costs. They were also quick, and would be complete within a day, unlike the more richer people whose wedding proceedings could last for about a week. Lin Mu hearing that the entire thing was going to last for 10 days made him feel both excited and a little sad at the same time. Excited because he would be getting to see the city and also experience the high-class event. Sad because he would not be able to focus fully on cultivating during those days, most likely. Haiwen said that all expenses would be borne by the mayor and the lord. Then, does this mean I can eat as much as I like? Lin Mu wondered. Lin Mu had heard stories of how precious ingredients were used in the banquets of the rich, and this was no ordinary rich person, but rather the city mayor Wu Zun's own banquet. Not to mention hearing that his son Wu Teng will be marrying the daughter of an elder of a cultivation sect. There was bound to be even better stuff in the entire event, if not the same. You said that all expenses are borne by the mayor and the lord, right? Lin Mu questioned. As soon as Lin Mu asked this question, Hai Wen didn't know why, but she got a bad feeling at the bottom of her stomach. It was as if her guts were telling her that misfortune was bound to strike soon or something. Well, yes, but it depends on the kind of expense too. As long as it's not something unreasonable like a person destroying property or hurting people, it will be fine. Again, there can be exceptions, so just use your judgment and don't do anything untoward. Hai Wen warned. How about eating food? Lin Mu further asked, not minding her masked chiding. Food, of course, food is included in that. Any invited guest can eat and drink as much as they want. It would be a dishonor to the mayor if he could not do even this much. Hai Wen answered. A smile bloomed on Lin Mu's face, while the feeling in Hai Wen's guts worsened. All right then, it should be no problem. I'll be ready. Just call me when you are about to head there. Lin Mu replied before walking out of the town center. Hai Wen rubbed her forehead as a headache sprouted out of nowhere. Did I, perhaps, taunt the god of misfortune or something? Why do I feel bad? Hai Wen thought to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was on his way to the entrance of the town now. He wanted to hunt more beasts and try to find a beast that had awakened its bloodline. He now knew how much time he had before he could head there. So once I'm back from that wedding, I'll head to the northern forest to get the great slumber bear's bloodline and then prepare for assimilation. Though I'll also have to do something with little shrubby, as I can't leave it on its own the entire time. The house, too, I can't leave it just like that for a year. People are bound to come to check if it is not opened for a year. What should I do for that? Lin Mu muttered to himself while trying to plan for the future. For the house, you can try placing an illusory formation on it. I'm sure you can try asking Jiang Wei for it. Zhukong suggested. Oh yeah, I can try that. Perhaps he'll even have a beast core with an awakened bloodline. If he does, then I won't have to hunt specifically for one. Lin Mu replied. He then took out the communication jade from the ring and contacted Jiang Wei with it. For a minute there was no response, but then he could sense Jiang Wei respond. He seemed to be in a hurry and asked Lin Mu what did he contact him for. Lin Mu quickly told him what he needed and got both a positive and negative answer. In the case of the illusory formation, there wasn't much of a problem, and Jiang Wei could give him the things needed for setting it up. As for the beast core with an awakened bloodline, Jiang Wei said that they did not have them. They had sold off most of the raw beast materials that they had gathered to Jingaming Shang for the resources that were needed to fix the spatial ring that Lin Mu had given to Jiang Wei, and thus could not do much about it. Lin Mu understood this and said that he'll be fine with just the illusory formation. Jiang Wei told him to come to the shop right away, and also said that he had a little more news about them. What could the news be? Lin Mu wondered as he changed his direction to go towards Jiang Wei's emporium. He opened the door of the shop with a loud creak and walked to the back room. There was no one in the shop, and it seemed like the dust had started to settle again. Lin Mu blew out the lamp in the back room and appeared in the courtyard before heading to the mansion at the other head. While walking there, he looked up at the sky and found it to be the same as before. The environment of the courtyard was also restored to its normal one, and the damage caused by the repair of the spatial ring was also gone. Lin Mu then saw Duan Qi standing there at the doorway, seemingly waiting for him. Upon getting close, Lin Mu could see that her expression seemed to be a bit troubled. Chapter 302, A Patriarch Chapter and a Princess. Lin Mu was about to ask Duan Qi what was wrong when she suddenly spoke. "Let's go, grandfather is waiting for you," she said before walking in. Lin Mu didn't even have a chance to respond to her and simply decided to follow her for the time being, though he was also having a strange feeling in his guts now. They reached the hall and Lin Mu saw Jiang Wei sitting there with his eyes closed. He seemed to be deep in thought, and from his expressions, it looked as if he had detached himself from this world, and the only things that existed for him now were the things in his mind. Jiang Wei opened his eyes when Lin Mu came to a stop in front of him. "Grandfather, I've got the illusory formation components ready as you asked," Duan Qi said. "That's good. Now give them to him and tell him how to use them after that," Jiang Wei said in a calm tone. Duan Qi withdrew a box from her spatial treasure and handed it to Lin Mu. She also took out a small jade slip and held it to her forehead for a minute before giving it to him as well. "The box has the components you will need to set the formation, while the jade slip has detailed instructions on how to construct it. It shouldn't be hard as the components are already refined," Duan Qi said. Lin Mu kept the box of components in his ring and looked through the contents of the small jade slip. The information appeared in his mind, and he found it to be relatively simple. "I can guide you with the formation, so these instructions don't really matter," Zhukang said in Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu hummed in response to both Duan Qi and Zhukang. He then looked at Jiang Wei, who was still sitting on the throne-like chair. "So what news did you have for me?" Lin Mu questioned. "Well, first of all, I would like to thank you and your master again for giving us the knowledge. We will eternally be grateful for that," Jiang Wei said, and then stood up. Duan Qi also seemed to have tensed up and was now standing in a rather different posture. Jiang Wei then brought his hands in front and upped them in a salute, and Duan Qi did the same. "What?" Lin Mu was about to talk when he was interrupted. "I, Jiang Wei, the 6th patriarch of the Jiang clan, hereby declare that me and my clan, as long as they exist, shall be in your debt, and if you so desire will be available to help for 5 generations of your offsprings," Jiang Wei declared in a powerful tone before bowing. Lin Mu kept on listening with shock face, couldn't say anything either. "I, Duan Qi, the sole princess of the former Duan kingdom, hereby declare that me and my family, as long as they exist, shall be in your debt, and if you so desire will be available for help for 5 generations of your offsprings," Duan Qi declared in a staunch voice before bowing as well. Lin Mu was overwhelmed by their words and felt as if his mind was going blank. "That was certainly unexpected," Zhukang commented. While Lin Mu could still understand Jiang Wei's words, he was confused about Duan Qi's. "Princess, the Duan kingdom?" Lin Mu questioned in his mind. He tried to recall if he had read anything about the Duan kingdom and remembered that there indeed was one a long time ago. The Duan kingdom was one of the kingdoms of the former central continent and was also a great power once upon a time. Eventually, it was taken over by the Zhou kingdom like the rest and became a vassal. The royal clan of the Duan kingdom still existed back then, but something happened about 50 years ago when a civil war broke out. There was some kind of conflict in the royal family, and all of its members were either wiped out or disappeared. After that, the kingdom was split up by the neighboring kingdoms and disappeared forever into the annals of time. Lin Mu had not expected that Duan Qi was a princess of that kingdom at all. Jiang Wei and Duan Qi stood back up from their bow and looked at the perplexed Lin Mu. I know it's a lot to process, but don't take it to your heart. We are no longer the same as before. I am the patriarch of a clan that has no members, and Duan Qi is the princess of a kingdom that has no subjects. Our titles are mere scars of the past and hold no meaning, Jiang Wei said in a calm tone. Lin Mu didn't know what to say and simply nodded his head. He knew that the words they had said were heavy and were their way to express their gratitude. He could not disrespect them by denying them this thing. Grandfather, you still need to tell him that, Duan Qi prompted. Tell me what? Lin Mu asked. The knowledge that we obtained has greatly helped us, and in a long time, I finally feel like I have hope. Hope to take revenge for my clan, Jiang Wei replied with flames in his eyes. Jiang Wei let out a breath and calmed himself down before continuing. And for this very reason, we need to prepare. We have been waiting for the right opportunity, and now it has come. We will be gone for a while, he said. Gone? Where are you going and for how long? Lin Mu questioned, feeling apprehensive. We will be heading to our ancestral lands. There we will have the right things to prepare. I also want to tell you this, when we come back, the empire will not be the same. It is likely that the news of our return will start a new conflict, so you need to be prepared for that. As for the time, it can be a few months or it can be more than a year, Jiang Wei answered. Chapter 303, The Fall of Jiang Clanai. Lin Mu didn't know what to think. While he was surprised by their identities, more specifically Duan Qi's, he still had some questions. Go ahead, you can ask us what you want. You deserve that, Jiang Wei said, reading the expression on Lin Mu's face. Lin Mu took a few seconds before he got all his thoughts in order. Who are the people you want to take revenge on and why exactly? Lin Mu questioned. There are far too many people that betrayed us. Some did it intentionally, while some were simply bystanders who decided to not interfere when they could. Though the ones that are the most guilty are none other than the cultivation sects. In the past, my clan was very influential, and we were the sole suppliers of peak-grade spirit weapons and tools, along with some pseudo-immortal tools. We had contributed to defending against the invaders and the northern tribes for countless years. Over time, numerous powers rose and fell, but we remained the same and even got more powerful. The cultivation sects were threatened by our influence and our skills in the refinement of spirit tools. The presence of our spirit weapons and tools could easily decide the winner of a war. The one who had our weapons had the highest chance to win. But our clan had rules. While we would contribute fully in fighting against the invaders and the northern tribes, we would never provide the kingdoms or the sects with weapons that could decide the fate of a battle. If they wanted them, they had no choice but to pay a great price. Things were fine when I became the 6th patriarch of my clan about 1,500 years ago. The kingdoms and the sects respected our rules, but then came the time of peace. The northern tribes became silent, and there were no more attacks. It was also during this time that the Great Zhou Empire had been fully stabilized. The then emperor had been able to cull all dissent and gained power over all the kingdoms, making them his vassals. Still, the emperor had a few thorns left in his path. These were none other than the Eastern Ming dynasty, the Duan kingdom, and my Jiang clan. The Eastern Ming dynasty, of course, had already suffered a lot and eventually submitted to the emperor under the prolonged oppression. This left the Duan kingdom and my Jiang clan, who were existing peacefully. While the Duan kingdom also quite strong, they had long since submitted to the emperor. The actual reason behind the emperor's thinking of them as a thorn was his paranoia. The royal family of the Duan kingdom was blessed in the investigational and appraisal arts. Back during the times of the Great War, they had been able to win battle by simply having excellent intel, which was obtained due to their executional investigational skills. Still, because the Duan kingdom had not directly opposed nor had any conflict with the emperor, he could not do much, and thus he had to bear with it. But my Jiang clan was still something he was afraid of. We had enough power that we could potentially overthrow his rule if we allied with the other former powers and the sects. The emperor kept on searching for avenues to harm us but failed at most attempts. Eventually, A new emperor replaced him, but he had the same paranoia as his father. It was not until about 100 years ago that it happened. My daughter, my sweet, precious Mayor, fell in love with the prince of the Duan kingdom. I knew how the emperor could react to it, and thus I tried to stop it, but she ran away and eloped with the prince. Knowing that I could not do much, other than to suppress this news, I contacted a few of my friends. With their help, I was able to fabricate a story that my daughter died while cultivating due to heavenly tribulation. The royal family of the Duan kingdom tacitly approved of this, and Mayor lived there with the prince by changing her identity. Eventually, time came and the prince ascended the throne, becoming the King Duan Chen. It was then that a clan rose in the northern lands. This clan was called the Gu clan and was a small clan. They were able to grow big in the span of a few years due to them finding the inheritance of a fallen expert. With the help of that, their people grew in strength. But they were greedy and wanted more power. They were willing to do anything to achieve that and made a shady organization that did all the black deeds that the other organizations and sects needed to be done. They also sold information and intel, becoming the largest information broker on the continent. It was this Gu clan that sparked the fall of my clan. They somehow discovered the fact that Mayor was still alive and was actually the queen of the Duan kingdom. The emperor could not bear the news and entered a furious state. He incited the sects and the powers that were under his control. While he was not able to convince them all to attack us, he was still able to make them take no action. The cultivation sects too wanted our secrets and the refinement skills that we had hidden away. Then one day it happened. The emperor's men and cultivators swept the lands of my clan and killed every member. The same massacre happened in the Duan kingdom, except there only the royal family was wiped out. In a single night, nearly the entirety of my Jiang clan and the royal family of the Duan kingdom was wiped out. This all happened over 50 years ago. The emperor wiped out all the traces of massacre and made it look as if the Jiang clan never existed. The commoners were never involved in the matters of the cultivators anyway, thus they had no problem with it, while the cultivators themselves were involved in the slaughter, so there was no question there either. Jiang Wei paused and let out another sigh while rubbing his brows. Chapter 304, The Fall of Jiang Clan II. Jiang Wei took the teacup that had been lying on the table in front of him all this while and poured some plain water into it before taking a sip and moistening his parched throat. He then took a deep breath and continued his story, while Lin Mu silently listened on. Lin Mu had not expected to hear something like this today. This was the dark history of the empire that had been hidden from the eyes of the masses for decades. He could also see the hypocrisy of the so-called righteous sects and how they became bystanders while still secretly killing the Jiang clan's members. After the slaughter, only a few people were able to survive. I sustained injuries and escaped, but not before a tracking formation was placed on my body. Wherever I went, I could be found, and no matter what I did, I could not suppress the tracking formation. The intricacy of the formation was beyond anything I had ever seen, and I could not find its origin. But I knew that it was none other than the emperor who had commanded for it to be done. The other people who were able to survive were my eldest grandson Jiang Luo, my daughter Mayor, and a few servants from the Duan kingdom's royal family. The servants were the ones that were able to save Mayor and were able to smuggle her out. But our problems had not ended there. We were all separated and away from each other. I was in my clan's territory. Mayor was in the Duan kingdom's lands, while Jiang Luo was somewhere in the Eastern Ming dynasty, cultivating in seclusion. Pub future ads. I was able to contact them, and we were able to decide upon a safe place, which was none other than this very courtyard. The myriad armament canopy abode was the biggest achievement of my clan and was also the greatest secret. Its full potential was never tested, and even now I do not know of it. The myriad armament canopy abode was meant to be a safe retreat for the clan in case of a calamity, and that was exactly what we were having back then. But I could not reveal the myriad armament canopy abode to the world until I found a way to suppress the tracking formation. Eventually, I discovered a way that required a great sacrifice. I sealed my cultivation and suppressed my lifeblood, as that was the only way which could forcefully suppress it. My daughter Mayor was able to find her way to me eventually, and the only person left was my eldest grandson Jiang Luo. He was too far away, and it was difficult for him to come to us because of the danger that now presented in between, the cultivation sects. There were thousands of search parties looking for us, and were spread in each and every kingdom. It was during this time that I found out Mayor was with child. Because of this, I had no choice but to take shelter in a small village and wait for my grandchild to be born. Jiang Luo hid during this time, yet still ended up in conflicts with some cultivators. He was on the precipice of the nascent soul realm back then and was looking for an opportunity to break through. That was the reason why he was so far away from us and was in the Eastern Ming dynasty. He did break through, but it came at a bad time. The heavenly tribulation that he had been trying to suppress from appearing all this time came and interrupted his battle. He successfully broke through, but ended up sustaining injuries due to the heavenly tribulation. This also revealed his location to all the sects, as heavenly tribulation was not something that could be hidden easily from the sense of the elders of the sects. Having no choice, I unsealed my cultivation base and went to save him. While I was able to save him, Mayor suffered from an attack in my absence. Her servants sacrificed their lives so that she could escape, but she was too waked by the pregnancy. I sealed my cultivation base and reached her location with Jiang Luo, only to find out she was on her deathbed. My new granddaughter Care was in her hands while she bled out. She held on till she could hand Care to us before passing on to the afterlife. It was that day that we swore upon the heavens that even if millenniums passed, we would have our revenge. Now finally together, I activated the myriad armament canopy abode and hid away to bide my time. The Emperor had still not given up on us, though, and kept on looking. A decade passed like this, and they were still unable to find us. The Emperor grew impatient and turned his attention on a new target, which was none other than the Gu clan, which was the perpetrator behind everything. Even if the Emperor was paranoid, he was not stupid. He knew what the Gu clan had done and what they were capable of. If they could bring forth the downfall of a strong clan like the Jiang clan, couldn't they do the same with the Empire given enough time? Thus the Emperor had the Gu clan wiped off from the face of the Empire as well. That was a great day for us, as well as it meant that one of our greatest foes had been eliminated. But this also meant that our other foe, the Emperor, had only gotten stronger. 30 years ago, we got an opportunity to take revenge and embarked on the mission to kill the Emperor. That was the time when the first prince of the Empire, the Emperor's son, was going to be appointed as the crown prince. But our mission failed as the sects were able to interrupt us, and I ended up separating from Jiang Luo. He sacrificed himself so that I could escape. Care was still young and needed for someone to raise her, thus I went into hiding again. We roamed across the Empire, finding opportunities and allies until we eventually settled here. Jiang Wei concluded with reddened eyes, Chapter 305, Pity and Disgust. Please read the author note at the end. A myriad of emotions were currently flowing through Lin Mu. Sorrow, rage, pity, discomfort, and disgust all combined to form a strange mix that Lin Mu could not explain. He felt sorrow for all the bad that had happened to Jiang Wei and Duan Qi's families and clans. He felt rage against the people who had put them in this position and had caused the downfall of their clan and kingdom. He felt pity for Duan Qi as she never got to see her mother and Jiang Wei because he lost his grandson as well. He felt discomfort at the idea that even if one has everything in the world, it can all be taken away in the blink of an eye. Lin Mu himself had gone through this before when his property was taken from him and he was thrown out of the town. But in the case of Jiang Wei, it was different. He and his clan were so powerful, yet against the machinations of many, it could not stand. Then finally he felt disgusted because of the actions of the cultivation sects. Their so-called righteousness was only a facade that they would drop at a moment's notice if they were benefiting from it. Jiang Wei and his clan had stood with them and helped them resist the invaders and the northern tribes. Without them, perhaps countless more lives would have been lost, and they would not have even won wars. Lin Mu felt as if the beasts were better than these cultivators. At least they stayed true to their nature and acted according to it. Pub Future adds. Zhu Kong was able to see each and every thought that Lin Mu had. He didn't even have to deliberately listen to them. Rather, they were so powerful and loud that he could hear them through their link even if he didn't want to. But Zhu Kong didn't mind it. Rather, he was happy. He had long since wanted Lin Mu to experience the true realities of this universe, the bitter absolutes that ruled and reached over both the mortals and the immortals. While Lin Mu had already experienced some, they were simply not enough. The world of cultivation was harsh, much harsher than that of the commoners. The commoners could easily live out their lifespans being ignorant, and they would not suffer much, at least usually. But the cultivators, they pursued immortality. They pursued eternal existence. For them, what happened to the mortals was but a mere fraction of their lives. They could potentially live countless times more than them. The ones that could not go above the sufferings of the mortals were forever bound to remain mortals. They had to embrace the truth, or break it. Going beyond it, beyond the shackles of mortality, is how an immortal is born. Not only does this require the qi, but it also requires the Tao. The qi can be obtained even by an inanimate object, but the Tao needs a soul. It needs a mind. It needs a will. Pub Future adds. A weak will won't let the mind grow. A weak mind will cripple a soul, and a soul like that will never be able to comprehend the Tao, without which one would never touch the precipice of immortality. Cultivators take countless years to learn this and stumble through a sea of mistakes before they discover this truth. But Zhu Kong, he didn't want Lin Mu to do that. No, he had much bigger plans. He had seen his capabilities, his talent. He knew there was much more to it than he could even see now, and for this very reason he wanted him to grow faster, better, and stronger. Lin Mu learning about the past of Jiang Wei, and Duan Qi was showing him a small aspect of this truth, and that was enough for him, at least for now. Suddenly, Zhu Kong could feel it. There was a change in the ring. Zhu Kong now knew a little bit about how the ring was working and how it would give Lin Mu the skills and abilities it was giving. He now knew that they both had the same thing on their minds. Both Zhu Kong and the mysterious ring wanted Lin Mu to grow. So you will let him see it all. Let him experience it, and only then will you reward him. Good, very good. I like it. Zhu Kong said while looking towards the ethereal altar which had started glowing in dark purple light. What is it that you want to give to him? Are you still assessing it, or have you already made a decision? Zhu Kong asked the altar without expecting an answer. Zhu Kong stared at the glowing altar with a strange glint in his eyes. While he could see the glowing altar, there was no specific aura that could be felt from it. Zhu Kong had experienced the Buddhist Path's aura, the Sword Path's aura, and even the Demonic Path's aura. But right now there was nothing that was similar to them. What is this? He wondered, but was soon forced to focus on the situation outside. Lin Mu looked at Jiang Wei and Duan Qi with a calm expression. He felt like if he expressed sympathy with them, that would simply insult them. With all that they had gone through, this would be degrading to them. They were much more stronger than this and deserved a better response. Jiang Wei and Duan Qi saw Lin Mu giving them a respectful and calm gaze. This made them take a breath of relief as they did not want to be pitied. They were going to take their revenge, and that was absolute. If it were anyone that was to be pitied, then it was their enemies, for their fates had just been flipped. Lin Mu inwardly felt a need to help them, but it was not just because they had helped him, but rather because he did not want the people who pretended to be righteous, but acted differently, to exist in this world. Today, an intense dislike had been born in Lin Mu's heart for the cultivation sex. Chapter 306, Farewell and Parting Gifts. Lin Mu looked on at the two and thought of what to say until he eventually decided on something. Looks like both of us will be going away soon, haha, Lin Mu said. Jiang Wei raised his brows, but understood that this was a good way to change the good situation, and thus decided to go with it. Oh really? Where are you going? Jiang Wei asked. I'll be going into seclusion for about a year soon, well after a wedding, Lin Mu replied. A wedding? Whose wedding? Duan-Qi questioned, feeling curious. The son of the mayor, Lieutenant Wu Teng, is getting married to the daughter of one of the elders of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, Lin Mu answered. What? When did that happen? Jiang Wei asked, feeling confused now. The two of them had been inside the courtyard for a while now and did not have much contact with the outside world for the past 2 weeks. The only contact they had was with the servants of Jingaming Shang, who had sent them the materials that they needed. But after that, they did not hear any news from the town and were thus in the blind about everything. Understanding this, Lin Mu began to tell them of all that had happened these past few days and how he was now going to represent the Lord of the High Court in a competition of some kind. Be careful, Lin Mu, those people will try to use you, Jiang Wei said in a concerned tone. I've seen these contests, and while they are common and are a means to demonstrate your strength, you will also draw plenty of eyes to yourself. Lin Mu listened to his words and found them to be fair. He was inexperienced in these matters, and there was no one better than Jiang Wei to give him advice in this aspect. I won't tell you what to do, but you can decide yourself if it is worth or not, Jiang Wei added. Thank you for your advice, old man Jiang. I'll think over it, Lin Mu said in a respectful tone. Then suddenly, a question came to Lin Mu's mind. You said you were going to leave, right? Then what's going to happen to the shop and the courtyard? Lin Mu questioned. The shop itself will be here, as it had always been a part of the twin. But the myriad armament canopy abode, it can go wherever we want it to as it. I can anchor it to any place and will be able to enter into it. That is the reason why this was the backup plan of my clan, Jiang Wei said. Oh, I see. Lin Mu nodded in understanding. He then realized that he should probably hurry and get back to his tasks. The first thing he needed to do was to place the illusory formation array in his house to protect it while he was gone. Goodbye, then. I hope we meet again soon and you accomplish what you are setting out to do, Lin Mu said. You too, take care. You have a great duty on your head and you need to fulfill it. Be careful and don't let the schemes of others harm you. I hope that by the time we meet again, the situation will be one of peace and not conflict, Jiang Wei replied. Duan-Qi, meanwhile, looked at Lin Mu with a complex expression and felt a bit confused about what to say. Goodbye then, Duan-Qi simply said with a small smile on her lips. Seeing this, a big smile bloomed on Lin Mu's face as this was the first time he was seeing Duan-Qi like this. He didn't mind that her farewell was rather short, but was happy with it. Lin Mu was about to turn around when Jiang Wei stopped him. Oh, I almost forgot, Jiang Wei said before waving his hand. Tilde shing tilde. Tilde shing tilde. Tilde shing tilde. 10 large bags appeared on the ground in front of him and made clinking sounds. As soon as Lin Mu heard it, he knew what was inside the bags. He didn't even look at them before he spoke. Why? He asked. Where we are going, it won't be that useful. Besides, even if you have a strong master, having more money doesn't hurt. This should last you for a good while, I hope, Jiang Wei said. Lin Mu did a quick sweep with his spirit sense and was able to estimate an approximate number of coins in those bags. His mind was shocked by the sheer amount, but he was able to control it rather well this time. But if you had so much gold, why did you have to get more to repair the ring? Lin Mu questioned, feeling strange. Oh, that was a different kind of gold that I used. The gold used to make these coins is the normal gold, but the one that I used to refine green gold and fix the ring was a different variant called as crude gold. It is considered to be of a lower quality than the one that is used to make these coins, but it has some special properties that this kind of gold does not have, and it can be refined further to make green gold, Jiang Wei answered. Lin Mu nodded his head and felt good at having another one of his curiosities satisfied. He then touched all of the coin bags and stored them in his ring, becoming 1,000,000 gold coins richer in an instant. Lin Mu did not even know how he was going to spend it and felt like it would take him a few years to finish them all. Just the current amount he had was barely starting to reduce. But of course, he didn't mind it and went along with it. He bid farewell to one last time to Jiang Wei and Duan Qi before leaving the courtyard and heading to his house. "Will we ever see him again, grandfather?" Duan Qi questioned after Lin Mu had left. "Oh, I believe it will be more than that. He has been ordained by the world's will. No person who has ever been given that duty has stayed hidden. I believe his name will echo across the entire continent soon," Jiang Wei said. "Even if we don't want to, we will see him. I just hope that we are on the same side in the end," Jiang Wei added with a melancholic look which was resonated by Duan Qi as well. Meanwhile, Zhu Kang was looking at the ethereal altar in the ring again. It had suddenly calmed down without doing anything, which was not something that he had expected. "Why did you settle down?" Zhu Kang questioned it, receiving no answer. He thought to himself, and went over Lin Mu's conversation with Jiang Wei and Duan Qi, finding the answer on his own. "So that's why, only when he is in the need will you give it to him," Zhu Kang thought to himself. "No matter, we will think of it when the time arrives," Zhu Kang said to himself. "For now, we should just focus on the present." Chapter 307, Setting up his first ever formation array. Lin Mu was currently being instructed on setting up a formation array and was about halfway done. Zhu Kang had taken a look at the components that Jiang Wei had given Lin Mu and also the instructions that were given to him. As he had expected, their method of setting up the formation was quite inefficient. Zhu Kang could think of 10 different methods by which he could set up a better illusory formation array with the same components. And that was exactly what he was doing right now. In fact, Zhu Kang even found a way to add a few more features to the formation array that would increase its effectiveness. The formation array was set up using a lot of components which included formation flags, talismans, formation plates, and formation stones. All of these were made of special materials and were inscribed with smaller individual formations on them. When all of these were used in a certain pattern along with the right methodology, they would give rise to a formation array. Lin Mu had just finished planting formation flags in each of the corners of his house and stuck talismans onto the 4 sides of the courtyard. Then finally, he buried a formation stone at the very center of the courtyard. The stone would act as the main node of the illusory formation, the flags would act as the border posts, and finally, the talismans would reinforce the borders of the entire array. Then at the end, Lin Mu was left with the formation plate. "What do I do with this, senior?" Lin Mu asked. "That formation plate is the key to the entire illusory formation array. That is what you will be using to control the entire thing," Zhu Kang answered. Lin Mu nodded in understanding before looking at the formation plate and pouring his spirit qi into it. It took him about 10 minutes before the plate was fully filled and ready to activate. It even took up a rather large amount of his liquid spirit qi, requiring around 100 drops. "This is a much larger amount that was mentioned by Duan Qi Sr. Why is it so?" Lin Mu asked again. While he was not bothered by the depletion of his liquid spirit qi, as he could not gain it back within a day, he still felt a bit shocked as the difference between the amount that Duan Qi had said was barely 10 drops of liquid spirit qi, but this took about 100, which was 10 times more. "I've changed the setup of the formation a bit. While this has increased its initial consumption, it will also strengthen the entire formation array and make it more potent. Besides, the formation itself should sustain on its own for a few years after you inject it with the amount you have. If we had an additional powering formation, then you would not have even needed to do this step, and the formation array could have stayed activated forever as long as no one attacked it or something happened to the powering formation." Zhu Kang spoke. Just as Zhu Kang finished explaining, runes started appearing in the air, denoting that the formation was now ready. "Do it," Zhu Kang ordered. Lin Mu's spirit sense connected with the formation plate, and the entirety of the courtyard was now covered in formation runes. First, they were clashing with each other and seemed to be incompatible, but then with Senior Zhu Kang pointing out the mistakes, Lin Mu corrected them. Usually, this would have been quite difficult for Lin Mu to do, as he practically had no formal training with the creation of the formations. But with the pre-made components and Zukong's instructions, it was a piece of cake for him. Lin Mu was able to rectify the mistakes with the help of the formation plate, as it did whatever he commanded it to with his spirit sense. About 30 minutes later, the entire formation array stabilized and the runes faded away. But Lin Mu could still feel the connection with the entire formation array, and knew that if he wanted he could activate it, deactivate, and even destroy the entire thing at will. It would not even need a snap of his fingers, and the entire thing would detonate. But of course, that was not something Lin Mu wanted. These were just the features that were available to him. Along with the illusory feature, Zukong was also able to modify a couple of components in it, to add a mild, bewildering formation to it as well. Now, with the combination of them all, if anyone were to look at the location the courtyard was located at, they would only see the other adjoining houses. It was as if the courtyard did not exist. And if someone accidentally touched the wall of the courtyard, for example, they would not think there is a courtyard there at all. Their perception would be distorted by the formation array. But of course, there were limitations to the formation array. It was not all-powerful. The formation array could sustain itself for a few years or even up to a few tens of years, as long if everything went well. But if some damage was inflicted on itself, the spirit chi storage of the formation array would deplete, which would then reduce the time for which it could stay active. Another thing was while this formation array could affect the commoners, it was not the same for the cultivators. In the case of cultivators, at most those below the Dao shell realm would be fooled by it. The perception of the Dao shell realm was in a completely different league, because of which most common formations would not work on them. There were also a few exceptions, such as if there was a formation expert who was passing by. If the formation expert had a high enough attainment, he or she would instantly be able to detect the illusory formation. Thought whether they would be able to resolve it was dependent on their strength. Having completed this entire task, Lin Mu took a breath of relief and returned to his room to replenish the spirit chi he had spent. Chapter 308, Politics. Tilde shing tilde. Tilde slick tilde. A large beast's head rolled on the ground as blood splattered to the sides. Lin Mu gestured with his fingers, and his short sword returned to his scabbard. A sigh escaped Lin Mu's lips as he witnessed another failure. About 4 days had passed since Lin Mu set the formation array and bade farewell to Jiang Wei and Duan Qi. The two of them had left the town the very night when Lin Mu had met them. He had not seen them leave, but could sense it due to the communication jade that he had. Jiang Wei had told Lin Mu had as long as they were within the distance of about 1,000 kilometers, the communication jade would work. But last night, it had finally stopped working, and the connection it had was broken. It was evident from this that they had long left the town or even the kingdom itself, depending on the direction they went. The day of the competition was getting closer, and Lin Mu was still not able to complete one of his smaller goals, which was to practice refining a bloodline to prepare it for assimilation. He had hunted nearly about 70 beasts and was still unable to find a beast with an awakened bloodline. Still, he was not totally disappointed, as another one of his smaller goals had been fulfilled yesterday as well. Yesterday was the day when the large shipment containing the beast meat had arrived for Lin Mu. Hai Wen had sent him a message and had asked him to meet somewhere outside the town. This was done as the shipment was rather large, and they did not want people to know and talk about it, especially with the current political climate. When Lin Mu met yesterday with Hai Wen, he also got to know of some new undercurrents that had arisen in the current situation. The mercenary union had officially blamed the mayor of the Wu Lim city, Wu Zun, for mishandling the incidents that occurred, and also for falsely accusing the mercenaries that A Qi himself had recruited. The mayor had, of course, tried to flip the directive onto the mercenary union, but the head of the mercenary union did something which was completely unexpected. He used the royal decree which was issued to them for the services they had rendered to the kingdom. Because of that decree, they now had the support of the king of the Shuang Kayan kingdom, and even the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect could not do anything without disturbing the delicate political ecosystem even more. Of course, this also meant that the wedding had to be forcefully delayed, as the mayor was now called in for questioning at the royal court of the Shuang Kayan Kingdom. Investigators were also sent to the Wu Lim city, and they would be making their rounds around the 4 towns as well, getting the people's perspective. Another ironic thing that happened was that the battalion that Lieutenant Wu Teng had brought with him had now been ordered by the king to assist in the very investigation. Wu Teng, being the son of the mayor, was not allowed to participate under any circumstances, and another officer would be sent to take authority over the entire battalion for the time being. Of course, Lieutenant Wu Teng was not punished. He was merely asked to restrain himself till the investigation would be completed. The people had even expected that Lieutenant Wu Teng would be infuriated and would not comply easily, seeing that his marriage was being delayed. But it was not so. Instead, he very jovially accepted it and just took it as a vacation. The last report Hai Wen heard about him spoke of him enjoying his time at one of the pleasure pavilions of Wu Lim City, much to the displeasure of his fiancée and the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. The other powers were able to guess certain aspects from this and realized that the relationship between the mayor and the Tri-Cauldron Peony sects wasn't as good as he was showing it to be. Frankly, Lin Mu was a bit overwhelmed by hearing the entire thing and did not know why Hai Wen was even telling him this. But then Senior Zhukang explained an obvious fact to him. He said, "The background that they think you have certifies you to receive all this information, and they think they have the responsibility to tell you this. This is something you will experience more in the future. When one has power, people flock to him and would do him favor just to get a little bit of his approval." This was another reminder to Lin Mu about how his situation had changed greatly, and he was not the same orphan he was in the past. He was a cultivator now. A cultivator that had been ordained by the world's will. The subconscious thinking that chained Lin Mu to his previous lowly identity of a peasant was slowly being broken down. Another thing that Lin Mu had heard was that even if the wedding was delayed for the time being, the other ceremonies associated with it were not fully stopped. The ones such as the competition would still take place, albeit at a slightly later time. When Lin Mu has asked Hai Wen till when it could be expected, she told him that he should consider 10 days as the minimum time period. She told him to be ready, as there were likely to be even more people at the competition due to the investigations that the mayor was undergoing. This was because the nearby powers wanted to put the mayor and all the people related to him under a close scrutiny, and what better way was there than to examine them during a marital competition, where they would be giving the demonstration of their strengths. The additional people that were now coming were not coming uninvited, but rather they were just changing their previous decision to not attend the wedding. Due to how the politics worked in the aristocratic circle, Mayor Wu Zun had to send invitations to each and every power that he knew of, including the ones that he had a bad relationship with. Even if the powers declined it, that was fine. But if he were to never send an invitation, they would take this as a sign of disrespect and would then try to stir up trouble for him. Such was the world of the aristocrats and nobles which Lin Mu was now starting to clearly dislike. Hearing Jiang Wei's story had made him dislike the hypocrisy of the cultivation sects, and now hearing Hai Wen's report had made him dislike the bureaucracy and facades of the so-called nobles. Another sigh escaped Lin Mu's lips as he reminisced over the events of yesterday. He tried to not think over them, but for some reason, the harder he tried, the harder it was to do that. "Ha ha ha, seems like you are in a dilemma, huh?" Zhukang said with a chuckle. "I am indeed senior. What is this strange conflict in my mind, which seems to be even more mysterious than cultivation?" Lin Mu replied. "That my child is another truth of the universe. Wherever there are sentient beings, their schemes will appear too. Trust me when I say this. No being in the universe, whether a mortal or an immortal, had escaped this, and all they can do is to learn the game and get better at it." Chapter 309, 4 Hooded Men. Lin Mu let out a sigh filled with fatigue after he finished listening to Senior Zhukang's words. He recooked that it would be better to just focus on the task at hand and continue looking for a beast with an awakened bloodline. Senior, is there any easier way to find a beast with an awakened bloodline? Lin Mu questioned curiously. There are, of course, but I'm afraid none of them are possible for you to use. There are special spirit tools that can do help in searching beasts with an awakened bloodline, but I doubt anyone in this world even knows something like that exists, not to mention having one. Zukang answered. Lin Mu nodded in understanding and continued his hunt. He ended up hunting for about 2 more hours before deciding to head back for the day. At least now that spring is here, the sun doesn't go down as early, Lin Mu thought to himself while returning. He followed his routine and cultivated for a few hours before lying down on the bed and appearing in the sleepscape. Lately, Lin Mu had been reading up on the records that Jiang Wei had given him. He realized that there were a lot of things he didn't know, and as these things were native to this world, Senior Zukang could not help him in this aspect either. He would practice the 1,000 armament blade scripture and then the nameless technique of the lost immortal before reading the records. He had learned quite a few things that included the history of the continent, the geography, and also the powers of the continent. Lin Mu also found out that there were around 25 kingdoms in the Great Zhou Empire, and that the number of sects was even more than this. The exact number of cultivation sects was difficult to say, as new ones would appear and disappear every few years. But the one thing that remained constant was the top 10 sects. Their numbers had stayed the same for the past 1,000 years, and they had always been ruling over the cultivators in a way. Lin Mu suddenly felt lightheaded and realized that he should probably sleep now. Thus another day began, and Lin Mu went a hunt. This time he changed the location and went towards the northeastern part of the forest, seeing that he was having no luck in the middle or the northwestern part. Lin Mu wondered if he'll just end up practicing for the first time with the great slumber bear itself, if he was not able to find any beast with an awakened bloodline. 2 hours passerby by in the blink of an eye, during which he was able to hunt 3 spirit beasts, but sadly, none of them had an awakened bloodline. While walking, Lin Mu suddenly realized that he had reached the area that was rather close to the place where he found the dual circle ascension fruits. He decided to check up on it and wondered if the bewildering formation was still there or not. 5 minutes later, Lin Mu reached the location and discovered there to be people there. Huh, what? Lin Mu muttered before quickly hiding. Lin Mu knew that the mercenaries had already stopped their mission and were no longer hunting any more beasts in the forest, and the hunters would not dare come in this far deep into the forest either. This left only one option. Cultivators, but from where? Lin Mu thought as he peeked from the side of a tree. There were about 4 people in the area, and all of them were standing near the tree around which the dual circle ascension vine grew. All of them were wearing hooded brown cloaks which covered their clothes and faces. Seems like the bewildering formation finally dissipated, or they would not have been able to enter this place, not to mention how I'm able to directly look to the center of the area. Lin Mu further thought as he tried to listen to the 4 people. Lin Mu was standing about 40 meters away from the 4, but could still hear their feign conversation. "Senior brother, did you really sense something good here?" spoke one of the people. The voice seemed to belong to a young man. "I did, junior brother, look," the man called as senior brother said before showing him the bangle on his wrist. Lin Mu could see that one of the gems on the bangle was glowing with light. "Is that a spirit tool?" Lin Wu wondered. The young man looked at the bangle and saw that it was indeed glowing. "Senior brother, this is merely a spirit chi sensing bangle that too of a low grade. Isn't it possible that it's just sensing a spirit chi fluctuation in the area? The accuracy of this spirit tool is quite low," the young man replied. "Of course, I know that, but do you really want to miss out on the off chance that there is something precious here?" the senior brother spoke. "Enough, we've wasted plenty of time here. Let's get back to the mission that we were assigned to," spoke another man in a gruff voice. The 2 bickering pair of senior and junior brother immediately tensed up and zipped up their lips. "We need to find a suitable gift to give to Sister Yi Zi Jin, before the next week or our image in the eyes of Elder Yideng will fall," spoke the last remaining person. While speaking, that person and slightly turned around, because of which Lin Mu was able to get a look at his face, and even the clothes that he had below the cloak. The person looked to be in his early 30s and had a clean-shaved face. His hair could not be seen because of the hood, but Lin Mu still spotted something on his clothes that made him identify who they were. There was a pattern of 3 cauldrons with a peony flower above them embroidered on the clothes of the man. The Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect. What are their disciples doing here? Chapter 310, An Awakened Beast. After hearing the next sentence of the disciples, though, he realized what they were here for. Are they here for the marriage of Lieutenant Wu Tang? Then that means, this Yi Zi Jin they talked about, that's the fiancé of the mayor's son. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu would have used his spirit sense to take a closer look at the 4 disciples, but knew that since they were from a cultivation sect, there was no way they would not detect his spirit sense. Thus, for the time being, Lin Mu just decided to watch using his spirit sense. As Lin Mu could not use his spirit sense, it also meant that he would not be able to tell the cultivation bases of the 4 disciples, not to mention that he was too far to be able to detect the passive fluctuations of their spirit chi. Eldest brother, I still do not understand why we have to find a gift here in the forest. I mean, can't we just get something from the sect by exchanging some resources? I reckon there would be better items in the sect than this place, spoke the junior brother. You idiot, do you really think Sister Yi Zi Jin even needs our gifts? With Elder Yi Deng being her father, there isn't anything she's lacking. We are here to find something unique for her as a marriage gift. Even if it's not that precious, it will be fine. It's the effort that we went through that she values. The disciple called as the eldest brother explained. Oh, I see now, the junior brother replied. Suddenly, the senior brother yelled for the 3 of them. Look, someone dug out something from here. The bangle is pointing towards this place too, spoke the senior brother. The 3 of them then gathered around the hole that had been dug from where Lin Mu had excavated the skeleton of that deceased, nascent soul realm cultivator. The 4 of them had not seen it as it was behind the tree, not to mention that the grass had grown over the hole as well, hiding it nearly completely. There was definitely something buried here. There are fluctuations of spirit chi here, but what? Spoke the eldest brother. Junior Elder Fa Xiu, you are the strongest here, please can you tell me what was here? Spoke senior brother. An elder, that to hear. This doesn't seem good to me, Lin Mu muttered himself. The man who was called Junior Elder removed his hood and closed his eyes. Lin Mu was finally able to see that the man had dark brown hair that was tied up in a bun, as a lot of cultivators did. He saw him close his eyes for about 30 seconds before opening them. Looks like we missed out on something good here. There were definitely some spirit stones buried here, and from the faint traces of spirit chi that have been left behind it, seems like they were mid-grade spirit stones at the very least. Junior Elder Fa Xiu spoke. A sigh escaped the lips of senior brother, but he didn't mind it as much. Junior Elder, do you know how long ago this was taken away? Perhaps it was dug out by a beast and taken to its nest, spoke senior brother. From the faint traces, I can estimate that they were taken at the very least a month ago, though I can't tell if it was a human or a beast. Junior Elder Fa Xiu answered. Let's just continue our search then. Hopefully we find something good soon. The eldest brother spoke before starting to walk in the direction that was opposite to that of Lin Mu's. After the 4 men were gone, Lin Mu did a quick sweep of the area, ensuring that there was no one close by. He then walked up to the hole and looked at it. I didn't exact that they would be able to sense the faint traces of the spirit stones that were once buried here, though their estimate on their grade was rather wrong. Lin Mu spoke. It should be obvious. I doubt there are many cultivators who have even seen a peak-grade spirit stone before, Zhukong added. Lin Mu nodded in understanding and looked around the area again. He still wanted to continue his hunt and knew that it would be better if he took a different direction from the 4 disciples. He thus went a bit right to the place that the 4 disciples had gone and continued his journey. Lin Mu had his spirit sense already extended as he wanted to be ready for any danger. Another hour passed by, and Lin Mu was wondering if he should give up for today. But then he suddenly heard a faint groan coming from the depths of the forest. The groan was rather unique and seemed as if something was cackling. Lin Mu immediately became all ready and extended his spirit sense in the direction that the groan had come from. Lin Mu tried to remember if he could recognize the sound from any of their chords, but was unable to do so. He thus decided to continue onward and soon reached the location that the cackling groan had come from. What kind of beast is that? Lin Mu wondered. The beast in front of Lin Mu seemed to have the body of a cow, but the head of a tapir. It had brown-blue fur and seemed to be making those cackling sounds while it ate a dead beast from the ground. Lin Mu could not recognize the dead beast as it was pretty much minced up. Lin Mu used his spirit sense and probed the cow-like beast with the tapir's head. The beast seemed to have sensed him as it immediately turned towards Lin Mu's direction and sniffed the air. Upon observing the beast with his spirit beast, Lin Mu became both nervous and excited. Nervous because the beast in front of him was an early-stage core condensation beast, his second one. Excited because the beast seemed to have an unusual spirit core. Seems like you're in luck. That is definitely a beast with an awakened bloodline. It's a trunk-faced cow that naturally awakens their bloodlines when they reach the core condensation realm. Zhukang informed. Chapter 311, Trunk-Faced Cow. After hearing the name, Lin Mu saw that it matched the beast's description quite accurately, though the sounds it was making were nothing like a cow and were rather strange. He looked at the beast from behind the trees, and the beast also seemed to be trying to find him. It sniffed the air, but to Lin Mu's advantage, the wind was blowing towards him, which prevented the beast from detecting him fast enough. Though seeing that the beast had not used its spirit sense till now and was only using its nose, relieved Lin Mu a bit. This meant that the beast had only recently reached the core condensation realm and had yet to refine its spirit sense. This gave a big advantage to Lin Mu as a being with or without spirit sense had completely different danger levels. Lin Mu had been using his spirit sense as a big tool to help in his battles, and knew that he would probably lose his advantage if his opponent knew how to use it too. Seeing that the beast had still not reacted, Lin Mu circled around a bit in order to get closer to the beast. He wanted to ambush it like he did with most of the other beasts, and needed to be in the range of about 10 meters in order to use the second skill blink. Just as Lin Mu got into a proper position, the direction of the wind started blowing towards the beast, and it smelled him. HRNNNGGG, the beast grunted before turning towards Lin Mu's location. Lin Mu did not panic and immediately used the second skill blink, appearing to the side of the beast with his short sword ready in his hands. He amplified it with his strength and slashed at the beast's neck. But to his surprise, the beast was quite agile despite its size. It dodged the slash by a hair's breadth and grunted again. This time, Lin Mu could feel the waves of spirit chi rolling off its body. It was doing something, and Lin Mu had an inkling of what it was. A yellow glow appeared on its head as it started charging towards Lin Mu. It's using a spirit chi skill. Be careful of its attack. This skill should be a charge skill which allows it to form a tough layer of spirit chi around its head, Zhukang informed. Lin Mu nodded and blinked away to another side. The beast easily missed its target and changed its direction towards Lin Mu again. Lin Mu did not blink this time and simply let his short sword attack the beast, while he himself pulled out a lance from his ring. This lance was the longest weapon he had in his ring and was one of the weapons he had custom made from the high core. He had not used it till now as there was no proper occasion, but now it seemed to be the perfect to attack a beast like this. While the short sword slashed at the beast, back, Lin Mu charged at the beast as well, with the lance propped straight at the beast's head. Several small cuts were opened up on the beast's back as the short sword was unable to pierce any deeper due to the natural defenses of the beast. If it were Lin Mu himself who was holding the short sword and attacking the beast, the short sword would have been able to cut through the beast's skin easily. But when using it with his spirit sense, the power of the sword was reduced. Still, the beast had been distracted enough that Lin Mu was able to stab with his lance, though the beast had once again dodged and swung its head to the side. But this did not mean that it didn't get injured. Lin Mu was still able to stab the lance into the side of the beast's shoulder. The lance went about 4 inches deep before it was stopped by the bones of the beast. HRNNNGGG. A pain-filled grunt came from the beast before its eyes turned red. The spirit chi fluctuation coming from the beast intensified, and the yellow glow surrounding its head vanished. Now it was prodding the ground with its front hooves and shaking its head. It then raised its head to the sky and let out a loud sound. Imo. I thought it couldn't do that, Lin Mu muttered to himself as he retreated a few meters away. He then saw a red glow surround its body and concentrate on its head. The wounds that were on its back were also healed, along with the one that was recently made on its shoulder. Then 2 large horns sprouted on its head, along with 2 tusks from its mouth. Its trunk also elongated, and a metallic sheen now covered its skin. The same metallic sheen covered its horns and tusks, turning them impeccably sharp. Looking at the sharp horns and tusks, Lin Mu knew that he would be heavily injured if he allowed the beast to get any closer to him. Lin Mu withdrew a few throwing daggers and hurled them at the beast's eyes while stepping around the beast. He charged with the lance again, but this time it was blocked by the metallic sheen that was covering the beast's skin. The beast reacted quickly and slapped the lance with its tusks, making Lin Mu let go of them in order to not be pushed along with it. You'll have to use your short sword. Normal weapons will not be able to cut through its defenses, Zhu Kang advised. Lin Mu nodded his head and withdrew a pair of slim swords. He slashed them at the beast incessantly while running around the beast. He had already amplified his legs with spirit chi, which increases his speed for a short while. With the endless blows, the beast could only try to block them or dodge them. It was evident that the beast was only able to last this long because it had used its bloodline awakening and was using the bloodline skill that it got. Chapter 312, Enmity. Finally, while slashing around, an opportunity appeared in front of Lin Mu's eyes, and he used flicker to pass through the beast, making it a bit disoriented. The short sword returned to his hand, and he poured spirit chi into it, and not just any spirit chi, but rather the liquid spirit chi. This was the first time he had used the liquid spirit chi drops to amplify his short sword, and the effect was quite obvious. The short sword hummed with power, and a gray glow covered its edges. HAA, Lin Mu shouted as he stabbed the short sword towards the beast. Lin Mu knew that while a slash may be blocked by the metallic sheen of the beast's skin, a stab might not be. Tilde thuck tilde. Tilde splatter tilde. And just as he had expected, the short sword pierced through the neck of the beast rather effortlessly. But Lin Mu had underestimated the vitality of the beast, as it was still not dead, and while it cried in pain, it was still resisting him. Damn, this is one tough beast, Lin Mu cursed. Trunk-faced cows are known for their defensive abilities and vitality. Their bloodline ability not only increases this by 3-fold, but also increases their offensive abilities by letting them grow extremely hard horns and tusks, Zhu Kang quickly informed. Lin Mu listened to his words, but did not lose focus. If one stab didn't work, then 10 more should do the trick, Lin Mu stated before drawing the short sword back. But he found it to be stuck in the neck of the beast. What the? Lin Mu uttered before he saw the muscles of the beast's neck twitch. The beast is using his muscles to squeeze the short sword, Lin Mu realized. Seeing that this would not work, Lin Mu immediately used another strategy. He used flicker, and the short sword was effortlessly pulled out of the beast. No blood was stuck to the sword either, letting it stay clean and shiny. Huh, I gotta keep this in mind when I clean the short sword next time, Lin Mu muttered with a little amazement. The beast had clearly not expected for Lin Mu to do something like this, and staggered due to it losing the pivot it was putting its strength in, i.e. the short sword. It stumbled to the left, and Lin Mu had an idea in that instant. He simply blinked to the side the beast was stumbling towards and pointed the short sword towards it. Tilda shing tilde. Tilda slick tilde. In the next moment, the short sword was buried in the beast's jaw and pierced through the palate into the brain. Lin Mu didn't even need to push the short sword. Rather, the beast did it on its own as it had lost its balance and collided with the sharp tip. The weight of the beast did most of the job, and all Lin Mu had to do was to hold his ground, which was relatively easy, as the weight of the beast was sufficient for Lin Mu to handle. He had not tested his raw strength yet, but knew that he could easily lift a couple of tons. The beast let out a few more grunts before all life faded away from its body. Tilda shing tilde. Lin Mu withdrew the short sword and looked at it. He saw the blood covering it and thought of what he had learned before. He then used flicker and saw all of the blood that was covering the short sword separating from it and falling to the ground, leaving behind the shiny surface of the blade. "That's convenient," Lin Mu muttered. He then kneeled down and probed the beast for the location of its beast core. He found it to be in the belly of the beast rather than the head or the chest, which was a bit surprising to him. Still pushing these thoughts aside, he used the short sword to cut a hole before he pushed his hand inside. It didn't matter to him that his clothes were getting bloodied. All he wanted right now was to get a closer look at the beast core. He fiddled around with the innards of the beast before he finally touched a small marble. He could feel the hidden yet potent spirit chi that was contained within the beast's core, and his heart throbbed with it. It was almost as if the beast core was alive and still had a pulse. He wiped the beast core clean and took a closer look at it. The beast core was brown-colored with yellow patterns printed on it. The yellow patterns looked like the horns and the tusks of the beast, which showed that this beast core belonged to a beast that had awakened its bloodline. In the very next second that Lin Mu glanced at the beast core, he suddenly had a feeling of danger and the hair on his arms stood on its ends. Without hesitation, he used blink and appeared the maximum distance he could from the area, but his hand felt empty. The beast core had fallen. Lin Mu looked at the scene and saw the reason behind it. His hand had been hit by a wind attack at the very instant he had activated the skill blink, which led to the beast core getting knocked out of his hand while he himself teleported away. "No, that's mine," Lin Mu shouted as he looked at the people that had attacked him. They were none other than the 4 disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony, sect that he had seen before. "Very good, junior brother," spoke the senior brother as he clapped his hands. "This beast core with an awakened bloodline will serve as the perfect gift for Sister Yi Zai Jin," the eldest brother stated. Lin Mu gritted his teeth as he saw the junior brother put the beast core in his pocket. "Give that back if you do not want enmity between us," Lin Mu wondered. "Ha ha ha, enmity? What right does a mere wandering cultivator like you have to say that? Just because you have a little strength to kill an early-stage core condensation beast," the senior brother taunted. "He also seems to have some unique movement techniques. Perhaps we should interrogate him a bit. What do you say, brothers?" spoke the junior brother, adding oil to the fire. As soon as Lin Mu heard that, it was as if the last straw was broken. The story that Jiang Wei had told him came back to him, and his dislike of the sex climbed another step higher. Lin Mu knew that he could not let these men go now. Not only had they stolen the beast core that he had obtained, but they had also seen the skill that he used and were coveting him. The enmity between them was now sowed, and Lin Mu was determined to reap the crop, whether it be rotten or unripe. "Careful, junior brother," the eldest brother yelled as he blocked Lin Mu's short sword that had come flying. "You dare," the senior brother yelled. But suddenly, Lin Mu disappeared in front of their eyes, but then they heard his voice. Boulder collapsing fist, first form impact. Chapter 313, Battling the Disciples. Tilde splatter tilde. Blood and brains covered the faces and bodies of the 3 disciples. They looked on with horror as the headless corpse of their junior brother fell to the ground. Because they were frozen due to the scene, Lin Mu took advantage of it and quickly took the beast core from the dead man's pocket. It was then that the 3 disciples were finally able to react, and anger appeared on their faces. "Junior brother, NOO," shouted the senior brother. The other two men got into an attacking stance and withdrew their weapons. You dare kill a disciple of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect? You shall suffer for this," the junior elder Fa Xiu declared as the waves Sprite Chi rolled off his body, showing his mid-stage core condensation realm cultivation. Lin Mu also quickly scanned the three disciples and discovered their cultivation. The one called as the senior brother was at the peak stage of the Qi refining realm, while the eldest brother was at the early stage of the core condensation realm. It was only the junior elder that was at the mid-stage of the core condensation realm. While these disciples were stronger than Lin Mu in terms of cultivation, Lin Mu did not back down. He had confidence in himself that he could handle them and did not fear them. Without speaking another word, Lin Mu blinked to another location and controlled his short sword to strike at the senior brother. Tilde clink tilde. The senior brother blocked it with his own sword, while the eldest brother and the junior elder ran towards Lin Mu. "Careful, his movement technique is strange. I haven't seen anything like it," the junior elder spoke. The other two nodded, and Lin Mu blinked again, disappearing from his location. He appeared at the back of the senior brother and slashed with the two slim swords that appeared in his hands. "Gah!" the senior brother grunted as he felt the force behind the strike. "How is he this strong?" the senior brother thought as he probed Lin Mu with his spirit sense. "He's only at the peak stage of the Qi refining realm," senior brother muttered in shock. The junior elder leaped towards Lin Mu's back, seeing that he was involved with senior brother. But just as his sword was about to slash Lin Mu's back, he found it to pass through him as if it were air. "What, how?" the junior elder exclaimed in shock. "You don't need to know," Lin Mu replied before he jumped to the side, dodging the three disciples' attacks. The twin swords disappeared from Lin Mu's hand as a battle axe appeared in their stead. The short sword came flying and cut a wound on the senior brother's hand. Lin Mu clashed with the eldest brother and nearly made him lose his sword. "Enough!" the junior elder spoke before gesturing with his left hand and shooting a fireball out from it. Lin Mu was surprised for a moment, but then quickly dodged the incoming fireball. He spun around and hurled the battle axe in his hand towards the senior brother. "Quick while he's unarmed," spoke the eldest brother. But before he could say the next sentence, he went silent and his eyes went wide. "Boulder collapsing fist, second form piercer." Lin Mu had shot the thin needle of spirit chi into the man's chest. The spirit chi needle pierced through the man's heart, exploding it inside his chest, while the needle left through his back and embedded itself into a tree, exploding its trunk as well. The splinters of the bark startled the senior brother as he was close to it, and he closed his eyes to protect from the splinters. "Bah!" the eldest brother spit out blood before he collapsed onto the ground. None of the three disciples had seen what had struck the eldest brother, and they were shocked. Who are you? There is no way someone with such skill can be a wandering cultivator. State your name," the junior elder Fa Xiu said, feeling angry. "There is no need. You are the ones who sowed the enmity, now you are the ones who will get the fruit," Lin Mu said before disappearing from their vision. He appeared behind the senior brother, who had his eyes closed, and stabbed the short sword through his back, instantly killing him. "3 down, 1 to go," Lin Mu muttered to himself as he looked at the junior elder. The look in Lin Mu's eyes terrified Fa Xiu, and it was unlike anything he had seen. "Ahhhhh," the junior elder shouted as he clashed with Lin Mu. Both of them exchanged blow after blow, with no one coming out at the top. Even with Lin Mu using blink and circling around Fa Xiu, he found himself unable to find an opening. Seems like fighting a mid-stage core condensation realm cultivator is still a bit too much, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu actually wanted to see how much he could keep up against with a mid-stage core condensation realm cultivator just by using his weapon skills. But now that he had received his answer, he knew that he should end it quick. The junior elder started using the spirit chi skill that he had used before and started throwing more of the fireballs. Lin Mu was able to dodge them, but was getting annoyed by them. Finally, he started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra, targeting the junior elder. Fa Xiu entered a daze and became still. Lin Mu used this opportunity and got close to him, but just as his sword was about to slash at his neck, Fa Xiu awakened and jumped back. That was close, Fa Xiu thought. What did you do? He questioned, feeling shocked. It seems like using the Severing Heart Sutra on a mid-stage core condensation realm cultivator is not as effective, Lin Mu thought. He then gestured and ordered the short sword to attack the junior elder, but the man had instead started running away. What? Lin Mu muttered and then started running after the man. Chapter 314, Checking the Spoils. Lin Mu chased after the junior elder, but the man used some kind of a skill and increased his speed by fourfold, escaping. Damn it, Lin Mu cursed. Lin Mu had not expected that the man would escape midway through the battle. You can find him later, you know where he would turn up, Zukong spoke. Lin Mu then remembered what the four men were here for. Yes, if they were here to find a gift for that sister Yi Zai Jin, then they are bound to be at Wu Lim City later. I just need to bide my time and find them there. If I inform Hai Wen, she should be able to help me, at least that guy doesn't know who I am. Lin Mu spoke. But Lin Mu knew that he would have to find the man before he fiends him and eliminate him, or there could be big problems. Lin Mu returned to the site of the battle and checked the three corpses. He gathered their weapons and found the three swords to be low-grade spirit weapons. Lin Mu held them and channeled spirit chi into them only to find there to be resistance. Huh, so this is how low-grade weapons are like, Lin Mu muttered to himself. He stored them in the ring and then searched the bodies. He took the bangle from the senior brother's arm and looked at it. He called this the spirit chi sensing bangle, right? Lin Mu spoke before trying it out. The gem on the top of the bangle glowed for a bit before it cracked, and the bangle broke. Why did it break? Lin Mu questioned. It was a low-grade spirit tool, that to one that could only be used by a single person, Zukong answered. A single person? What do you mean senior? Lin Mu asked. There are certain spirit tools that are made in such a way that if anyone other than its first owner tries to use it, they are destroyed. This one was like one of those tools. A lot of sects do something like this to the things that they issue to their disciples, Zukong replied. Though this is likely only because this was a low-grade tool. If it were a mid-grade or even a high-grade tool, the sects would not be able to bear the losses, so they should not have the same characteristic, Zukong added, while made Lin Mu relived. Lin Mu did not want to come out without any benefits if he ever got into a battle with the disciples of cultivation sects in the future. If all of the spirit tools were like this, then it would be a shame. He also found 2 small bags hanging on the waists of the senior brother and the eldest brother. When he touched them, he could actually feel faint spatial fluctuations. Are these? Lin Mu muttered. Yes, they are spatial storage treasures, albeit of the lowest grade. These are spatial storage bags and are the most basic kind of a spatial storage treasure. They are relatively easier to make, but also have a very small capacity. Their durability is also rather bad, and they can be damaged easily by stray attacks, Zukong explained. Since the 2 men were dead, their spirit sense signature was wiped from the 2 bags. Lin Mu easily put his own signature on them and checked what was in them. Upon checking, he saw that the volume of the bags was very small, being 1 cubic foot. This is tiny. What do they even keep in this? Lin Mu muttered. He scanned them for items. From the 2 storage bags, he obtained about 30 low-grade spirit stones, a few healing pills and basic chi pills. And finally, he also obtained a small booklet that had a chi skill written in it. Lin Mu read through the booklet and realized that this was the chi skill that the junior elder Fa Xiu had used. This is good. At least I got some spirit stones and pills along with this chi skill, Lin Mu said. Lin Mu read the booklet and saw that the name of the skill was minor fireball technique. That's rather simple, Lin Mu muttered as he continued reading the instructions. 5 minutes later, he had learned them, and he tried to follow the method that was described in it. A few seconds later, a small fireball was floating in Lin Mu's hand. I thought this would be harder. Learning the boulder collapsing fist was 100 times more difficult than this, Lin Mu said as he felt a bit surprised. If the junior elder were to see what Lin Mu had just done, his jaw would be wide open. Lin Mu had just learned a totally new chi skill in 5 minutes. Lin Mu looked at the fireball in his hand and played with it for a bit, before understanding how it worked. He then threw the fireball onto the headless corpse of the junior brother and watched it get reduced to ashes. Seeing that this was rather effective, he threw fireballs on the other 2 corpses as well and turned them to ashes as well. This will make it convenient to cook nice, Lin Mu spoke, feeling a bit happy. He amplified his hand with spirit chi and waved it hard towards the ashes, blowing them away. He then stored the trunk-faced cow's corpse in the ring as well and started his journey back to the northern town. Now that he had the beast core of a beast with an awakened bloodline, Lin Mu wanted nothing more than to practice the method to refine and prepare it for assimilation. But before that, he needed to info Hai Wen of what happened and to keep an eye out for that junior elder named Fa Xiu. While running away, the man had gone in the eastern direction, but Lin Mu knew that he could have gone anywhere from there. It will be faster for the High Corps to find that guy rather than me roaming around, Lin Mu thought. Chapter 315, Refining the Trunk-Faced Cow's Awakened Bloodline. Lin Mu returned to his room after having told Hai Wen of what had occurred a little while ago. She was shocked, to say the least, upon hearing it, but then her expression turned serious after that. She simply told Lin Mu that she will inform him if anything happens or if that man is found. Lin Mu returned to his house after that, seeing that everything would be handled. He now had the most important task of practicing the method that was used to refine the awakened bloodline. How do I start then, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked. First, you will need a large container for the blood, Zukong spoke. Blood? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, the blood of the beast. The entire beast is required in order to prepare the bloodline. You need a large container in which you will be draining the blood of the trunk-faced cow. Then you will be creating some formations which I will instruct you on, Zukong answered. Lin Mu nodded and took out of the large barrels he had bought long ago. He then took out the corpse of the trunk-faced cow and slit its throat, letting all the blood spill into the barrel. While the rest of the blood collects into the barrel, you can use the amount that is in it to make the formation runes, Zukong instructed. Lin Mu dipped his fingers into the blood and drew the formation's runes onto the floor of the room. Lin Mu would have preferred not to make a mess in his room, but he couldn't actually draw this any place else and certainly not on the soil. Thus, this was the only choice. Zukong kept on speaking and showed him how to move his fingers to write the runes. There were different kinds of runes, most of which Lin Mu could not understand. The runes included some in the common tongue and some in the Dao script. There were even some other runes that Lin Mu had no idea which language they were from. Still, Lin Mu did not question it and just kept on writing as he knew that it was not the time, and he should simply focus on finishing this task. He knew that there was still a chance of failure, and if he really wanted to succeed in obtaining the bloodline of the great slumber bear, he had to be sure. About an hour passed by, after which Lin Mu had finally finished writing all of the runes. What's next, Senior? Lin Mu asked as he wiped the sweat off his brow. Now place the corpse of the trunk-faced cow in the very center of the formation. Then divide the blood that you drained from it into 3 parts and place them in the 3 empty sections in the formation, Zukong spoke. Lin Mu took out 3 small containers and split the blood into 3 parts and placed them according to where Senior Zukong had instructed. Now comes the most difficult part. You need to release the bloodline from the beast core of the trunk-faced cow, Zukong spoke in a serious tone. Tilde gulp tilde. Lin Mu swallowed his saliva and withdrew the beast core from the ring. Kang started speaking in his mind about what to do, and he tried to repeat that, which was quite difficult as Lin Mu was failing a few times at every step. This was the first time he was actually doing something like this purely using his spirit sense. Thus it was no wonder that it was difficult. Kang had told Lin Mu to sense certain points in the beast core, which was quite difficult due to how dense the beast core was. The sheer amount of spirit qi condensed, and it made it difficult for Lin Mu to observe it with his spirit sense, and thus took him multiple efforts to even be able to enter it. But once he did, he was able to find the first point that he needed to unlock. Lin Mu could see that there were dense nets of spirit qi in the beast core that formed complex shapes, and within the joints of these shapes were the points that Lin Mu needed to unlock. After 6 attempts, he was finally able to unlock the first point. But this was only the start, and there were many more to come. In all, Lin Mu ended up unlocking 42 points in the beast core, which took him over 8 hours. This was quite taxing on Lin Mu's mind, and he was feeling extremely tired mentally. Even if his vital energy or spirit qi had not been used as much, it was still exhausting. But as soon as the final point was unlocked, Lin Mu could feel the change in the beast core. Imo. A loud cry of the trunk-faced cow was heard. If it were not for the illusory formation that Lin Mu had placed on his house, the neighbors and guards would have definitely been alerted. The beast core then started glowing, and Lin Mu could see the faint figure of the trunk-faced cow moving around inside of it. You have to be quick now, or there is a chance the beast core may explode, Kang warned. Lin Mu took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his exhaustion. He roused his vital energy and spirit qi, making him refreshed again. Now you need to put the beast core on top of the beast corpse, and then you will need to manually guide the process using your spirit sense, Kang instructed. Lin Mu did as he was told and placed the beast core on the corpse. As soon as he did, the formation runes he had carved on the ground lit up and floated up. The 3 containers of blood that he had placed in the formation also started floating, and the blood came out of them. The blood formed into 3 ribbons that started wrapping the beast corpse, while the beast core released a bright light. Chapter 316, Bloodline Refinement Success. Lin Mu controlled the runes that would act on the blood and made sure that they worked according to the proper institutions. The 3 ribbons of blood completely wrapped the corpse of the trunk-faced cow, turning into a red mass, and then the beast core melted before merging into the red mass. This red mass floated up and twisted and turned, letting out more noises. The trunk-faced cow's grunts and cries could be heard in the room. Lin Mu was profusely sweating, but he did not dare to lose focus for even 1 second and continued operating the formations. An hour passed by, after which the red mass had shrunk by half and continued to do so. How long do I need to keep this up, Senior? Lin Mu asked with difficulty. Until it has been reduced to the size of a small pill, Kang answered. Lin Mu let out a sigh and then focused back on the task at hand. Another hour passed, and now the red mass was reduced to 10% of its original size. But it was still far from the size it needed to be. 1 more hour for a total of 3 hours passed, and now the red mass had reached the size of a fist. Lin Mu's eyes were bloodshot at this point, and veins had popped up on his face due to how much he had been straining himself. Suddenly, a new change happened, and all the formation's runes that had been floating in the air started to fall towards the fist-sized mass and hammered on it. With each formation rune that imprinted on it, the size of the red mass shrank by a little bit. Grasping what he now needed to do now, Lin Mu started to control the runes to hammer onto the red mass. With each rune, he increased his speed and continued to do so until finally all of the runes had disappeared and the red mass had shrunk to the size of a small pill. Imo. An unyielding cry came from the pill, and it almost escaped Lin Mu's control. The pill was trying to run away. No, you, Lin Mu uttered with determination. In that moment, the aura of the sword path unconsciously leaked out of his body and touched upon the small red pill. As soon as it did, a suppressed grunt came out of the pill as if it were submitting to Lin Mu. Finally, the small red pill glowed brightly, and when the light faded away, Lin Mu saw it. There was now a translucent red bead floating in his hand. The bead had the figure of the trunk-faced cow in it, but unlike before, it was fixed and did not move. Lin Mu let out a breath of relief and held onto the small bead. Now that is a proper bloodline crystal. Excellent job, Zukang praised. Thank you, Senior, Lin Mu said before he collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion and then falling into a deep slumber. Zukang chuckled upon seeing this, but knew that it was a well-deserved rest. He actually refined the entire thing in his first try. That is simply stunning. Zukang praised in his heart. If he can do it with this method, then the one that he will use for the great slumber bear will be even easier. Seems like my decision of getting him to practice with the more complex method was correct. After all, I also got to test out his natural skill in formations and refinement too. Zukang muttered to himself. An unknown amount of time passed before Lin Mu woke up. After waking up, he looked around and saw that he was in his room with all the barrels lying around him. Thankfully, all of the blood had been used up to refine the bloodline crystal, so there was no mess in the room. He would not even have to wash the barrels as every single drop of blood was utilized. Lin Mu laid as he was on the ground and lifted his hand to look at the bloodline crystal in his hand. He looked at it closely and saw it faintly glimmer before the ray of sunlight that leaked in from the corner of a window. Lin Mu curiously probed it with his spirit sense and saw that he couldn't do it. The bloodline crystal was even more dense than the beast core, and he could faintly sense the massive amount of raw spirit chi contained within it. But while doing this, Lin Mu also felt something strange with his spirit sense. It increased in size, Lin Mu muttered with surprise. He extended it as much as he could, and realized that it had now reached a maximum length of 100 meters. But how? Lin Mu wondered. You extensively used your spirit sense to the limit. This stimulated it and caused it to grow while you were sleeping. This has happened before, remember. Zukang suddenly spoke. Lin Mu then remembered when he had killed the alpha steel-back wolf, how the short sword had heeded his command and acted according to his will. He had exhausted himself quite a lot back then too, and had stressed his spirit sense, which led to it greatly growing. The same thing occurred now too, except it was not as much as before. This time it only grew in maximum length by about 20 meters, which was still quite a lot. According to what Lin Mu knew, the range of spirit sense was usually only achievable when a cultivator reached the core condensation realm. Yet Lin Mu had done it while he was halfway through the peak stage of the chi refining realm. Lin Mu checked his danshan and saw that it was a little more than 1,800 drops of spirit chi, while the rest of the space was filled with spirit chi wisps. Now I've only got to ensure that I've reached a sufficient level of proficiency with the nameless technique of the lost immortal. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Chapter 317. Another goal accomplished. Tilde meow tilde. Lin Mu was woken from his cultivation session by a voice which was none other than Little Shrubby. It had been bumping against his back trying to wake him up, but because of Lin Mu being deep in focus, he didn't react at all. What do you need? Lin Mu asked as he woke up. He then saw it pointing towards a place in the room. Lin Mu saw that this was the place where he had kept all the beast cores for Little Shrubby to eat. You finished all of them? Lin Mu asked, feeling a bit surprised. Little Scrubby coyly acted, asking for more of the beast cores. Lin Mu did not mind it and went and put more beast cores for Little Shrubby to eat. When did I put the beast cores last? He ate 10 beast cores in 4 days. Lin Mu remembered. He then used his spirit sense to look at Little Shrubby and realized that the spirit chi fluctuations coming off of it had increased by quite a lot over the past few days. He checked Little Shrubby's own beast core and estimated that it was actually halfway through the late stage of the chi refining realm. Merely weeks, and he's already starting to catch up, Lin Mu muttered with a wry smile. Of course it would catch up. What else did you expect? Perhaps even the disciples of a sect would not have the same level of resources that it gets. Endless spirit beast meat, beast cores, all on top of the effect of a few dual circle ascension fruits. Even a common pig would become an expert at this rate. Zhukang joked. Lin Mu chuckled and got up, taking out the beast meat for his practice. Lately, he was feeling a change in the technique and could sense that his stomach was reaching a limit. Tilde gulp tilde. Lin Mu finished the last bite of a fully roasted beast corpse when he felt it. Is it finally time? Lin Mu wondered and closed his eyes. The gray net made out of the obscure patterns had appeared once again, but this time another layer was being added to it. Previously, it had 2 layers, of which the first layer was the most dense and looked like a coat of gray skin. The second layer was much less dense and had wide gaps in between it. That second layer had also become similar to the first layer and formed a close-knit skin onto the surface of the stomach. Finally, a third layer was rapidly forming, and the obscure patterns kept on linking up, forming into threads that then wove to form the net. An hour quickly passed, and the process finally completed. A wave of energy was released from Lin Mu's body as his hair moved with it. His hair had grown quite a bit over the months and was now up to his shoulders. He didn't really mind it and decided to keep it, not wanting to cut it. The wave of energy passed through his body, bathing his cells and filling them with vigor. Lin Mu felt extremely comfortable and sensed that the conversion of his body's cells into the Xianshan physique cells was sped up. Previously it was at 10%, but now it was rapidly approaching 25%. Lin Mu reckoned that if this pace was kept up, he could even reach 100% conversion soon. Another hour passed, and the wave of energy finally subsided. Then Lin Mu felt something he had not felt for a while. It was the absence of hunger. Ever since Lin Mu had started practicing the nameless technique of the lost immortal, he had been feeling hungry all the time. Even if his appetite had been satisfied for a bit, it didn't mean that it was his limit. He could still keep on eating if he so wanted. But today, for the first time, he did not feel like it. Is this it? Lin Mu wondered. He scanned his body from the top to the bottom and witnessed the change in the physiology of his stomach. His stomach, which should have originally been reddish-pink, normally had changed to become a strange gray with countless obscure patterns crawling over it. This is weird, Lin Mu muttered, finding the appearance of his stomach to be a bit gross. Let's test it out. Have I really achieved it? Lin Mu thought. He took out more beast meat and tried to eat. He finished one of the cooked beasts and realized that there was no change in his appetite. He ate another, and there was no difference again. 3 beasts. 4 beasts. 5 beasts. After an entire 5 beasts had been finished off, Lin Mu confirmed that he had truly reached a proper level of proficiency with the nameless technique of the lost immortal. Aha, Lin Mu laughed in joy. Finally it is done. The fear that he would be unable to accomplish his goal was looming over Lin Mu's head for quite a while. And now that he had finally done it, an almost incomprehensible level of relief washed over it. But that was not the end. It was as if a dam had broken in Lin Mu's body, or perhaps it was a restriction which had been placed subsections by him. An even stronger wave of energy was released from his body. This wave of energy imbued high cells and increased the pace of their conversion by even more. 25%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 75%, 90%, 95%. Finally, it seemed like the accumulated energy had reached an impasse, and the covering of the cells into Xianshan physique cells had reached near completion. It would only take him another small push, and Lin Mu's body would have fully been converted into a Xianshan body. Lin Mu let out a breath and took a look inside. The power contained in his body, it was as if each and every single inch of his body's tissues were packed with hidden strength. Chapter 318, Heading to Wulim City. Lin Mu clenched his fist, gauging the power in his fist. The level of vital energy within his body had reached an extremely high level, and Lin Mu didn't know if it could go beyond this point. Perhaps when his body was fully converted into Xianshan physique, then he'll be able to tell. I am now fully prepared for assimilating the bloodline of the great slumber bear. All that's left for me is to fulfill the promise that I made with the High Core. Lin Mu spoke to himself. He thought to himself for a bit and wondered why he was waiting here, when he could just go to the Wu Lim city. If he was lucky, he could even be able to find that junior elder Fa Xiu and kill him before the events preceding the wedding. That does seem like a good idea. There is no reason for you to stay here, and you can preemptively strike on that man. Zukong agreed. Lin Mu nodded in response and stood up, having made up his mind. He had a quick talk with Little Shrubby and instructed it to not start any fires for the coming few days, or at least till he came back. Little Shrubby agreed with him, albeit a little hesitatingly. Lin Mu petted his head and then prepared to leave for the journey. There really wasn't much that he needed to do, as most of his items were kept in his ring anyway. Seeing that everything was now prepared, Lin Mu took out the formation plate that controlled the illusory formation that was placed on the courtyard and activated it. An invisible wave of spirit chi was spread in the air, and the courtyard disappeared from the neighborhood. Lin Mu stepped out of his courtyard and turned to take a look. It's hidden all right, Lin Mu spoke before doing a quick sweep of the area to find Hai Ping. He informed the man that he was going to the Wu Lim city and to not worry about the house. Hai Ping was left dumbfounded when he tried to look for the house and could not find it, no matter how much he tried. I swear it was here. Or is this what Senior Lin Mu meant by not to worry about the house? Hai Ping muttered to himself with a wry smile. He then let out a sigh and returned to his work, not bothering with the house anymore. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had just reached the town center and entered the office at the top. What brings you here? Hai Wen greeted Lin Mu upon seeing him enter. I've decided that I'm going to head to Wu Lim City, Lin Mu stated. Hai Wen was a bit confused, but nodded her head nevertheless. Why the change in decision? Didn't you have some tasks to do? The ceremonies have not started either, Hai Wen asked. The work that I had here has been completed ahead of time, Lin Mu said as he clenched his fist, still trying to get used to the increase in the vital energy. In that moment, Hai Wen could feel as if a hidden volcano was standing in front of her. A volcano that was at its limit and would explode any moment. Tilda gulped Tilda. But then the illusion faded away, and she gulped in shock. What horrifying vital energy, and his cultivation base, I can't even sense it, Hai Wen thought. Knowing that it was none of her business, and it would be inappropriate asking Lin Mu about it, she decided to just go with the flow. All right, I'll get you a carriage to take you to the city, and I'll also send a message ahead. Hai Wen spoke. There's no need for a carriage. It'll be faster if I head there on my own. Besides, I want to see if I can catch that junior elder Fa Xiu first, Lin Mu replied. About that, you may want to be careful while in the city. The disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect have a stronghold in the city, and it would not do you good if you openly targeted them. I've already informed the Lord of this, so he knows and will assist you. Also, it would be better if you take care of it before the ceremonies and do not act during them. There will be a few core condensation realm experts keeping watch there, and it could turn dangerous, Hai Wen advised. I understand. Lin Mu nodded and turned around to leave. After Lin Mu was gone, Hai Wen took out a sheet of paper and quickly wrote down something on it before calling for the guards. Send this message to the Lord with our fastest messenger. It is of the utmost importance, Hai Wen ordered. It shall be done, the guard spoke before leaving to do his task. A few minutes later, a hawk took flight from one of the windows of the town center, and in its claws, it clutched the letter that Hai Wen had written. It took to the skis and disappeared into the clouds at an impressive speed. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had just exited the town and was thinking of the things that he needed to do. Once he was at a sufficient distance from the town, he controlled his short sword to fly in front of him and jumped on it. Whoa, Lin Mu said as he tried to balance himself. This was the first time he had tried flying on his short sword, and he had been looking forward to it. Tilda swoosh Tilda. Lin Mu started off slow, but soon sped up and shot forward like an arrow. Who. Lin Mu cried out in joy as he enjoyed the feeling of flying. Careful, you should watch your consumption of spirit chi. You are still not in the core condensation realm. While you can fly, the consumption will still be high, Zhukang warned. Lin Mu nodded and took a look into his danshan. Whoa! Lin Mu exclaimed as he saw that about 2 drops of liquid spirit chi had been consumed in the 5 minutes that he had flown. Lin Mu jumped down to the ground, and his short sword returned to its sheath. Yup, I'll just run. Chapter 319, Caves and Thirst. Lin Mu started running and burst into a sprint. The Wu Lim city was about 10 hours, distance from the northern town by a carriage, but Lin Mu was sure that by just going on his foot, he should reach much earlier. If he were to fly using his short sword, Lin Mu was sure that he would be there in less than 2 hours, but seeing the consumption of the spirit chi made him desist from doing that. Lin Mu did not want to be low in spirit chi in case anything bad happened, hence he did not fly to the city. But just as he was thinking of flying, he wondered why that junior elder Fa Xiu of the Tri-Cauldron Pennon sect hadn't flown when he was in the mid-stage of the core condensation realm. Senior, why did that junior elder not fly away when he was escaping from me? Lin Mu questioned. It is likely that he only had a low-grade spirit weapon and could not use it to fly. Not all low-grade spirit weapons are able to be used to fly even if they can be used with spirit sense, though all mid-grade weapons can be used to fly, Zhukang answered. Lin Mu then remembered the sword that the junior elder had used and realized that the fluctuations coming off it were indeed quite less, which meant that the sword was indeed a low-grade spirit weapon. He was also reminded that he now had 3 extra spirit swords in his ring that he got from the disciples that he killed, but did not brand them with his spirit sense, as he did not want to expend his spirit sense in that. He had already learned that there were a limited amount of spirit tools and weapons he could brand with his spirit sense, depending on the strength of his spirit sense and his cultivation, though it also depended on the grade of the spirit tool or weapon. Currently, Lin Mu had branded 2 spirit weapons, his short sword and the iron thorn spear, along with 1 spirit tool, which was none other than the communication jade slip, which also had all the records contained within it. While Lin Mu's spirit sense had been strengthened today, he still did not want to waste it on low-grade spirit swords like these. He could still use them directly without his spirit sense anyway. The weapons he used for the 1,000 armament blade scripture were all normal weapons. Even if they were of a great quality, they were no spirit weapons. Thus Lin Mu realized that he could replace 3 of the swords in that set with the low-grade spirit swords that he got. 2 hours had passed, and Lin Mu had covered around half of the distance to the city. But even now, he was not feeling tired and was still running at the same pace he had started at. Seems like the nameless technique of the lost immortal had more effects than I thought, but it should also be due to the conversion of my body's cells into the Xianshan physique cells, Lin Mu thought to himself. While running, Lin Mu was multitasking and was also practicing with his spirit sense. Now that it had grown stronger, he needed to practice with it again to get a better control over it. For that very reason, he was probing the ground, changing the shape of the spirit sense tendril into complex shapes and forms along with changing its thickness. Though the most difficult part was splitting it into multiple parts. Whenever Lin Mu wanted to scan an area, he would create a single tendril and wave it over that area, gathering the information. But what Lin Mu wanted to do was create a constant area of perception around him by splitting his spirit sense into multiple strands. While this would reduce the maximum range of his spirit sense, it would also make it so he knew each and everything that was happening in an area of 20 square meters around him. The range of his spirit sense fell by about 5 times if he split it into multiple strands. And just as he was doing this, he also realized that there were actually quite a few hollow spaces inside the ground. In the entire distance that Lin Mu had covered till now, he realized that he had sensed no less than 15 caves till now. There were caves under the northern town as well, right? The safe house of the High Core is built in a cave system. I wondered why there are so many caves here. It doesn't seem like many people know about it either, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Finally, while running, he heard the sound of running water and realized that he was near a river. Lin Mu came to a halt and decided to have a little drink. Wait, shouldn't the nameless technique of the lost immortal take care of thirst too? Lin Mu questioned with shock. Now that I think of it, it should, Zhukong spoke. Then why do I still feel thirsty? Lin Mu asked, and then realized it on his own. Damn it, I never drank water like I ate the meat, did it? Lin Mu cursed his stupidity. Well, better late than never, but I'm surprised that there was no requirement for water for practicing the technique. Though technically, you should have also been getting quite a bit of water that is naturally present in the meat, Zhukong added. Lin Mu nodded his head and kneeled beside the river. The river was none other than the Northern River, one of the 3 rivers that were the lifeline of the Wu Lim city, along with the Western and Eastern River. These rivers met in the Wu Lim city and disappeared into the ground from there, only to reappear near the southern town. Lin Mu, like a beast, dipped his head into the flowing river and started swallowing ungodly amounts of water. He would drink for a few minutes at large, and then take his head out to breathe for a few seconds. If someone were to see this scene, they would laugh, at first, but then after a while, it would get horrifying seeing the amount of water that Lin Mu was drinking. Chapter 320, Entering the Lord's Manor. An entire hour had passed, and Lin Mu was still drinking water. Perhaps it was due to staying in seclusion for extended periods of time, or spending nearly every moment of his time with a beast who was none other than Senior Zhukong. Lin Mu's common sense had been twisted quite a bit. He couldn't grasp the extreme strangeness of the act that he was doing right now. The amount of water that he had drunk in the past hour was perhaps enough for a single man to drink for a year already, and he was still not stopping. At this point, Lin Mu simply testing out the mortal limits of his body. Another 30 minutes passed, and Lin Mu finally decided to stop. Not because he was full, but because he realized that in the time he had spent here, he could have perhaps covered most of the distance to Wu Lim City. Well, seems like the nameless technique of the lost immortal is definitely working. I feel no different and can probably keep on drinking for a couple of hours more, Lin Mu said as he wiped the water off his face. You sure you don't have the bloodline of a river-swallowing toad? Zhukong joked. Lin Mu chuckled and then continued on his journey. While running, he realized that the conversion of his body's cells into Xianshan physique had started again, but the pace was quite slow. But any progress was good for him, as it had halted at 95% previously. The time passed swiftly, and soon Lin Mu could see tall buildings in the distance. Little by little, the buildings grew larger, and more of them were visible. The most eye-catching of all the building was the one that was located at the very back. This building had multiple roofs and had statues of auspicious placed on them. Its roof was made from red tiles, while its walls were made from green bricks. This was none other than the Grand Manor of the mayor, the seat of power of the entire county. Another building that was also quite big was the ancestral temple, which was located at the very center of the city. Lin Mu could faintly see the myriad of characters that were carved into the temple walls, and even the guardian gods that had been painted onto them. At the eastern part, Lin Mu could see the shimmering water near which a few buildings were located. So that is where the Lord of the High Core lives, but also where the stronghold of the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect is located, Lin Mu muttered. Lin Mu had already been informed of the location of the Lord's mansion, as he was to go to him after reaching Wu Lim City. Though Lin Mu had a few things on his list that he wanted to do for a long time. The last time he came to Wu Lim City was about a year before the plague, and was also the time when the martial competition was held. At that time, he had gone there along with his father and had a lot of fun. A sense of nostalgia filled Lin Mu as the memories of past reused back, and just like this, he reached the entrance of the city. Halt, declare your identity and pay the tax, the guard at the entrance stated. I am Mu Lin, and I'm just a traveler. Lin Mu said a fake name before giving the guard 2 silver coins as tax. The guard looked at Lin Mu's, and then at the short sword at his waist. All right, you can head in. the guard said, opening the gate for Lin Mu. It was actually not even necessary for Lin Mu to pay tax to the guard, as he was a cultivator, and all cultivators had free entry to the city. But Lin Mu had been advised to not do that, as the identity of each cultivator is recorded, and they are kept under closer observation. That was also why he had given a fake name, though perhaps even that was a bit too much, as his name was rather common either way. Lin Mu walked through and went towards the eastern district, right where the Lord's mansion was. He had never gone to this area before, thus he had to ask a few people questions before finding the right route. This was because Lin Mu was not told to go through the main path, which was easy to find. Rather, he was told to go through a smaller path, which he eventually found. Lin Mu saw that there were a couple of guards standing on this path as well. The security in the city is indeed much higher than the twin, Lin Mu thought to himself. Stop, this area is restricted, turn around, the guards warned. Lin Mu knew this was going to happen, and thus took out a badge from his ring and showed the guards. This was none other than the identity badge of the High Corps. As soon as the guard saw the badge and then Lin Mu's face, he immediately cupped his hands in a salute. Senior Lin Mu, we were instructed that you would be coming, the guard spoke. Please proceed. The mansion that is right next to the lake is the Lord, the other guard informed. Lin Mu nodded and walked in. The Eastern District was the area where the more affluent and influential people in the Wu Lim city lived. That was why there was additional security here, and the entry was restricted. A few minutes later, Lin Mu was standing at two large gates that blocked the entry to a large compound. This was none other than the location where the Lord lived in. Though to Lin Mu's surprise, there were already a couple of people that were standing at the gates, seemingly waiting for him. Lin Mu recognized them to be part of the High Corps and had seen them back at the safe house. Welcome, Senior Lin Mu. The Lord has been waiting for you. Chapter 321, Meeting Wu Hai. The members of the High Corps guided Lin Mu to the mansion. Along the way, he got to see the beauty of the garden and the decorations that had been placed around, though the biggest part of the mansion's area was none other than the lake. The lake had no specific name and was simply called as the Wu Lim City Lake. All of the buildings that surrounded it were considered to be of high quality and belonged to the influential people of the city. Perhaps the only building better than these was the mayor's manor. There were a few small artificial islands made in the lake, and there were red wooden bridges extending from the banks of the lakes and joining them. The artificial islands had ornate pavilions constructed on them. Stone table and chairs were placed in the pavilions, which were exquisitely carved. Lin Mu had thought that he was going to be taken into the mansion, but to his surprise, he was actually being taken towards the lake. Upon getting closer, he could soon see the back of a man that was sitting in the pavilion on the artificial island. He was wearing a plain white robe and exuded a scholarly aura. My lord, Senior Lin Mu is here, the member of the High Corps introduced. The scholarly-looking man turned around, and a plain smile appeared on his face. There was a small book in his left hand, while in his right hand there was a small wine cup. The man placed down the wine cup and closed the book before cupping his hands in a greeting. Welcome to my humble abode, Brother Lin Mu, Wu Hai spoke in a genial voice. I am honored to finally meet Lord Hai, Lin Mu reciprocated. Please sit, Wu Hai said as he gestured. Lin Mu took a seat opposite to Wu Hai, and the scholarly man poured him a cup of wine. But then Wu Hai saw the slight unwillingness on Lin Mu's face and knew that perhaps this was not right. Would Brother Lin Mu prefer tea instead? Wu Hai asked. Ah yes, that would be good. I do not like the taste of wine much, Lin Mu replied. Of course, everyone has their preferences, nothing wrong with that. Wu Hai spoke, but without even his speaking, a pot of tea was presented to him. Wu Hai and Lin Mu exchanged a few pleasantries before finally getting to the crux of the matter. So, Lord Hai, Lin Mu spoke but was then interrupted. Please call me Wu Hai, Brother Lin Mu. Your standing is only equal if not higher than me. Wu Hai spoke. Lin Mu was a bit intrigued upon hearing the surname of the Lord. Even when he had asked the High Corps about the Lord's name, they had only called him as Lord or Lord High, nothing more than that. Or perhaps it was their reluctance to say it. Please, forgive my overbearingness, but I wonder if Brother Wu Hai is. Yes, Brother Lin Mu's guess is correct. I belong to the Wu clan. Wu Hai interrupted again. Leave us for now, Wu Hai said to the servants and the High Corps. Lin Mu had not expected that his guess was really correct. This means that the marriage Wu Hai wants me to participate in is none other than his own brother's, Lin Mu thought. You are the mayor's younger son, Lin Mu realized. Lin Mu saw that Wu Hai had sent away all the people around when he told him this, which meant that he did not want the others to know. I am indeed, but it is not an identity I particularly prefer, so I hope Brother Lin Mu does not bother with it as much, Wu Hai stated. If it is what Brother Wu Hai wants, that it is fine, Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu had no qualms about this, though it did make him wonder why Wu Hai did not want others knowing about his identity as the mayor's son. Seems like this Wu Hai had many more secrets than he's showing, Zhukong spoke. Lin Mu internally nodded, but did not show it on his face. So then, Brother Wu Hai, what exactly is that you want me to do? Lin Mu finally asked the thing that he had come here for. You see, Brother Lin Mu, my position is that of the younger brother of the groom. This means that I need to have a representative fight in the tournament that is held before the marriage ceremony. All of the powers that have been invited will be participating, and I need to come out on top of them. And also with the recent events with the mayor, there are even more eyes on us, Wu Hai answered. I understand. I'll do it then, though when will the tournament be and where? Lin Mu replied. The tournament will be held at the mayor's manor and will be held in 3 days from now. They finalized the date just today, thus you came at the right time, Wu Hai spoke. Then I'll be there when you want me to be, Lin Mu responded with a nod. I also heard Brother Lin Mu has a little enmity with the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, Wu Hai questioned. Yes, there is a certain junior elder which I would prefer did not exist, Lin Mu stated as a matter of fact. I have investigated the matter on my own, and have found that the junior elder Fa Xiu is not in the city as of now. Neither has he ever come to the city before, Wu Hai informed. Seems like I'll need to keep a lookout for him. He is going to be at the wedding, though from what I heard, they were finding a gift for a certain Yi Zai Jin, Lin Mu said in a straight tone. Fear not, Brother Lin Mu, you'll be the first one to know the moment that man enters the city, Wu Hai declared. Chapter 322, Where did the young lord go? Lin Mu and Wu Hai discussed a few more things before Lin Mu decided it was enough. He had a few more things he needed to get done before the tournament, and he wanted to get to them as fast as possible. He didn't know when Junior Elder Fa Xiu would turn up, and thus wanted to be ready for any moment. At the end, Wu Hai called a few servants and asked them to bring a few things. He then gave Lin Mu some things like a key and a writ of authority among some other minor things. The key belonged to the courtyard that had been set up for Lin Mu's stay. It was also in the eastern district and was a little distance from the Wu Hai's mansion. Lin Mu thanked Wu Hai before leaving the small pavilion. He walked out of the gates of the compound and headed towards the courtyard that was prepared for him. It was not near the lake, but was still of a quite good quality. It had 4 individual smaller courtyards in it, and the entire place was for Lin Mu to use. Seems like this Wu Hai did not leave any chance for a complaint, huh? Zhukong spoke. I guess so, Lin Mu muttered as he walked into the courtyard. Greetings, Master, Lin Mu. A man suddenly appeared out of the corner. Lin Mu had already scanned the entire area with his spirit sense, and thus knew that this was the servant that took care of the courtyard. He had been assigned to take care of Lin Mu's needs while he lived here. Does Master need help with his luggage or anything? Should I prepare a bath, or would Master like to eat first? The servant asked. No need. I'll be looking around the city for a while. I just came to check in, Lin Mu replied. As the Master wishes, the servant responded. Lin Mu waved his hand and sent the servant away while he took a closer look at the courtyard. It was much bigger than his own, and was also much more luxurious. Lin Mu could guess that renting a place like this probably cost a lot, but it didn't matter to him as long as he was not the one that was paying the price. Having had enough of the courtyard, he left the courtyard and headed towards the location that he wanted to go to the most, the ancestral temple. Lin Mu walked through the crowded streets and took in the sights of the city. There were a lot more cultivators in the Wu Lim city compared to the northern town. Even though there were a lot more cultivators in the northern town due to the presence of the high core, they were not the actual residents. Until last year, there were only 5 cultivators in total that lived in the northern town, but now of those 5, 3 of them were dead. 2 killed by Lin Mu's own hands. Being reminded of the doings of the former town head only made Lin Mu irritated, and he stopped thinking of that. Lin Mu was seeing the cultivation bases of the cultivators that passed by and found every one of them to be at the Qi refining realm. A majority of them were at the early stage, with a few rare ones being at the mid-stage, and a couple even at the late stage. This let Lin Mu know how rare the cultivators truly were. Even in a big city like this, there weren't any at the core condensation realm walking around. Though Lin Mu guessed that this should change soon, once the powers that have been invited for the marriage ceremony turn up. The ones that are close by will be here by tomorrow, while the others should reach here in 3 days at the latest. While walking, Lin Mu came across a large and elaborate building. Alluring Wisteria Pavilion, the board read. So this is the place where the Lieutenant Wu Tang has been spending his time at, Lin Mu muttered. Ah, would this young lord like to come in? Fear not, we don't bite. Ha ha ha. A lasciviously dressed woman spoke. She was standing at the entrance of the pavilion, along with a few other similarly dressed women, and saw Lin Mu staring at the building. Youngmi, you already took another customer last time. It's my turn now, said another woman with pink rouge on her lips. She came forward and held Lin Mu's arm, pressing it against her bountiful chest. A blush spread across Lin Mu's face, and he became flustered. He didn't know what to do and froze up. Ahaha, seems like the young lord is shy. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you, spoke the woman who was sticking to Lin Mu. She then started dragging Lin Mu to the alluring Wisteria Pavilion, seeing that Lin Mu did not disagree with her. The other women standing around teased Lin Mu and gave him seductive glances as he was taken past them. Meanwhile, Zhu Kong was laughing inside the ring and could not stop seeing the reacting of Lin Mu. Ahaha, at least say something, Lin Mu. Do you really want to go in? I won't mind. You are getting older and need to experience the matters between men and women. Zhu Kong spoke between chuckles. Lin Mu was snapped out of his daze after hearing the voice of Senior Zhu Kong. Suddenly, he felt as if he heard a familiar woman's voice in his head. Remember, Lin Mu, women are devious and will try to trick you. Mother will find a good woman for you, so don't you go around falling into their wiles. The voice spoke. Lin Mu then saw the stern face of his mother appearing in front of him. This invoked the fear that he had of her. He remembered how she would give him a good beating if he was naughty. Ooh, Lin Mu uttered, but did not know what to say. Oh, does young lord want anything specific? This sister will try her best to fulfill all of your desires, the woman spoke. Lin Mu turned a shade of red deeper and could not hold out anymore. The woman suddenly found her arm empty, and Lin Mu having disappeared from her grasp. Huh, where did the young lord go? Chapter 323, The Ancestral Temple. Lin Mu couldn't handle it anymore, and the embarrassment was threatening to drown him, if not his mother's voice that would nag him at the back of his head that would kill him as well. Unable to hold on anymore and unable to speak, Lin Mu ended up using Blink to get away from the woman that was dragging him into the alluring Wisteria Pavilion. The entire thing had happened in such a short amount of time that the woman had not seen anything happen, and to her, it was as if Lin Mu had disappeared into thin air, which he kind of did. Lin Mu took a breath of relief as he looked back at the alluring Wisteria Pavilion. Who almost got trapped, Lin Mu muttered. Ha ha ha, seems like you still have time to grow up. Zhu Kong laughed again. Lin Mu ignored Senior Zhu Kong's teasing and just focused on walking. Eventually, he reached the place that he so wanted to go to, the ancestral temple. The ancestral temple was located in a wide open square, and there were a lot of people that came here to pray to their ancestors. The entry to the inside of the temple was not allowed to most of the people, and all they could do was pray from the outside. The temple would only be open to the commoners on the day of the annual temple festival. Currently, only a few influential people could enter the temple and pray there. Lin Mu didn't have to wait in the crow for long before he was able to get close to the temple. Some of the runes carved on this temple are indeed from the Tao script, Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu looked and read all the characters that he could and realized that some of them were from the Tao script, while the rest were just common runes. There were ancestral couplets written in the form of runes on the temple. But when Lin Mu tried to read the Tao script characters, he realized that he could barely understand their meaning. He had not learned these ones yet, and thus could not understand the entire meaning of them. "Senior, what do the characters mean?" Lin Mu questioned, feeling curious. They are the characters pertaining to reincarnation, worship, family, virtue, and fate," Zhukang answered. Lin Mu could hear the strangeness in Senior Zhukang's voice and wondered if there was a problem. "Senior, is there something wrong with the temple?" Lin Mu asked. It's hard to tell, but it does not seem to be as old as it's looking," Zhukang replied. "Not as old as it looks. Do you mean is newer than it looks?" Lin Mu asked. "No, rather the opposite. Even if its materials look like they were made around a few hundred years ago, the aura that is felt from the characters is different. It's far more older," Zhukang answered. Lin Mu looked at the temple and probed it with his spirit sense. At first, it breached the wall rather easily and entered the internal hall. There Lin Mu saw all the ancestral tablets that had been erected and the hundreds of incense sticks that were burning. Then he saw an old monk that was kneeling at the corner of the temple. He observed him and found him to be a commoner with no cultivation. Yet, Lin Mu could feel something strange from the temple now. Lin Mu wanted to look further, but his spirit sense had reached its limit. If Lin Mu wanted to see more, he would have to get closer, which was not possible currently. Lin Mu looked ahead and saw the guards that were standing at the border of the temple, not letting anyone get close. Unlike the other guards, these guards were all cultivators, and one of them was even a late-stage Qi refining realm cultivator. "Do you know about the history of the ancestral temple?" Zhukang suddenly questioned. Lin Mu tilted his head and thought for a bit before remembering what he had heard before about the temple. "From what I heard from my father, the temple was made about 100 years ago along with the city itself. It was actually one of the first buildings to be erected and has stayed the same since then, even if more buildings have been added to the town," Lin Mu answered. Even if the building was made 100 years ago, the materials it was made from look older than that, and the aura that it exudes is even older than that. Perhaps over 1,000 years, Zhukang replied. "Should we perhaps take a look inside, Senior?" Lin Mu asked. "No, at least not now. Perhaps if we get an opportunity in the future or when we have no choice but to do it," Zhukang replied. "If you say so, Senior," Lin Mu muttered. He then got to the tiled floor and kneeled down kowtowing to pray to his ancestors. Lin Mu prayed to his descended parents and grandparents before standing up. There were tens of people doing the same, and some of them even seemed to be crying while others seemed to be begging. "You didn't tell me about your grandparents," Zhukang said with interest, seeing Lin Mu pray to them. "I did. Oh yes, but I don't really have much to tell either. I don't remember much about them as they passed away a long time ago. I think only my grandmother was alive back when I was born and my grandfather had died a long time ago. My father was around my age when my grandfather died as well," Lin Mu spoke. "I see," Zhukang said with a calm tone. Zhukang thought over his words and suddenly realized something. Could Lin Mu really have a bloodline, perhaps? I couldn't detect any in him, but perhaps it's too diluted or beyond my understanding. "Lin Mu, these grandparents you talked about, they are your paternal grandparents, right? What about your mother's parents?" Zhukang questioned. I don't know," Lin Mu uttered. Chapter 324, Lockdown. Lin Mu then tried to remember, but could not find any memory related to his maternal grandparents. He realized that he had never asked his parents about his maternal grandparents either. I think my mother was an orphan. My father met her at the town when she was working in the orchards. Lin Mu spoke. So you don't know anything about your maternal grandparents? Zhu Keng asked for confirmation. Yes, I have no idea who they are, Lin Mu replied. This put Zhu Keng in a deep thought and wondered if he should investigate it more. The boy's fate is incredibly complex, and his links to karma are not visible to me either. I don't know if it is because of the ring or something else, but perhaps there is a link to his family, Zhu Keng thought. Zhu Keng closed his eyes, and a wave of spirit qi started emanating from his body. It spread in the ring and made all the spatial energy streaks in the sky twirl around him. 5 seconds later, everything settled and went to normal, except that the aura that Zhu Keng had fallen by 20%. Let's hope that I get some results, Zhu Keng thought to himself. Lin Mu was unaware that Senior Zhu Keng had done something right now and was calmly walking away from the ancestral temple. He was now heading towards the manor of the city mayor. He wanted to take a look at the place where the tournament would be held soon. The city mayor's manor was located in the southern part of the city and was thus quite far from the location that Lin Mu was in right now, because he could not run there due to the number of people on the roads. There was a high chance that he would collide with someone, and then the guards would get involved. It took him about an hour to reach the manor and finally saw its true size. From far it seemed to be big, but from close it was massive. Lin Mu guessed that the land of the manor took up the area of an entire district, perhaps. How much money would have taken to build something like this? Lin Mu wondered to himself. He circled around the manor and saw a lot of servants preparing for the events before the marriage ceremony. From what Lin Mu had heard, it would start with a martial tournament, then there would be poetry, dance, music, and art. A variety of programs were held for the enjoyment of all the guests that were invited. Then at the very end was the marriage ceremony set up. Move aside, move aside. Suddenly a group of guards appeared from the entrance of the manor and shouted. The people walking around heard it and became alert before following the orders. Lin Mu was already on the other side of the street, thus didn't really have to move, but his attention was attracted. He looked towards the manor and saw a carriage being brought out of the manor. Who is that? Isn't the mayor in the Shuangqian city undergoing interrogation? Lin Mu wondered. That should be the wife of the city mayor, a random person answered. Lin Mu could not see who was inside the carriage as it was too far. He pushed the people and walked closer to use his spirit sense to take a look. His spirit sense easily penetrated the carriage walls, and then he saw a middle-aged woman sitting in the carriage. Her face was calm, but a sense of dignity could be felt from it. But the moment Lin Mu's spirit sense touched her, she felt it and became alert. She's a cultivator, too, a peak stage chi refining realm cultivator. Lin Mu thought and immediately pulled his spirit sense back. But before it could leave the carriage, the mayor's wife intercepted it with her own spirit sense trying to find its source. She kept on following it, but soon realized that it had gone beyond her range. Her face became even more alarmed after this. Meanwhile, Lin Mu walked away from the area, unaware that he had just scared the woman. Guards, the mayor's wife shouted. The carriage stopped moving, and a group of guards surrounded it. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, waked closer and cupped his hands. Do you have any problems, madam? The leader of the guards asked respectfully. I sensed a cultivator spying on me, the woman spoke. Now it was the turn of the guards to become shocked. But madam, we were alert and didn't sense anyone approaching, the guards spoke. I know, but the cultivator's spirit sense came from quite far, the woman spoke. Madam, you mean? The guard leader gulped at that sentence. There is a core condensation realm cultivator in the town. Someone sneaked in, the woman spoke. But madam, why would they do that? Any core condensation realm cultivator would be an honored guest that would get the utmost respect. If they wanted to meet you, they would have to merely mention it. Even the mayor would not reject it, the guard replied. You think I don't know that? The woman scolded. What other reason is left? What do you think, you imbecile? A spy, the guard muttered as he realized. Geo, I want this district under lockdown. Entry and the exit to the city will be stopped until further notice. I want a list of each and every person that entered the city in the past 3 days. The guard leader ordered the others. Yes, leader, the guards replied and went to do their tasks. The carriage was turned around and went back into the manor, while all the people around were gossiping about what had just occurred. Lin Mu, though, had gone quite far from the spot and didn't know that his casual probe had alerted all of the guards of the city now. He was now visiting all the shops that he found interesting and buying stuff from there. Chapter 325, Avoiding the Check. Lin Mu had been planning to get a lot of stuff that he thought he would need in the future. Thus, that was exactly what he was buying right now. It wasn't anything too important, though, just things that would make the quality of his life better. And since Lin Mu could keep everything in his ring, it was extremely convenient. You know, there are special spirit tools that function as a house. You can simply get one of those in the future. Zhukang suggested, seeing Lin Mu buying all the things. Oh, you mean like the myriad armament canopy abode? Lin Mu asked. Well, that one is a rather extreme example. But yes, something like that. Though if you want one in this world, it would be hard to find a spirit tool refiner that can make it. Zhukang replied. Due to the difficulty, you mean? Lin Mu questioned. Not really that, but rather due to the niche kind of a tool that it is. It isn't really something used for offense, particularly so the people here may not be experienced in it, though a small one should be around the same category as a high-grade spirit tool. Zhukang answered. Lin Mu was intrigued by this and wondered if he could find anyone that could make it for him. But then he realized that while he did have a lot of gold, he didn't have as many spirit stones. I'll need to get spirit stones, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu, of course, had other things that were worth a lot of spirit stones, but he couldn't sell those. They were of big use to him, like the pills and the tools that he already had. But he did have certain things he could sell, such as the spirit apples that he had. His stock of the spirit apples had reached quite a large amount by now, and their growth rate had also increased to 7 apples a day ever since he reached the peak stage of the Qi refining realm. He knew that the spirit apples that grew in the Garden of Karma were of a better quality than the ones that grew in the orchards, and thus should be worth more. I should find a place to see how much they're worth. This is Wu Lim City, so it shouldn't create any trouble even if I sell the spirit apples, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu had just finished buying from the 7th store when he noticed that the route was blocked for some reason. There was a crowd of people standing around, and beyond them, he could see some guards standing. What's happening here? Lin Mu asked a person standing nearby. We don't know either. The guards have put the entire district on lockdown, and no one can leave till they verify their identities. They're especially checking for cultivators, apparently, the person said. Why though? Lin Mu asked further. Only the guards know, and they won't tell us. They're just forcing us to follow their orders. Another man that was standing beside him replied. Lin Mu nodded and realized that there was probably some incident that had happened. He extended his spirit sense and checked all the other exits that were nearby, only to find the same thing happening there. He also noticed that the guards were all cultivators and were actually using spirit sense to check for cultivators. As soon as Lin Mu saw that, he retracted his spirit sense and knew that he couldn't let his identity be exposed here. While he had been given a writ of authority which he could use, he knew that it was better to only be used in a time of emergency. Since he still had an opportunity to avoid them right now, he chose to do that. After all, with Lin Mu's skills, a thing like this was quite easy. He quickly found a suitable place from where he could get to the roof of the buildings using Blink. Because the buildings and the houses in the city were rather closely packed, it was easy for Lin Mu. But then upon reaching the roof, he suddenly laid down. Damn it, they got guards on the roof too, Lin Mu cursed. Of course they would. If they didn't, they would be rather stupid, wouldn't they? A cultivator that was a criminal can easily scale buildings. This would be the most obvious route of escape. Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu realized his mistake and got back down. There were far too many guards even on the roofs, and he knew even with blink there was a great chance he would be found out, and he didn't think fade would be as effective here. The buildings were rather densely packed. Seems like I need to go the proper way this time. I don't want to create trouble unnecessarily the day that I come here, Lin Mu said to himself. Lin Mu took out the writ of authority and put it into his sleeve to show it at the right moment. He then used his spirit sense to find a route that had the least amount of people. Even if guards knew that he was a cultivator, Lin Mu didn't want other common people to know it. After all, people liked gossiping, and who knew whose lips would take it where and turn it into what. But just as Lin Mu was doing this, he suddenly felt something under one of the paths. Huh, another cave, Lin Mu muttered with surprise. He had not expected that there would be caves here as well. It could be a sewer system, Zhukang suggested. A sewer system, what's that? Lin Mu asked. Zhukang. Lin Mu didn't know why, but an awkward silence descended after asking that question. You don't know what a sewer system is? Zhukang asked with apprehension. I know what sewer is, but not what a sewer system is, Lin Mu replied. Zhukang didn't know if he should laugh or cry, but then he remembered the state of the northern town and even this city. He realized that there were actually surface-level sewers here that were simply covered by large stone tiles. I forgot what kind of a world this is. Chapter 326, Runes. Zhukang then went on to explain to Lin Mu what a sewer system was in brief. Oh yeah, I think I've heard of them. The Empire's capital has that to drain the water from all the rain that they get. Lin Mu spoke. At least this world is not that backward, Zhukang muttered. But still, Senior, it's strange that there are caves here too, Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu had looked around and discovered that there were actually quite a few caves here, though most of them were about 10 to 30 meters deep in the ground. Even his spirit sense was barely able to reach them due to the density of the ground. If it were not for it having strengthened recently, he may have not even discovered it. Lin Mu thus decided to take advantage of these caves. He first found a suitable location that hidden from people and also had a cave below it. For this, Lin Mu had to go all the way to the other side of the district, but this also allowed him to see the increased security around the mayor's manor. While passing by, he finally heard what had happened from the people here. So it was my fault, Lin Mu muttered with embarrassment. That's what happens when you carelessly probed people with spirit sense. Thankfully, your spirit sense was long enough that she didn't know why it was, Zhukang warned. Having learned his lesson, Lin Mu found a suitable place that satisfied both the conditions. He then used the third skill phase and started sinking into the ground. It was a strange sensation for him, as when he usually used the skill, he wouldn't go into the ground. This time he felt as if he was sinking into thick mud, which was actually what it was. Kind of. A few seconds later, Lin Mu fell through the roof of the cave and landed on a wet floor. Tilde cough tilde. Tilde cough tilde. What the hell is this smell? Lin Mu exclaimed. Hold your breath. This air could be poisonous or at the very least stale, Zhukang warned. Lin Mu immediately held his breath and looked around for the path. It wasn't a problem for Lin Mu to hold his breath in for more than 5 minutes now. But while waking, he discovered another problem. His eyes had actually started burning due to the fumes in the air. This seems much worse than I thought. The air here shouldn't be this bad, though, to hurt your eyes unless there was something rotting here, Zhukang stated. Lin Mu smelled it a bit and realized that it was indeed a rotting smell in the air. He followed his spirit sense and tried to find the quickest way out. He was using his spirit sense to look up onto the surface of the ground to see where to go. Even the path that he had seen from above didn't seem to accurately match the one that he was seeing here. Seems like I was mistaken due to the difference in the depths, Lin Mu thought. Still, Lin Mu didn't worry that he was in danger. As if he really had a problem, he could just use phase and blink to get to the surface quickly. Tilde whoosh tilde. After walking for a minute, Lin Mu felt a faint breeze hitting his face. Wind here, Lin Mu wondered. Unlike the rest of the air, while this had a rotten smell in it too, it was not as strong and it didn't irritate his eyes either. You should go that way. It possibly leads to an open path maybe, Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu checked it with the map that he had in his mind and realized that the direction this tunnel was going was right through the center of the district. Doesn't this pass right below the manor then? Lin Mu estimated. Tilde trickled tilde. Lin Mu continued onward, and soon the sound of water hit his ears. Water! Of course the 3 rivers, they enter the ground when they reach the city, Lin Mu exclaimed. The air is probably coming from a well. If you follow the water, you should find a suitable path faster. The air should be good too there. Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu nodded and followed this path. Not even a minute later, he found the air clearing up and becoming breathable. This is much better, Lin Mu muttered. Soon he found the underground river and saw the gushing water. Tilde gulp tilde. But upon seeing the force of the water, he knew he had to be careful. One wrong step, and he could fall into the water. There was a very narrow space to walk along which Lin Mu traveled and soon spotted the first opening. There was a rope dangling from the opening as well. That's a well, all right, Lin Mu muttered. From the well, Lin Mu could let his spirit sense exit out and take a look around. Oh damn, I'm right inside the manor, Lin Mu realized. The well that was above Lin Mu opened up in the garden of the mansion. He could even see a few guards patrolling around, and these were even stronger than the others that he had seen outside, with even the weakest one of them being at the late stage of the qi refining realm. They got plenty of people indeed, though if they really have these many, then they should assign some to the towns as well. Then we wouldn't have had incidents like in the past. Lin Mu muttered with a grievance. Putting the matter aside, he continued on the path, but soon he felt something unnatural. What is this feeling? Lin Mu wondered. There was a certain aura coming from one of the tunnels near him that was quite obnoxious. While it wasn't outright repulsive, it certainly did not feel comfortable to him. He curiously scanned it with his spirit sense and discovered something. Are those runes? Lin Mu discovered. What do you mean runes? Zhukang asked as he focused on Lin Mu's vision. There he saw runes carved into the walls. Most of them had faded away, and some had crumbled with the dust and gravel lying on the floor. Chapter 327, Tunnels. Zhukang carefully tried to read the runes, but found most of them to not make much sense. A vast majority of them had been destroyed, and thus they could not really be read anymore. Lin Mu tried to read it as well and could only make out some basic words. But even then, the uncomfortable feeling that he was feeling was not dissipating and was still the same. Thinking of a solution, Lin Mu started chanting the calming Heart Sutra and a few seconds later felt much better. The uncomfortable feeling could not affect him anymore. Let's see what is here. There's bound to be something if it can make me feel like this, Lin Mu said before walking ahead. A few minutes later, he could smell the foul stench in the air again. He saw that he had reached a point where the tunnel branched into multiple parts. There was one of them that was the biggest in size and was also giving out the feeling of discomfort, while one of the other branches was where the foul stench was coming from. The remaining tunnels had no effect on him, and he didn't particularly find them unique. Which one do we head to first? Lin Mu questioned. Let's go to the one that is the biggest one, Lin Mu decided after a few moments. Lin Mu walked ahead and saw that the runes that were carved into the walls were much more degraded than the previous parts. He touched the walls and could feel they were steeped in that uncomfortable aura. But even then, the main source of that was quite ahead. It took him about 5 minutes to reach the end of the tunnel. This was where the uncomfortable aura was the strongest, nearly 10 times as much as when he first felt it. But now Lin Mu could not proceed anymore, for there was a large wall in front of him. This wall also had runes that had deteriorated with time carved on it. Now what? Lin Mu asked. He touched the wall and could feel the uncomfortable aura behind it. He tried probing the wall with his spirit sense and realized that he could not penetrate it more than an inch. Seems like this is a gate of some kind. But looking at the runes carved on it, the opening mechanism for it has also broken due to the time. Zhukang answered. Lin Mu looked at the wall and felt unwilling to head back. But then an idea appeared in his mind. He triggered the third skill phase and walked ahead. Ouch, Lin Mu winced. Lin Mu recoiled from the collision and rubbed his head. He looked at his hands and saw that they were still blurry. He touched the wall with his hands and found them unable to penetrate through them. But how? Lin Mu felt confused. Looks like there is a barrier or some kind behind the wall that's protecting it. It is probably one of the defensive mechanisms and was part of the main one, but the one that controlled the gate has been destroyed over time. But due to the method by which the gate was made, it is still blocked. Zhukang answered. Sighing in defeat, Lin Mu thought of any other idea. He got the idea of using the fourth skill fade, but knew that it was risky. He had no idea what was in front of him, and now that his spirit sense could not pierce it either, he couldn't use the method that he had previously used. Even if he used the skill anyway, while he would be able to bypass the wall. He didn't know what kind of place he would end up in. Who knows what kind of a trap existed behind it, or there could even just be nothing there, and his entire effort could have been wasted. It's better to come back later since we don't know much about this place. There are still other tunnels that you haven't checked. Perhaps there is an alternate path there, Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu thought over it, and indeed found it better to not take a risk. He tenured around and walked back to the place where the tunnel branched into the other tunnels, and then chose another one of the tunnels. He walked ahead and soon reached another dead end. This time the tunnel in front of him had collapsed, and there was no way to proceed ahead. Lin Mu used his spirit sense and found it to easily penetrate it. But even after using all of his spirit sense, he couldn't find an opening behind it. The debris had covered the entirety of the tunnel behind it. Now here Lin Mu could use his third skill phase, but he didn't want to as he felt like there wouldn't be anything here. He went back to the point of split and checked the other tunnels. Nearly all of them were blocked as well in different manners. Some were collapsed like the previous one, some simply ended in a wall, while some were flooded with water. Lin Mu was now standing at the fork again, and was looking at the last tunnel he had not gone through. This was the tunnel that was filled with the foul stench, and the one that Lin Mu had the least desire to head into. Still not wanting to give up midway, he gritted his teeth and headed inside. This tunnel was deeper than any other tunnels and was also the steepest. This tunnel was heading downwards, and the more Lin Mu walked and the harder he found himself to breathe. The stench was once again burning his eyes, and he decided to hold his breath in. Lin Mu had walked in nearly twice the distance he had than any other tunnels, and he finally saw a change. A wide opening appeared in front of him, and the tunnels ended up in a wide, open cave. This was the place that had the vilest of stench. It was as if corpses had been rotting side here for a few months, and an area of absolutely horrific conditions was created. Chapter 328, Blood. Similar to the previous parts, this area was pitch dark, and Lin Mu was using his spirit sense to see. But unlike the others, this area was so large that his spirit sense was only able to feel the air, and the ends were not visible to him. This area is at least 100 meters wide, Lin Mu muttered. He extended his spirit sense upwards and finally felt the roof of the cave. But even then, it was quite far up as Lin Mu had walked a large distance downwards. He wanted to continue, but felt hesitant as his spirit sense did not seem to be able to perceive everything. There could be things that were beyond his spirit sense that may be dangerous to him. Not wanting to continue directly, he took out a torch from the ring. He gestured with his hand and suddenly heard a shout in his mind. "No, stop," Zhukang yelled, but was too late. A spark appeared in Lin Mu's hand, and then boom. Lin Mu felt as if time had slowed down, and he could see the small spark he had made in his hand, using the minor fireball technique rapidly expanding. There was something in the air that fueled the flames and spread around. In that fraction of a second, Lin Mu instinctively activated the 3 skills flicker, blink, and phase all together. He appeared inside the walls of the cave and stopped there. His breath was still held in, but he could feel the tremors that were traveling through the walls of the cave. They lasted for about 5 seconds, after which Lin Mu felt them stop. He used his spirit sense to check if everything was fine, and after confirming that, walked outside. The cave was still pitch black, but the heat could be felt in it. There was also the sound of rocks crumbling, echoing in the cave. "That was close, you almost killed yourself," Zhukang scolded. Lin Mu knew that he had messed up big this time, and if it were not for him reacting quick enough, he would have sustained heavy injuries if not for death. But he was still confused about what had just happened. How did the flames grow so big and cause an explosion? Zhukang saw the confusion in Lin Mu's mind and knew that this wasn't exactly his fault either. If anything, it was more because of his ignorance than anything. That stench you were smelling, they were the gases in the air. Some of those gases are toxic, while some are even flammable, so even a small spark can cause an explosion if you're not careful. Now that the gases have ignited, while the gases themselves will have disappeared, Zhukang explained. Lin Mu nodded his head and took a light breath, finding that the foul smell had indeed disappeared. He realized that he could now breathe again here, and his eyes did not irritate anymore. "Tilda who Tilda?" "This is much better," Lin Mu muttered. "It should be fine if I ignite another torch, right?" Lin Mu asked, just to be sure. "Yes, it should be fine now, though I don't know how long it will burn thought. There won't be enough air in the cave left," Zhukang answered. "I'll just take a quick look," Lin Mu replied before taking out another torch from his ring. The one that he had taken out previously had been destroyed in the explosion, and no traces of it could be seen. He used the minor fireball technique and ignited the torch, illuminating the cave. Lin Mu finally saw how big the cave was. "Whoa!" Lin Mu exclaimed as he saw the size of the cave. The cave was at least 80 meters tall and around 200 meters wide. The ground that Lin Mu was standing on was flat, but it slanted towards the center of the cave. Lin Mu looked ahead and saw a large hole in the center of the cave. This hole was the source of the foul stench that had been bothering Lin Mu this entire time. He looked inside and saw that there was a pool of what looked like a thick sludge of some kind. It was black in color, and the foul smell was emanating from it again. From time to time, bubbles would appear from the black sludge and pop in the air. What in the heavens is this?" Lin Mu recoiled with revulsion. He looked around and saw that there were actually some channels that were joining this hole. He traced the channels and saw that they were heading towards the other side of the cave and reached the walls of the cave. At that point, there were holes for each of the channels, and they merged into them. Lin Mu could also see some dried-up sludge, similar to that of the large hole, present on these channels. So this is where the black sludge comes from. Whatever is behind this wall is the source of it, Lin Mu realized. "Could it be?" Zhukang suddenly spoke. Lin Mu was a bit startled, and wondered if there was danger again. "What is it, Senior?" Lin Mu asked with concern. I think this black sludge wasn't exactly like this before. Rather, it should have been liquid, and only after being here for a long time has it become like this. As for what it is, it's blood," Zhukang revealed. "Blood? But why would there be blood here?" Lin Mu asked. He immediately went to check the wall on the other side and probed it with his spirit sense, only to find it blocked again. He tried to use the skill phase, but could not pass through it either. "As I guessed, the first tunnel we went through, whatever was behind that gate, is behind this wall as well. The source of the blood was from that place as well," Lin Mu guessed. "There is only one thing that comes to my mind, Lin Mu, the blood sacrifice." Chapter 329, Who are the culprits? Zhukang's words made the cogs in Lin Mu's brain turn, and everything started to link up. The culprits hiding in caves, them disappearing easily, the kidnapping of the mercenaries, the presences of caves everywhere in the region of which nearly no one seemed to have knowledge of. Lin Mu then looked at all the runes that had been carved into the walls and realized that all of this should have been ancient and have been exiting here for countless years. He then realized one of the most important things. It seemed too suspicious that barely anyone knew about the caves. At least the people who took care of the wells in the city should have known of them, and if they knew, then normal people should have found out about it as well. A serious expression appeared on Lin Mu's face as his train of thought progressed. He knew from the kind of thick sludge that had been formed, the quantity of blood that was originally present must have been quite large. He checked the depth of the sludge pool and was even more shocked. "Senior, the sludge pool, it's more than 50 meters deep," Lin Mu spoke. Now even Zhukang was getting worried about this, as he understood the amount of blood required to fill such a large pool would not be easily obtained. "Lin Mu, I don't think this is all blood," Zhukang said. "It's not, then what it is?" Lin Mu asked. "Use the method I tell you and test it out yourself," Zhukang replied. He then gave Lin Mu a small technique, which was actually part of the refinement skills. Lin Mu didn't have a hard time in learning it, as a lot of the steps were similar to those he used for the refinement of the bloodline of the trunk-faced cow. Lin Mu used his spirit sense and created a few runes in the air. He formed a few seals with his hands, and a small amount of sludge came floating up from the pool. It entered the formation, which the runes had formed and stirred before turning to dust and dissipating. But after this, the runes that constituted the formation also changed and then entered Lin Mu's head. He closed his eyes, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. "You were right, Senior. This isn't just blood, but entire bodies mixed with them. There is not only human blood in it, but also a lot of beast blood. In fact, the majority of it constitutes of beast blood," Lin Mu informed. As I thought. They are using a certain refinement technique to refine the corpses and blood in a certain ratio to prepare blood essence-rich fluid. They absorb the blood essence while discarding the rest as a waste," Zhukang explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's rage flared up, but then he quickly chanted the calming heart sutra again to calm himself down. He knew that it would not be the right time to get senselessly angry, and it would be the better choice to find out what was going on. "We should explore a bit and check what exists in the other caves. Even if this one is blocked, there should be others that should be accessible. Besides, this many beast corpse should not have been easily obtainable, which means the mayor is definitely part of the entire thing," Lin Mu said in a cold tone. "That makes sense. First, he employed the mercenaries to hunt beasts for him and then killed them as well to contribute to the blood sacrifice. But this leaves us with another problem. If the mayor is involved in this, then does it mean that his sons are as well?" Zhukang stated. Lin Mu was thinking about this very question as well, and it had put him in a dilemma. From the actions of the High Corps, it was obvious that they were fully against the culprits and that they were definitely bothered by them. The dislike of the mayor by Wu Hai was also quite obvious, and from what Lin Mu had known about it, the mayor had always kept the existence of his younger son in the back. Most of the people did not even know the name of the younger son of the mayor, which showed that there was some conflict in between them. But even if it was sure that Wu Hai was not involved with the mayor, it didn't mean that Lin Mu could simply tell him that. In the end, they were still father and son. Blood was thicker than water. Who knew if he had a change of heart at the very end? Old man Jiang Wei and Duan Qi should have been here at this point. It would have been immensely helpful, Lin Mu muttered. Zhukang heard Lin Mu's words and knew that they were true. Their existence would have definitely made it much easier for them. "Senior Zhukang, what do you think? Should I proceed in investigating the place or not?" Lin Mu asked, feeling unable to come up with a conclusion. I think you should stop for a while. Whoever it is, they will definitely be strong. Just the amount of cultivators and beasts they have sacrificed would be enough to push them to the nascent soul realm, at the very least if they were a qi refining realm cultivator. Another thing we know, that the mayor is at the core condensation realm and has been for a few years. The same is for both of his sons. They are in the condensation realm as well. This means that they shouldn't be the ones that are taking the advantage of the blood sacrifice, but rather a third party, Zhukang replied. As far as everyone knows, the mayor does not have any more family except for his wife and 2 sons. He has also been the mayor of Wu Lim City for nearly 40 years now, Lin Mu said. Who was the mayor before that, and how did Wu Zun become the mayor? Zhukang questioned after thinking for a bit. Chapter 330, Finding the Secret Location. Lin Mu thought over it and realized that he didn't know who was the mayor before this. I don't know, Senior, Lin Mu replied. Then perhaps that is what we need to find out. That could be the key to the identity of the culprits, Zhukang said. Lin Mu nodded and started to move towards the exit of the tunnel. It was already starting to get a bit hard for him to breathe here, and he understood that the air was thinning out. It would take a while before this area was breathable again. But then he realized that the sludge pool will probably turn the air foul again, and he may have to repeat the same thing as before again. Wait, the foul smell was not just from here, was it? I was able to smell it on the very end, that too beyond the river, where the air was fresh. The foul smell should have dissipated there, but there was still some of it in those tunnels, Lin Mu thought. Senior, I think this is not the only sludge pool, and they are more of them, or the air would not have been so bad in other tunnels. Lin Mu stated his concern. That does seem likely, Zhukang acknowledged. Lin Mu soon reached the end of the tunnel, and the sound of the river could be heard again. He continued following it and reached another branch where there was a bigger tunnel heading deep. Lin Mu saw the runes carved there as well, and the uncomfortable feeling that was coming off it. Seems like you found another one, Zhukang said. Lin Mu went inside and saw that similar to before, it split into multiple branches, but this one had less than before. There was a bigger one that had a large gate at its end, which was impassable, and another tunnel that had a sludge pool. Lin Mu compared the location in his mind and realized that this one was a bit to the northern direction of the previous one. He couldn't tell the exact direction because of his spirit sense being unable to reach the surface at this depth. Lin Mu returned and walked along the river, only to encounter more openings that were spread along with it and the tunnels that would branch out. In all, he found about 5 more sludge pools and 5 closed gates that had barriers. Along the way, he was also able to see that the river had a curving path that it flowed around, and along this path were the tunnels placed around. The wells were particularly helpful for Lin Mu to get a rough estimate of where the tunnels were compared to the surface. Eventually, he had walked the entirety of the river and had reached a point where he could not continue anymore. The river had entered an underground path that was completely flooded, and he could not walk there. He thus went back and found a suitable place to leave them. He had already gone way past the district where he wanted to leave and was now 3 districts away. He fording a place that was the closest to the surface and then used the combination of blink and phase to climb up. About a minute later, he was out and standing on the side of a tree. Lin Mu had spent nearly 3 hours underground and had crossed the entire city to come to the opposite side. Now to check the wells here and pinpoint the location of the blocked area, Lin Mu muttered. Lin Mu then started his journey to see what wells were located where in the city. While he had seen them from the inside, he could only tell the short area around the well, as that was all his spirit sense could extend for. Since he didn't know much about the city's locations either, he had to search them manually. He spent another hour and a half checking all of the wells and finally figured out the layout. The underground river curved in the east to west direction. At the bottom of the curve was the first well that Lin Mu had discovered, which was none other than the one that was located in the garden of the mayor's manor. Then, if he plotted all of the blocked gates and the sludge pools, he was able to find the central location. Lin Mu knew that all the sludge pools must be linked to one single location, and the blocked gates must lead there as well. With this in mind, he finally figured out the main location. The ancestral temple, it's roughly below it, Lin Mu muttered. Did you sense any caves below the temple? Zhukang asked. No, Senior. They are probably quite deep into the ground. Beside the ground below the temple was also quite dense and mostly made up of rocks which my spirit sense could not penetrate, Lin Mu answered. Seems like we will need to investigate the temple. Perhaps you can take advantage of your connection with Wu Hai, Zhukang said. Yes, that could work. But if it doesn't, then I'll just enter it directly with the help of my skills, Lin Mu said with a sharp expression on his face. Having said this, he started his journey back to his courtyard. It was now getting dark, and the sun was hidden beyond the horizon, with the sky a shade of orange. Along the way, Lin Mu avoided the alluring wisteria pavilion and reached the courtyard. Welcome back, Master Lin Mu, the servant greeted. Lin Mu nodded and stepped in. Should I prepare the dinner? The servant asked. I'll take a bath first, Lin Mu said. I'll set it up right now, the servant said before going away. Having spent his time underground in a smelly place had made him feel a bit gross. Thus Lin Mu wanted to clean up as fast as possible. Soon the bath was set up, and Lin Mu was soaking in a warm pool of water, with his clothes sent for washing. Chapter 331, Involvement of the Tri-Calden Peony Sect. Lin Mu had just finished his dinner and was lounging in his room. The door of the bedroom was wide open, and the garden could be seen in front. The sky above was clear, and a full moon was visible. I gotta say, this place is quite good, Lin Mu said, feeling satisfied. He had eaten dinner even if he didn't need to eat food anymore for a long time, as it had become a habit which he didn't want to leave unless it was necessary. The ability to stave off the hunger of the nameless technique of the lost immortal was intended for emergencies, so Lin Mu would not want to use up the reserves in just general times. Springtime was perhaps the best to spend in the Wu Lim city, and a lot of travelers came here during this time period as well. Though this was also the time period when the city made the least amount of money. Their main source of money was none other than the spirit apples which grew in autumn the most. In the springtime, all the city depended on was the produce from the satellite towns mostly, and the things that were sold in the city. But this demographic had been changed quite a bit this year due to the arrival of the Tang battalion in the southern town. A lot of people from the other 3 towns had moved there to take up the jobs till the Tang battalion was here. Even in the city, Lin Mu could see that certain preparations were being done for the marriage of Lieutenant Wu Tang. A lot of the trees in the city were being pruned, and the flowering plants were being planted to enhance the beauty of the city. The roads were being repaired, even if they didn't really need it. Most of the roads were quite well maintained, if not for the random cobblestone missing in the ground. Lin Mu was thinking of what to do next now that he had learned of the mayor's involvement in the blood sacrifice. He wasn't sure of telling the Lord Wu Hai, and even telling anyone other than that was quite risky. Wait, aren't the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect and the mayor close? Could they be involved in this? Lin Mu wondered. The mayor is in some kind of a debt with them from what we know, so it is possible, Zhukang spoke. But they're an orthodox sect, aren't they? Will they really do something like a blood sacrifice? Lin Mu questioned with apprehension. It won't be the first time that this would happen. After all, in the cultivation world, benefits come first, everything else is later. Even righteous sects would do some unsavory thing in the shadow, Zhukang answered. But a blood sacrifice and murdering cultivators is a big thing. Will a sect really take a risk like this? Lin Mu questioned further. Well, the more likely thing is that it's not the entire sect that's involved, but rather one of the influential people from it. Maybe an elder is involved in this and is doing this separated from the sect, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu thought over Senior Zhukang's words and found them to be quite possible. If it was an elder forcing the mayor to do this, then it would make sense. And then an idea struck Lin Mu which rocked him. The wedding, Lin Mu exclaimed. What? Zhukang asked with a bit of confusion. What if the wedding is the climax of their plan? It makes sense, right, since they couldn't just keep on taking mercenaries. With the wedding, a lot of cultivators will be coming to the city, both the ones that the mayor is friendly with and the ones he's not. If they set it up in a way where they get involved, then they will obtain a lot of blood essence. That too of stronger cultivates that will be in the core condensation realm, or perhaps even above that, Lin Mu explained. The more Zhukang thought over it, the more he found it to make sense. While this could work, But it would also bring them very big problems. They will have to reveal their true identities to the whole world, and the murder of so many influential people would make them the #1 enemy. They simply wouldn't take a risk like this. I can tell that the people in this region are not that strong. If an incident like this happens which harms both the mortals and the cultivators, no righteous sect will take this silently. Forget them, the king of this kingdom and perhaps even the emperor will get involved. If they don't, then their reputations will be mudded for years to come, and the people will lose their faith in them. Zhukang explained his perspective. Lin Mu fell silent after this and thought even more on this. Senior, there is still a small chance, right? What if they have a way to divert the attention from them like a scapegoat? Lin Mu asked. Yeah, that could work, but the preparation would take a long time, Zhukang replied. Still, we can't let go of this. We need to investigate, Lin Mu said and stood. So where are you intending to go? Zhukang questioned. Zhukang would not stop Lin Mu from something like this. He needed to let him learn and experience things on his own. Especially schemes such as these were important to be known. He would have to see a lot of them in his life. The Jianghu is unforgiving. Well, since we doubt the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, then we should go check out them. If they truly are involved, then the disciples posted here should know something or there should be clues. Lin Mu answered. All right, but you'll need to be cautious, Zhukang advised. Of course, Lin Mu stated before he started getting ready for the excursion. He changed his clothes to a set of black hooded robes that covered up to his forehead. Then he took out one of the face covers that the culprits had used. Wearing them all, he was ready to leave. Chapter 332, Killing the Innocent. Lin Mu blinked a few times and appeared on the roof of a luxurious house that was on the side of the lake. Right across the house was the stronghold of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. It was a 6-layered courtyard and was one of the biggest properties in this district. It was also attached to the lake and was nearly the size of the Lord Wu Hai's mansion. Lin Mu looked at the insides of the courtyard and couldn't see anyone there. It's a type of illusory formation array. It shows the contents of the location it's placed on but hides the people living in it, Zhukang informed Lin Mu. This was a lower version of the formation array that Lin Mu had set up in his house and was much more affordable. It couldn't be forgotten that the only reason Lin Mu had been able to set one up was because Jiang Wei had given him pre-made materials. Lin Mu didn't know that even the top sects would not be able to set up an illusory formation array of the level that Zhukang had set up. Perhaps they would, but they would have no knowledge of how to do it anyway. This was also why Lin Mu was so trusting of the formation to protect his house. Lin Mu had no thoughts of breaking this formation array as the courtyard was relatively open. He could just enter using his skills. He first chose a relatively hidden area that was least likely to have people. And even if there were people there, Lin Mu would be able to take care of them quickly. The area he chose to enter was none other than the small space behind the latrines of the servant quarters. Lin Mu's spirit sense wasn't able to pierce the additional barriers that had been set up in the courtyard. Thus, he had decided to measure the distance directly with his eyes. Since it was an open area, it shouldn't be much of a problem to him even if he used the 4th skill, Fade. With the path in his mind set, Lin Mu jumped down from the roof of the house and faded away from the world. He appeared in the parallel void and saw the gray environment. It was the same as before, completely empty and plain. He started to walk forward with measured steps. 10 steps. 16 steps. 30 steps. 58 steps. 121 steps. Finally, Lin Mu had reached the area that he had chose, or at least he hoped he was. He deactivated Fade and appeared in the real world. Lin Mu's sprint sense instantly split into multiple tendrils, scanning 360 degrees around him. Who? A faint sound was heard behind Lin Mu as his eyes went wide. A servant had been standing in the place that Lin Mu had just appeared and had spotted him. Damn it, Lin Mu cursed under his breath. In the next moment, He used blink and appeared right in front of the servant with his hand gripping the servant's neck. Then Lin Mu did something he had never done before. He forcibly put the servant into the ring. He was able to feel the resistance in doing so, and even felt a greater consumption of spirit qi. In fact, it had taken about 10 drops of liquid spirit qi, which was the highest consumption that he had ever seen. After doing the act, Lin Mu was shocked. Why did it take so much? Lin Mu questioned in his mind. The servant had cultivation. Of course, it would cost a lot more. The beasts that you had killed before did not have as strong of a cultivation, or they were unconscious or incapacitated. Neither did they have a stronger will to resist the spatial displacement. Even what you did right now was pushing it. If the servant was not at the early stage of the qi refining realm, perhaps you would have not been able to put him in the ring at all. You will most likely fail if you try to put cultivators with stronger cultivation, at least as long as they are fully conscious. Zhukang explained. Lin Mu had heard of the theory behind the storing of things in a spatial treasure before from Senior Zhukang, but the mysterious ring was a special exception to it. They still did not know all of its peculiarities and were figuring them out. Lin Mu had known that putting live creatures in any spatial treasure was impossible, as they were incompatible. Only the special treasures that could store beasts were capable of that, or higher spatial tools like the myriad armament canopy abode. Still, now Lin Mu knew the risk behind using the ring to put cultivators inside it. Lin Mu did not want to keep the servant in there for too long, as the man would die from suffocation. Seems like you, the servant, will not be of much concern now. Zhukang suddenly spoke. Huh, why? Lin Mu asked, feeling concerned. Take a look yourself, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu looked inside the ring and saw the condition of the servant. His skin was torn in multiple places, and some of his bones had been sliced clean. Blood was freely spilling out of his body. What the? How? Lin Mu exclaimed in his mind. The man was ripped due to the spatial displacement because he tried to resist. Seems like even using extra spirit qi was not enough to save him. Zhukang explained. Seeing that he had most likely killed an innocent man, Lin Mu was a bit lost. Do not think of it much. There will be far too many innocents that will inevitably get involved in the matters of the cultivators and die. Such is the way of the Jianghu, and the karma shall be sowed. You will understand it in the future. Do not take it to your heart. Zhukang consoled. Lin Mu closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath to calm his mind. He did not take the assistance of the calming heart sutra, but rather did it on his own. He knew he had to come to terms with it on his own, and that's what he did. Chapter 333, Sneaking In. It didn't take Lin Mu more than a few seconds to calm down, as he could not afford to take any longer time. He was in a sensitive situation and needed to act quickly. He spread his spirit sense around again to check for anyone else that could be in the area, and found there to be no one in the 20-meter radius. Having confirmed this, he switched to a single tendril of spirit qi and scanned a wider area of 100 meters. This time, a few people appeared in his range. Lin Mu had been careful while using his spirit sense, as he did not want to alert them by letting it touch them. Lin Mu had used a different method, and had sensed the faint fluctuations of spirit qi coming off their bodies instead. While this allowed him to see that there was a person there, he couldn't tell their appearance as he wasn't actually touching them. While this would allow him to also get a rough estimate of their cultivation as well, but if someone was deliberately hiding them, it would make it hard for Lin Mu to know. Still, this was the best he could do right now, and he was fine with it. Lin Mu had sensed 5 people in the range. 3 of them were people with very faint spirit qi fluctuations, being at the early stage, and were similar to the servant that he had accidentally killed. Seeing that he was in the servant quarters, it was obvious that they were servants. The other 2, though, were at the mid-stage of the qi refining realm, and the spirit qi fluctuations coming from them were more rhythmic. Those should be the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, Lin Mu muttered. From what Lin Mu had heard from Hai Wen and the Lord Wu Hai before, there were originally 10 disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect here, but it had increased to 25 in the recent days and would be increasing even more. apparently. The mayor had given them special permission, because of which the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect could freely enter the Wu Lim city. It would have been fine Yuzu Sally, if not for the fact that they had been hiding their identity as well. While their names were recorded while entering, it was not actually spread to the guards. Only a certain few knew about that, and this was not revealed. Just from this, Lin Mu was suspicious about them. If they were secretly gathering their people, then it was likely that they wanted to hide their power. Lin Mu moved from the back of the latrines and got to the next section. Walking through the walls using the third skill phase made it quite easy to avoid the servants. Still, Lin Mu realized that not all of the walls were passable using phase. There were some walls, such as the main ones that separated the servant and the main section of the courtyard that had formations placed on them. This prevented Lin Mu from using the third skill phase on them. He couldn't use Fade either as his spirit sense was restricted either, and he did not want to end up right in front of someone. He crossed another small section and appeared in the part where the two mid-stage Qi refining realm cultivators were standing. He looked at their robes and saw that they were indeed the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. The servants were wearing different clothes compared to them. Both of the men were standing at the entrance of the servant section, as if acting as guards and watching who passed from there. Seems like these guys don't trust their servants either, Lin Mu muttered. This is cautious behaviors, as these servants are likely not part of their sect and are merely assigned here to take care of the courtyard, Zukong spoke. Lin Mu only had one way, and that was to pass from the exit, but the two disciples were blocking it. He then looked at what was beyond it and saw that there were a few statues there. They were decorative ones and were just in the range of his blink. He thus used the second skill blink and teleported to the statues and phased to stand inside them. He peeked at the two disciples and saw that they were none the wiser. He then looked at the next location that was possible to go and blinked there. Now Lin Mu was completely out of their sights, but he scanned ahead using his spirit sense and found 3 more disciples sitting around. This area was the garden area, and a few stone tables and chairs were set up here. 2 disciples were playing chess, and the third one was observing. The area in front of Lin Mu was wide open, and there wasn't anything he could hide behind. The only things were some stones that were placed on the ground, but they were not that big, being a size larger than his head. Lin Mu remembered his earlier excursion of the caves, and used phase to enter the ground only to meet resistance after 2 feet. Damn it, the formations extend into the ground as well, Lin Mu coursed. This should be an encapsulating type barrier formation. This one prevents enemies from digging through the ground and attacking the residents, Zukong explained. Lin Mu had no choice but to improvise and enter the ground. After having sunk down for 2 feet, Lin Mu crouched and moved that way. He went to the closest stone and hid his head inside it. This is quite difficult, Lin Mu internally muttered. Impressive move, Brother Pei Lao, one of the disciples praised. Ah, this is nothing senior. I merely learned some skills from watching the elders playing the other day, the disciple named Pei Lao replied. Perhaps you should take part in the chess tournament in the coming days. Sister Yi Zai Jin's wedding was delayed, so they added that as well in the pre-wedding entertainment. I'm sure the elders will appreciate it too. The third disciple that was observing commented, Chapter 334, Sneaking in II. Please. I do not dare to display my mediocre skills and dishonor myself. I do not want to lose face for the sect in front of the other peers. Besides, I heard some skilled people have been invited by the mayor to entertain people with their chess skills. Pei Lao spoke in a humble tone. Ha ha ha, junior brother is shy, but do not worry about losing face. The elders wouldn't mind something like this. After all, this is merely a friendly competition, and we are just participating for the wedding. The disciple who seemed to be the senior brother replied. Oh, so there will be more elders coming here from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. Lin Mu thought after hearing their words. Wu Hai did not say that there were going to be more than 1 elder from the sect coming. Seems like even he did not know this, Lin Mu internally noted. He then scanned the area ahead and luckily found it to be empty. From what he had seen from the roof, the quarters of the disciples should be to the left of the current area, and the area in front of him was the main hall of the courtyard. This was where the meeting and dinner would be conducted. Here was where Lin Mu's luck shined. He saw that the main hall was elevated from the ground by half a foot. "Good, I can hide there," Lin Mu said to himself. He then looked at the 3 disciples and waited for their attention to shift a bit. The next area was out of his range of teleportation, and he would have to move ahead a bit in the open. As long as he kept his head close to the ground, he shouldn't be easily noticed. The 3 disciples continued their banter for a few minutes before focusing on the chess game again. "Now," Lin Mu internally shouted and shot ahead. If someone looked at him right now, it looked as if a rock was moving fast. Because his head was covered with a black cloth and it was rather dimly lit, he appeared similar to a rock in appearance. "Huh, what's there?" The disciple who was observing the chess game suddenly spoke up and looked around. Pei Lao and the senior disciple looked at the alert man and inquired. "What's the matter, Brother Tai Dan?" Pei Lao questioned. Tai Dan looked around with sharp eyes for a bit and scanned the area with his spirit sense, only to find nothing. "Nothing, Brother Pei, I was mistaken," Tai Dan spoke. No, your concern is valid, Brother Tai. Please do tell us what you felt was here," senior brother asked. "I thought as if I saw a rock moving," Tai Dan answered. "A rock?" Pei Lao tilted his head. They then looked around the area for rock and saw that they were simply lying there with nothing moving. "Did any rock really move?" Pei Lao questioned in confusion. I can't tell either. I didn't really pay attention to the positioning of rock in the area," the senior brother stated. "Let it be brothers. Perhaps I'm just mistaken. It's not like any animal can enter here," Tai Dan spoke. The 3 of them sat back down and returned to their chess game. Almost got caught, Lin Mu took a breath of relief. The position that Lin Mu was currently in was very sensitive. He was at a mere foot's distance from the disciple named Tai Dan. His head was of course hiding in a rock again, but this rock did not belong to the garden. Rather, Lin Mu had taken it out of the ring at the very last moment that he was detected. This was one of the random items he had obtained from the spatial rifts and had been deemed as trash by Senior Zukong. Lin Mu had seen the lesser void and knew that there was no lack of random chunks of rocks and debris floating around in there. Lin Mu once again confirmed that they were not looking at him, before moving a bit more and the using blink to appear beneath the crawl space of the main house. Now it had become rather convenient for Lin Mu to move around as he could keep his head hidden while using his spirit sense to look around. Lin Mu moved all around the buildings from there and got an estimate of the number of people that were in the courtyard. In all, there were 42 people in here, 12 servants, 29 disciples, and 1 elder. Lin Mu could tell that the elder was at the peak stage of the core condensation realm, just from the dense spirit chi fluctuations that were coming from his body. The elder was in a separate room from the rest of the disciples and was currently meditating. He was also wearing different kinds of robes than the disciples and looked to be older as well. Looking at his appearance, Lin Mu felt he was in his late 30s, but the true number was probably much higher than this. The rest of the disciples were also in their quarters currently and were cultivating or doing certain tasks like writing and refining. Where should we go first? Lin Mu wondered. Perhaps you should go to a place where there are letters and documents placed, but do not go to the elder's room. He will find you easily. His spirit sense is much stronger than yours currently, and you will not be able to fight against him either, Zukong suggested. Lin Mu nodded and chose the disciples that were writing something. They were sitting in a room that had some furniture such as a low study table, bed, and wardrobes placed around. The disciple was sitting on his knees while writing something on a sheet of paper. To the side of him, a shelf was kept on which a few rolled-up scrolls were kept. Lin Mu made his way to the room and popped his head in to take a look. The disciple was at the late stage of the chi refining realm and was fully focused on writing. This should be easy, Lin Mu muttered. Chapter 335, The Sex Reasons. Lin Mu thought for a bit and figured out a way to check out the scrolls that were kept on the shelf. First, he went to the room that was next door and confirmed that it really was empty. He had sensed it with his spirit sense, but still wanted to verify it. Then he peeked his head from the wall in the location that was behind the shelf and started reading the scrolls that way. His alertness was at the top, and he was ready to blink away the moment the disciple in the room started showing any abrupt movement. But luckily, whatever the disciple was writing was quite important, and he did not want to make a mistake or something like that. Looking from the corner, he had only written a small paragraph in a 2-foot-long, 1-foot-wide sheet. By the time the disciple finished writing half of the letter, Lin Mu was done reading all of the scrolls that were kept there on the shelf. Thankfully, none of them were sealed, or it would have become quite difficult for him. He would just touch one scroll, store it in his ring, and go to the other room to read. He repeated this for all 22 scrolls and found out quite a lot of information. These scrolls were all official messages between the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect and the disciples that were posted here. Lin Mu learned the reason behind the posting of the disciples here in the Wu Lim city. There was apparently more than one reason for that. The one reason that Lin Mu knew of was the debt that the mayor owed to the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. Lin Mu had originally thought that the mayor had a debt because of asking the sect for help during the plague, but that was not it. Rather, the mayor had been buying a lot of alchemical pills from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect for years now. But after the plague, he had bought some high-grade healing pills from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, and apparently they had been bought using credit. The mayor had yet to pay it in full to the sect, and had thus given them certain properties and authority instead. Lin Mu also found out that in the other smaller cities of the county, the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect owned a lot of properties, but all of this had been hidden from the public for a long time. Still, Lin Mu couldn't find fault with the sect for this. They were simply getting the payment for the services they had provided the mayor. It was the mayor who was at fault here. The mayor had also been giving the yearly funds that he got from the kingdom to the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. These funds were used for the upkeep of the county's infrastructure and security. The other reason for the sect for sending their disciples here was for the wedding, of course. Lin Mu found out that this had been decided a long time ago, and they had been planning for this quite secretly. He couldn't find the reason for secrecy in the letters, but it was a bit suspicious. Then came the reason, which was quite mysterious to Lin Mu, but the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect paid a lot of importance on this. It was said in the letter that the disciples and the elder assigned here were to keep a lookout for some type of spatial disturbances. This was the point that intrigued Lin Mu the most. Spatial disturbances, what could they be looking for exactly? Lin Mu wondered. I think it should be obvious to you by now. Zhukang suddenly spoke in Lin Mu's mind. What, senior? And then it struck him. The spatial rifts I opened in the past year, it's them, isn't it? Lin Mu realized it. That's the most likely reason, unless there was someone else also doing that, Zhukang replied. A sigh escaped Lin Mu's lips as he wondered if this was a problem or not. There was nothing mentioned in the letter about capturing or obtaining the source of the spatial disturbing. All there was said was that it has to be reported to the sects. But how did they find this out? Lin Mu wondered. Well, considering the impact that the ring makes while opening the spatial rifts, it is likely that they became strong enough at one point that one of the higher elders of the sect found out about it, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu then remembered that Senior Zhukang had put a restraint on the ring and had masked the fluctuations from going from it. But it shouldn't be a problem now, right, Senior, since you masked them? Lin Mu asked. Yes, there is no way they can find them now, unless they are right in front of you, or if there are too many spatial fluctuations in the area where you used the ring and they went there, Zhukang answered. Lin Mu took a breath of relief and was happy that he wouldn't have to worry about anything extra. Lin Mu put the scroll back and had now finished reading all of them. There were also some minor things in general that he had learned that were not of much importance, but he still kept them in his mind if they ever came to use in the future. Lin Mu, was about to leave the room when Zhukang stopped him. "You're forgetting another letter," Zhukang reminded. "Which one?" Lin Mu questioned. "The one that is being written right now," Zhukang answered in a helpless tone. "Oh, okay," Lin Mu uttered awkwardly. He then thought of a way to read it discreetly without alerting the disciple. He couldn't take the letter as he wasn't even sure that the letter would be put here. It was obvious that it was going to be sent to the sect, thus he had to do it in another way. Lin Mu looked up at the roof and blinked there while using phase. After reaching there, he popped in his head from the top and read the thing that the disciple was writing. Chapter 336, A Teleportation Formation. Lin Mu was a bit shocked after reading the letter, as what it mentioned was nothing but the missing disciples and junior elder Fa Xiu of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. Apparently, they were supposed to reach the city a week ago, but still had not appeared. This was the reason why the disciple was writing a letter to the sect, to inform them that they had not reached here yet. So they do not know about them either, and that junior elder Fa Xiu is not here either. That ticks of another thing from my list. At least now I don't have to wander the city scouring for him, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu stayed there on the roof till the disciple finished reading the letter and rolled it up. After that, the disciple melted some wax with the candle that was burning on his table and poured it on the seam of the letter. He stamped the seal of his sect on it and let it cool down. After that, he saw him store the seal away in the drawer and leave the room. Lin Mu thought of following him, but then stopped. As soon as the disciple was gone, he came down and opened the drawer that had the seal kept in it. Just as I expected, there is more than one seal here. They shouldn't mind if I take one of them. I killed a servant anyway. They will eventually discover that, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Having made his decision, he picked one of the seals from the drawer and stored it in his ring, before sinking into the floor using phase. Lin Mu had been continually using phase for more than an hour now, along with his other skills. This had led to quite a lot of consumption of his spirit chi. This was the first time Lin Mu was using them so much. After having sunk down into the ground, Lin Mu followed the place where the disciple was heading towards. As I expected, Lin Mu muttered to himself. The disciple went to the elder that was meditating in the private room. Lin Mu stayed a sufficient distance away from the room as he was unsure whether the elder will scan the area with his spirit sense. Lin Mu knew that he was a nascent soul realm cultivator and that his spirit sense would be quite strong. There was a high chance that he could be found thus. He wanted to be a sufficient distance away from there just in case he had to escape using fade. Lin Mu held his breath and continued observing the room using his spirit sense. Knock knock tilde. The disciple knocked on the door gently and spoke. It is me, Elder Quan Hong. I finished the report you asked me to write. The disciple spoke. Since Lin Mu could fully touch the people with spirit as he could be found out, he waited for sounds instead. Come in, the elder spoke. Lin Mu let out a breath, seeing that the elder had not used his spirit sense. The door slid open and Quan Hong walked in before kneeling in front of the elder. Here's the report, Elder. You can send it now, Quan Hong spoke. Good job, the elder simply replied before waving his hand, telling the disciple to leave. Once the disciple was gone, the elder looked at the letter for a few seconds. Lin Mu could feel the fluctuations of spirit chi and immediately withdrew his spirit sense back as he realized the elder was using his spirit sense to scan the letter. You can read using your spirit sense like that? Lin Mu questioned in his mind. Yes. As long as your spirit sense is strong enough, it doesn't matter if there are multiple layers of paper on it. The elder is in the nascent soul realm, thus his skill with spirit sense should be quite good. Doing something like this is a piece of cake for him, Zhukang answered. Lin Mu nodded his head and kept on watching. After being done with the letter, the elder stood up and went to a cabinet that was kept in the room. Lin Mu had not paid much attention to this cabinet before, but when the elder opened its door, he felt the spirit chi fluctuations coming from them. The elder then placed the letter in the center of the cabinet and closed the door. He placed his hand on a pattern that was carved on the top of it and closed his eyes. Strong waves of spirit chi emanated from the elder, and his full aura was released. This was the first time Lin Mu was feeling the aura of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Still, while it was quite strong, it felt minuscule to Lin Mu as he couldn't help but compare it with old man Jiang Wei's aura. He didn't even bother comparing it with senior Zukong, as that would be ridiculous. The pattern carved on the cabinet glowed, and then suddenly Lin Mu felt the spatial fluctuations coming from it. "Is that a..." Lin Mu muttered. "Yes, that's a teleportation formation," Zukong confirmed. Lin Mu nodded as an idea came to his mind. He continued watching and focused on the spatial ripples that were spreading in the area. Wherever the ripples went, Lin Mu felt as if layer upon layer were revealed. These layers were nothing but the fabric of space. Lin Mu could sense a mass of energy coming from the cabinet and traveling through the spatial fabric while creating a path. It was not traveling in a straight path, but rather a very complex and winding one. Seeing its speed, Lin Mu was a bit surprised. "Is a teleportation formation really this slow?" Lin Mu asked. "It's a low-grade one and is being manually activated. It hasn't even sent the letter yet. Right now, it's only forming a spatial transmission channel," Zukong informed. The elder kept pouring his spirit chi into the formation for about 2 minutes before he stopped. The pattern carved on the cabinet continued glowing even after the elder lifted his hand from it. Lin Mu could feel the mass of energy getting farther and farther away from the courtyard. Chapter 337, Thief. Sensing that the teleportation channel will take a while to form completely, Lin Mu decided to see the rest of the courtyard. He still hadn't seen the bride to be Yi Jin. Lin Mu had already sensed where all of the disciples were, thus he went to the disciple quarters again. This time, his destination was a room that was separated from the other rooms. This one was also quite big than others and had a small attached garden of its own. One could tell that it belonged to someone that had a higher status than the other people in the courtyard. Lin Mu had sensed that there was a single person that was living here, and they were in the room. Lin Mu got near the section and entered the ground to sneak in. A blink later, he was right below the room. He used his spirit sense to verify that everything was safe before deciding to take a peek. The person in the room was cultivating like most of the other people. Lin Mu saw a beautiful-looking woman sitting in a meditative pose with her eyes closed. She had a gentle beauty and was one of the most beautiful people that Lin Mu had seen. Still, he couldn't help but compare it with the other women he had seen till now that were beautiful. Hai Wen had a mature and sleek beauty, while Duan Qi was colder and fierce. Comparing to those to Lin Mu find her to be a bit lacking, but he didn't know why. This was pure appreciation on his part, but he didn't think much of it. I guess that's it," Lin Mu thought in his mind and went back into the ground. The elder that was sitting in the other room should be her father, Yi Deng. He is indeed quite strong compared to the others that I've seen. Lin Mu muttered to himself as he traveled through the ground. Lin Mu sensed the teleportation channel and found that it had gone quite far now, almost beyond the city's limits. He wouldn't have been able to tell this if it were not for the spatial sensing ability of the mysterious ring. It was now that Lin Mu had an idea pop in his mind. If I follow that teleportation channel, will it lead me to the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect eventually? Lin Mu wondered. If you are able to keep up with its speed, then yes. But know this, even if it looks slow now, it will randomly speed up depending on the structure of the spatial fabric in that region. It can travel hundreds of kilometers in the span of a second if the region is stable. The current reason for it being slow must be because of all the minor disturbances that were caused in the region because of you opening the spatial rifts, Zukong explained. Lin Mu didn't know that this was something caused by his actions as well, and was thus feeling a bit surprised. We've seen the courtyard and couldn't really find any proper clues that link the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect to the blood sacrifice. Should we leave then? Lin Mu asked. Yes, that would be for the best right now, Zukong advised. Yeah, I want to intercept that letter too, Lin Mu replied. The letter, You got something in your mind? Zukong asked curiously. Yes, Senior, I got that identity seal for a reason, Lin Mu answered. He then got to the wall that bordered the outer wall of the courtyard and used fade. He appeared back in the gray world, but this time could see something new here. Huh, what's that? Lin Mu questioned. Lin Mu could see a trail of black going from one point of the parallel's void to far in the distance. Wait, is it? The teleportation channel, Lin Mu realized. This is strange, Zukong said. What, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. The teleportation channel shouldn't really appear here. It's supposed to be in a different layer of the void, Zukong stated. Lin Mu went ahead and probed the black trail with his spirit sense, only to find it to be illusory. His spirit sense easily passed through it as if it were air. He then tried touching it and found the same result. So it's a trace, but not the actual teleportation channel. This is rather unique. Seems like your skill fade brings you to a much different layer of void than I first thought. No, wait, that's not it. The layer is the one that I felt, but the trail is actually being shown by the ring, Zukong analyzed. Oh, so that's how it is, Lin Mu uttered with understanding. He noted this information in his brain before continuing ahead. He had little time left in the skill's duration and had to leave quickly. He ran to a far enough location and the skill ended. Lin Mu reappeared in the real world but was stuck in an awkward position. Oh, no, Lin Mu muttered. In front of Lin Mu was an old man sleeping on a bed along with a much younger woman. They were covered with a blanket, but from the arms and legs that peeked out of the edge of the blanket, Lin Mu could tell that the woman was naked under it. I overestimated the distance, Lin Mu said, feeling a bit embarrassed. He scanned the area with his spirit sense and found that he had gone 2 houses too far and had ended up in this one. This house was also relatively big and luxurious. Lin Mu stood still and avoided making any sound. He was just about to turn around when he heard a slight groan. MMMNGH. Oh no, Lin Mu uttered under his breath. But before he could blink away. A thief, a woman shouted. Lin Mu was dressed in black clothes that covered his body fully and was even wearing a mask. It was obvious that people would think he was a thief. Damn it, Lin Mu muttered as he used blink, but then. Chapter 338, Unfortunate Conflict. Lin Mu's slammed into the wall of the house, creating a loud noise. If the scream of the woman had not woken up the people in the house, this definitely did. Damn it, what happened? Lin Mu thought as he probed the wall with his spirit sense. There were now formations active on the wall, but they were concealed inside it. They were not fully active before, and thus Lin Mu was able to use his spirit sense on them, but it seemed like the woman had activated the defensive formations. This had blocked Lin Mu from leaving the house even when he used blink in combination with phase. Suddenly, Lin M felt danger and dodged to the side. Cling. A blade was stuck inside the wall that Lin Mu was standing in front of before. He looked back and saw that the old man who had been sleeping had woken up and was the one who had thrown the blade at him. Meanwhile, the woman was standing behind the old man and had covered herself with the blanket. The old man was only standing in his underwear right now, which was a scene Lin Mu did not want to see. He quickly checked the old man's cultivation and found him to be a peak chi refining realm cultivator. But when Lin Mu did this, the old man's expression changed as he felt the spirit sense. You dare enter the house of Lord Kai, thief, the old man shouted. A second later, more people rushed in from the door of the room. Looking at their get-up, Lin Mu could tell that they were the servants and guards. Lin Mu was now stuck here due to the defensive formations. While he could use Fade to leave again, he did not want to risk repeating the same thing that he did right now. And he did not want to kill the people here either, as they had done nothing. There was no way he could explain why he was here either, as that was even more suspicious. Looking at the old man and the others who had drawn out weapons, Lin Mu knew that he would have to fight his way out. He withdrew his short sword and got ready. When I get my hands on you, you will regret ever coming here, the old man stated. Leave this to us, Lord Kai. The servants and guards spoke. Ha! One of the guards yelled as he lunged at Lin Mu, which he easily dodged. Lin Mu had already scanned all of the people here and knew their cultivation bases. Except for the old man, all of the people here were either at the mid-stage of the qi refining realm or lower. The servants were not even cultivators and were mere body refining realm commoners. Let me leave and no one will get injured. This was a mistake, Lin Mu said, trying out his luck. Ha, you dare to steal from me and speak such words. Do you think I'm stupid? The old man replied. Seems like I'll have to take the hard way today, Lin Mu muttered to himself. His eyes under the mask turned serious, and he moved at great speed. Lin Mu slapped away the few servants that had approached him with the flat end of his short sword and knocked them away. While this wouldn't kill them, it would crack some bones and leave some nasty bruises. Take this, a guard spoke as he slashed from behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu didn't even turn around. He extended his left hand to his back and caught the incoming sword in his fingers. Tilde crack tilde. Tilde shatter tilde. Then exerting a bit of strength, Lin Mu broke the sword in his hand. Seeing the ease with which Lin Mu broke the sword, the guard was shocked, and so was the old man named Lord Kai. Who are you? Lord Kai questioned. No, it can't be. Did they send you to assassinate me? Lin Mu was confused upon hearing the old man's words, but didn't pay much attention to it, as he had a few more guards coming at him. He kicked the guard, whose sword he broke, and probably broke a few ribs in the process. The guard flew back and slammed into two of the guards that were coming. Tilde crash tilde. The three guards slammed into some furniture, breaking it. Lin Mu found that he was actually feeling a bit pressured. Not because his current foes were strong or anything, but rather because he had to control his strength greatly so as to not accidentally kill them. Lin Mu had still not gained full control over his strength after reaching the peak of the body tempering realm, and with his body's 95% cells turning into Xianshan physique cells, it was taken up by a few more notches. Lin Mu did not even dare to use his spirit sense for the fear that it will cause more fatalities. He fought a few more guards and incapacitated them. Some had fallen unconscious while the rest were groaning in pain, unable to move. Seeing that his servants and guards were all taken care of, the old man was infuriated. Useless imbeciles, can't even do one thing correct, Lord Kai said before approaching Lin Mu. During the fight, he had taken an axe that was hanging on the wall and was now wielding it. He ran towards Lin Mu and swung it at him. Lin Mu's short sword and the old man's axe collided, creating a loud noise. While the old man had exerted his full force, Lin Mu had not budged from his place one bit. I told you before, stop this. I'll go away peacefully, Lin Mu said again. You think I'm a fool to believe that, the old man said before swinging the axe again. Lin Mu once again blocked it with ease and deflected it. The old man stumbled back and his back hit the bed. Who tilde chapter 339, escaping the conflict. Lord Kai took labored breaths, and it was obvious that he had exerted quite a bit of strength. The old man had amplified his strength with spirit qi, and Lin Mu had done the same, but just for defending. He didn't dare to use too much either, or the axe of the old man would have been cut in half with the short sword slashing into his body. Seeing that nothing was working, the old man gritted his teeth and held onto a pendant that he was wearing. Let's see you handle this, Lord Kai shouted. As soon as he said that, the formation lit up and small discs started forming in the air. The discs seemed to be made out of energy and glowed with a pale white color. Their numbers soon started to increase, and in a few seconds reached 100. What is that? Lin Mu muttered. Get ready to defend, that's an offensive formation, Zukong warned. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as he jumped back. Tilde Xing tilde. The place he was standing at was hit with a disc. Looking at it, one could tell that it was sharp and could easily cut someone's limbs off. Lin Mu dodged the discs, but a few of them were still able to cute him due to the sheer number of them. You won't escape now, Lord Kai taunted. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and was now seriously considering taking the old man out. He had tried giving him a chance, but this was too much. But then, suddenly, Lin Mu felt the fluctuation in the formation array. It's getting weaker, Lin Mu realized. The formation is consuming a lot of spirit chi right now, and the energy source is probably getting low now, Zhukang said. Lin Mu quickly probed the old man, and while he could tell he had depleted some of his spirit chi, it was still at 75%. Looks like the source is spirit stones rather than his own spirit chi, Lin Mu concluded. Lin Mu had now left the room he was in and was going through a long corridor. There were rooms on both sides of it, but he couldn't afford to switch his direction while all the discs attacking him. They were able to appear out of the walls, and he couldn't do much. Damn it, I didn't want to do this, Lin Mu uttered. He kept on running and got ready. Spirit chi circulated in his body and gathered in his arm. By the time he reached a large wall, he was done. Boulder collapsing fist, second form piercer. Tilde swoosh tilde. The needle-like spirit chi pierced the barrier that was placed on the wall with ease. It was this that was preventing Lin Mu from leaving the house, and while he knew he could destroy it, something like that would cause a big commotion and bring more attention to him. That's what he was intending to avoid, but now he had no choice. The needle exploded the wall after it entered it and opened up a 7-feet-wide hole in it. Lin Mu could see the outside area with it and was now free to leave. What, how? Lord Kai yelled in shock. Lin Mu paid no attention to him and blinked away. A few tens of blinks later, he had gone far away from the site of the incident and was now in his courtyard. Lin Mu took a breath of relief after reaching the room. He quickly changed from the black robes he was wearing into his normal clothes. I made a mistake using fade there, Lin Mu stated with a little resignation. While you did make a mistake, it is completely fine. You will make a lot of mistakes. What is important you learn from them, Zhukang advised. I understand, Senior, Lin Mu appreciated. While Lin Mu had escaped the entire conflict, the people who were involved in it were still in shock. Back at Lord Kai's house, there were a lot of city guards standing around while a few were checking the nearby areas. The people that lived in the neighborhood were awake due to the loud explosion too, and some were out checking it themselves, while a few had sent out their servants. The disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect had heard the explosion too, and were a bit disturbed due to it. They came to check out as well and approached the guards who were currently talking with Lord Kai. What happened here? Tai Dan questioned with a fierce face. The cultivation session of a lot of disciples was interrupted due to the explosion, and they were pissed due to it. The guards saw the uniform of the disciples and immediately became alert. Seniors, there was an attempted robbery in Lord Kai's house, the guard explained while cupping his hands in greeting. A robbery? Did they catch the thief? Pei Lao, who had come with Tai Dan, asked. No, these imbeciles can't even do their jobs and let that wretched thief escape, Lord Kai uttered with spite. The thief escaped, uttered the senior brother, as he scanned the house of Lord Kai with his spirit sense. Defensive, barrier, offensive disc, and restrictive formations, the senior brother accurately stated. Lord Kai was surprised by this and finally took a closer look at the disciple that was in front of him. He had not clearly paid attention to them as he was too bothered by the thief escaping, but now that he saw the patter of the peony flower over 3 cauldrons, he recognized them. Ah, disciples of Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, forgive my misbehavior, Lord Kai said in a calm tone as he cupped his hands in a salute as well. He had heard that the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect were in the city, but this was his first time meeting him, though he had heard that they had visited his establishment. It is fine, the senior brother stated as he waved his hand. What I'm more interested in is how a thief was able to get away despite all these formations. Even a core condensation realm cultivator would have a hard time. Chapter 340, Lord Kai's Suspicion. Lord Kai nodded his head in agreement. He was also wondering the same thing and couldn't figure out the cultivation base of the thief. Him being able to easily break through the formation like that and exploding a wall was not something he would have ever imagined. So what did he steal? Or rather, what did he come to steal? Pei Lao asked again. That is what I am unsure about too. When I discovered him, he was in my bedroom and was standing quite close to me. I have no idea how he got inside in the first place, despite the alarming formations. We couldn't find what he came to steal either, Lord Kai answered. Senior brother, to get past these formations, one would need special spirit tools. Tai Dan spoke. Indeed, and he says the thief did not steal anything either. Perhaps his aim was something else. The senior brother replied and looked at Lord Kai with a knowing look. I had that thought as well, but the strange thing is, not one of my servants or guards were killed, even if they were injured, Lord Kai answered. What, even after you attacked him? Tai Dan questioned, feeling doubtful. Yes, we attacked him with the intention to kill, and he still did not act according to that, Lord Kai answered. That is a strange kind of a thief, Tai Dan said, feeling confused. Well, there was one thing he said which I did not believe back then, Lord Kai stated. And what was that? The senior brother inquired with raised brows. He said that it was a mistake, and if we let him leave, no one would get hurt, the old man replied. A thief with morals, huh? Pei Lao chuckled. No, it is not like that, senior brother said while shaking his head. Do you think there could be some other reason, senior brother? Pei Lao asked. It is a bit unlikely, but I think the thief actually made a mistake. It's possible that his target was not that house, but rather something else, senior brother responded. How can a thief make a mistake about robbing the wrong house? Tai Dan wondered. What if he was not a thief? This time Lord Kai spoke. Not a thief? What do you mean? Do you perhaps have some suspicions? The senior brother questioned. In response to this, Lord Kai looked around and saw all the people that were intently listening. Seniors, it would be better if we discuss this someplace else. The information is a bit sensitive, Lord Kai said in a low voice. The senior brother raised his brows, but then nodded. All right, that would be acceptable, the senior brother agreed. If you all are fine with it then, I'd like to invite you all to spend some time at my establishment. I guarantee you will enjoy your time, Lord Kai said in a slightly elated tone. Oh, and what is your establishment? Senior brother questioned. I am the owner of the alluring Wisteria Pavilion. I believe seniors have been there, Lord Kai said in almost a whisper. The disciples' eyes went wide as they had not expected this old man to be the owner of a pleasure pavilion. Tilde coughed tilde. I believe that would be fine, the senior brother said while Tai Dan and Pei Lao nodded. Please come with me, seniors, said Lord Kai before ordering. Get the carriage, you imbeciles. Lin Mu, meanwhile, was sitting in his room. He was trying to sense the teleportation channel again and could not feel it anymore. Seems like it has gotten quite far, Lin Mu said. It should be connected fully soon. If you want to do something, you need to act quick, Zhukong stated. Lin Mu nodded and then took out some paper from his ring. He had bought a lot of things today, and this was one of them, which he had not expected to be using so quickly. The paper was of a similar quality compared to the one that the disciple Quan Hong had written. Lin Mu had read the contents of the letter and still remembered them. He started writing the content of that letter while changing some of the parts of it. Namely, the part about the disciples and the junior elder Fa Xiu not reaching the city. He changed the parts where it said that they were missing, and no news of them was known. Lin Mu had to write a bit slowly as he was trying to imitate the handwriting of Quan Hong. Lin Mu himself was not that skilled in writing, and using his hand to do it seemed a bit awkward to him. It is so much easier to write using my spirit sense, Lin Mu muttered. Unknowingly, Lin Mu's control over his spirit sense had gotten better than his handwriting. Well, there are spirit tools that are specially made for writing too, Zhukong added. Lin Mu nodded his head and made a note of acquiring one in the future if he so got the chance. A few minutes later, he was done writing and melted some wax in a heating cup over the candle. He then poured it on the letter's edge before stamping it with the identity seal he had stolen from Quan Hong's room. The wax cooled, and just as this was done, Lin Mu felt something. "It's happening," he uttered as he shot up. Lin Mu appeared on the top of the roof and looked around. Soon, he felt a few spatial fluctuations appearing. "The letter should pass soon. I can feel it," Lin Mu said before he jumped down and went in the direction of where he felt it could be. He was running on the roofs when he soon spotted the small black dots appearing the area. They seemed to be arranged in a random pattern, but Lin Mu could sense the teleportation channel that was linking them. The black dots were nothing but the weaker points in the channel. A couple of minutes later, he had found the perfect spot. Chapter 341, Fake Letter. Lin Mu was now standing near a place that he had avoided that very afternoon. It was none other than the alluring Wisteria Pavilion. He peeked at its entrance and saw that there was no decrease in the number of people coming and going. "This will be a bit tough," Lin Mu said to himself. He was a bit unwilling to use this location as there were a lot of people here, but on the other hand, the spatial channel here was at the perfect place. If he went a bit too far, there was a chance the letter may pass through before he got it. "You should be able to change it a bit if you try it. You have a bit of experience with using the spatial attribute Qi, so use that and try to perceive the changes in the teleportation channel," Zhukang advised. "All right, Senior, I'll try that," Lin Mu said while nodding. He then found a different location that was a bit isolated, but also had one of the black dots located in it. This place was in between a tree and a street stall. The stall was closed, and no one was there currently, making it easy for Lin Mu to hide. He extended his hand over the black dot and focused. He was not using his spirit sense, but rather his spatial sense. It was much more difficult for him to use it, but after a minute he felt like he was able to get a grasp over something. It was a thin layer that existed in front of him, but it was immaterial. He started using the spirit Qi in his dantian and powered the ring with it, before forcibly changing the path of the teleportation channel. Tilde ha tilde. Lin Mu grunted as sweat dripped down from his forehead. This had taken a toll on his mind, but he did not dare to lose focus even for a second. Finally, a minute later the black dot started expanding and opened up into a rift. "I did it," Lin Mu said with excitement. He looked at the spatial rift and found it to be relatively stable. But when he looked at his dantian, he was a bit surprised. It had taken him nearly 50 drops of liquid spirit Qi to forcibly change the path of the teleportation channel. This was even higher than when he forcibly put that servant into the ring, which now that he thought of it, he needed to dispose of. You should be able to reduce the consumption once your proficiency increases," Zhukang said upon seeing the results. Lin Mu nodded and turned his eyes back to the spatial rift. He closed his eyes and could feel something approaching fast from the teleportation channel. Lin Mu put his hand inside the rift and caught the object in his hand. He pulled it out and opened his eyes. "Ha ha ha, I got it," Lin Mu said before putting the letter into his ring. He then withdrew the fake letter that he had written and put that into the spatial rift instead. Lin Mu then willed it, and the spatial rift started closing. A few seconds later it was gone and no traces of it could be found. "Finally, it is done," Lin Mu said. The idea to replace the letter with a fake one had come to Lin Mu after remembering how he had taken the 4 vessels restoration pills from the mayor and had put a small stone in it back then. He had seen the letter that the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect had sent the mayor, and it was mentioned in it that the mayor had claimed to have received a stone instead of the pills. This confirmed it for Lin Mu that objects that were traveling through a teleportation channel could be relapsed and that they will still reach their intended location. Another thing was that he no longer felt sad at having stolen the 4 vessels restoration pills from the mayor, seeing how he was involved in the blood sacrifice. In fact, if he got the chance again, he would do it again. Now to rest for a bit. Today was a long day, Lin Mu said as he started to go back. He was passing over the roofs when he spotted someone below. Lin Mu abruptly stopped and almost fell down, but was able to gain control of his balance. "The man from that house," Lin Mu said, after seeing the old man called Lord Kai below. He was entering the building, which was none other than the alluring wisteria pavilion. He could see that the women there were quite excited upon seeing the old man, and even the workers that were from the establishment had come out to greet him. Lin Mu could not hear what they were talking about clearly, but the old man was speaking something. Lord Kai pointed to a carriage that was standing to the side and whispered something in the ears of the manager who had walked from the alluring wisteria pavilion. Then Lin Mu saw the door of the carriage open, and out walked none other than the 3 disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, which he had hidden from inside a rock just an hour ago. What are they doing here? That too with the old man, Lin Mu wondered. He then thought over it a bit and realized that it could be something related to the incident he had caused earlier. That explosion was quite loud, and the stronghold of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect was only 2 blocks from that house. Lin Mu deliberated over it for a bit before deciding to check it out, regardless. But he knew that he would not be able to use the disguise he used before. Lin Mu used phase and sank through the building he was standing on top of like a stone in water. He entered the grounds and went near the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect and Lord Kai. Luckily, they were not checking everything with their spirit sense, or they would have detected him being right below them. Let's see what they are here for. Chapter 342, Entering the Alluring Wisteria Pavilion. Lin Mu didn't have a hard time listening to the conversation of Lord Kai and the disciples of Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, though he was a bit anxious about being found out. "Seniors, please come in and we'll discuss more about the situation. I hope my establishment and its people will serve you well," Lord Kai said before taking the 3 disciples inside. As soon as Lin Mu heard this, he knew he had to listen to what they were going to talk about. "I stole the seal from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect and also killed one of their disciples. I need to know what they are going to discuss," Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu waited for them to enter the building before moving away. He had tried to go in directly using phase, but found it to be impossible. "They got barrier formations here too. I'm considering it belongs to that Lord Kai, it makes sense," Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu was a bit reluctant to go in, but knew that it would be necessary as he wanted to know what kind of a risk he was in. He went to an alley to the side and came out of the ground. He straightened his clothes and ensured that he looked fine. He didn't want to give away that he was the thief in any way. "Ah, it's that young lord," suddenly someone shouted when Lin Mu got near the building. Then he felt his arm being squished between something soft and felt it to be a bit familiar. "Looks like young lord finally made up his mind," said the woman who had caught Lin Mu before. Tilda gulped Tilda. Lin Mu looked at the lascivious-looking woman and gulped his saliva. The voice of his mother appeared in his mind once again, but he was able to reassure him that he was here for a proper investigation. "Oh ho, why doesn't the young lord say anything? Do you not want to play with this little sister?" spoke the woman. "What little sister? You are probably twice as old as me," Lin Mu said in his mind. All right," Lin Mu uttered in a low voice. "Yay, Junner, I'm taking this young lord in. You take the next one," the woman said to another woman who was standing nearby. "No fair, Yue. I want to take this young lord too, he's so handsome. Heh. The woman named Junner spoke in a flirty tone. Lin Mu felt the hair on the back of his neck stand as he heard the coy voice of Junner. "Dangerous, these women are absolutely dangerous," Lin Mu said in his mind. "Ahaha, look at you getting flustered. I thought humans were a bit more bold than this," Zukong teased. "Well, if it's fine with the young lord, you can join too, Tilda, Yue spoke, while stroking the chest of Lin Mu. "Ooh, I'm fine with just you," Lin Mu uttered awkwardly. Lin Mu definitely did not want another person clinging to him, as it would make it only more difficult for himself. He had already made up a plan in his mind to get rid of this woman named Yue that was clinging to him right now. "All right, then let's go in, Tilda," Yue said while dragging Lin Mu into the pavilion. Inside, Lin Mu could smell the aroma of the various perfumes that the women here were wearing. There were incense censers placed in multiple places that also gave out a calming scent. Lin Mu felt as if his eyes were getting dull. This is nice, Lin Mu muttered as his eyes turned a bit glazed. The woman named Yue looked at his face with a seductive smile on her face. She started letting her hand wander on his chest when suddenly, terror filled her body. At first, she couldn't tell where it was coming from, but then she looked in the eyes of Lin Mu. The eyes, which were dull and glazed a moment ago, were now fierce and sharp. Lin Mu's eyes made contact with Yue's, and she felt a pain inside her mind. It was as if thousands of swords were flying around in Lin Mu's eyes, and they would shoot out at any moment. But then a second passed, and everything went to normal. Hu tilde. Yue's breathing became a bit labored, as she reeled in from the fear that she had just felt. This boy, he's not simple, Yue thought. Damn, I almost got drugged, Lin Mu uttered in his mind. Indeed, that incense that is burning in the entire building has some kind of a drug mixed in. It dulls your sense and thinking, making you prone to reckless decisions. This is something that's used quite a lot in establishments like these, Zhukang explained. But isn't this too strong? Won't the other people notice and be bothered by it? Lin Mu asked. This is your first time coming in contact with it. That's why you felt the impact to be this strong. Most of the people here are habituated to it and would barely feel any effects, Zhukang answered. Good that I used Severing Heart Sutra fast enough, Lin Mu thought to himself. That's not all, your physique that has nearly become Xianshan also helped you. Once it completely becomes a Xianshan physique, your resistance to poisons and drugs like this should rise, Zhukang added. Lin Mu internally nodded this and took note of this point. He looked at the woman who was clinging to him and realized for the first time that she actually was a person with 7th stage body tempering realm cultivation. That's a bit unexpected, Lin Mu muttered. What's unexpected, young lord? Yue asked upon hearing his words. Since she was stuck so close to him, it was easy to hear whatever that he spoke. In fact, she had heard him chant the Severing Heart Sutra too, but due to the fear she felt at that moment, her mind had not registered that. Lin Mu thought for a moment before deciding to speak. You being at the 7th stage body tempering realm, Lin Mu replied. Chapter 343, Uniqueness of the Pavilion. Yue's eyes flickered for a moment, but she was able to control her emotions well and did not show anything on her face. Indeed, the young lord is perspective and his cultivation is profound, Yue said while skillfully dodging the question. Lin Mu did not say anything further and took a look at the rest of the things in the building. Seeing that he did not deny her words, Yue confirmed that Lin Mu was a cultivator. I thought he was one of the rich young masters seeing his clothes, but he's actually a cultivator, Yue thought. While it was not uncommon for there to be cultivators coming to the alluring Wisteria Pavilion, this was the first time Yue was seeing one that was this young. Looking at him, she could tell that he was somewhere between 17 to 20, but then from his shy behavior, she was confused again. The pressure that she had felt from him was also quite a lot than she had ever felt from other cultivators. She had once even had the chance to serve a core condensation realm cultivator, and even he did not have the same bearing that this young man had. It can't be. Is he perhaps a disciple of a sect? Yue thought. She had seen their owner bring the 3 disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect here a few minutes ago, and she couldn't help but compare Lin Mu with them. While they seemed to be young, they did not seem to have the same aura as Lin Mu either. The more Yue thought about it, the more she found Lin Mu to be an enigma. Better to just serve him well and learn it eventually. Perhaps I'll even get some reward, Yue thought to herself while she guided Lin Mu to the inner area. There they came to a stop in front of a desk. An old fat lady was sitting behind the desk, and she seemed to be counting gold coins one by one. There were probably a few hundred of them kept on the table along with some silver ones as well. If such a display of gold coins was done somewhere else, the people would have been throwing some covetous gazes. Lin Mu's gaze wandered over to them as well, but no hint of greed or anxiety could be seen. Yue was closely watching him, and seeing his reaction confirmed her doubts. He is indeed no common young master from the city, Yue concluded. Madam, I've brought this young lord today, Yue said in a happy tone. The old fat woman who was counting the coins looked up, and a crooked smile appeared on her face. Some of her teeth were old and mottled, which made the smile only look that much strange, though Lin Mu was surprised due to something else. This old woman is a cultivator, too. She's at the mid-stage of the qi refining realm. Lin Mu realized upon sensing the faint fluctuations of spirit qi from her. Ah, you've brought quite a handsome young lord here today. So what would the young lord like today? The madam asked. Lin Mu tilted his head in confusion, as he didn't really know what they meant by that. Yue grasped this and quickly interrupted. Young lord, we have some exquisite food that I guarantee would like it. We also have some of the finest wines of the county. And, if you want entertainment, you always have me tilde, Yue said in a coy voice. Huh, food. I can go with that. I can have some more dinner, I guess, Lin Mu said. For Lin Mu, eating was really not something that limited him. He could eat whenever he wanted and as much as he wanted. He still didn't know what his limit truly was. Then I'll send some of our finest dishes to the room. Would the young lord like more of our girls to accompany him in? The old woman asked. No, just Yue would be fine, Lin Mu answered. Yea, young lord called me by my name. He tilde, Yue spoke with excitement as he rubbed her chest against Lin Mu's arm even more, which only made him blush even more. The two of them then went to one of the rooms was located in the western wing of the pavilion. On the way, Lin Mu was scanning the entire place with his spirit sense. He saw that there were actually hundreds of people in the building right now. Most of them were enjoying the company of the women here, and some were involved in a certain art, which made Lin Mu quickly divert his spirit sense from there. But out of all the rooms he scanned, he didn't find any cultivators, only some commoners in the body refining realm. If they are not here, then, Lin Mu thought as he turned his head to the eastern wing. Yue saw his attention change, and she followed his gaze. Oh, does the young lord want to go to the eastern wing? But I thought you didn't want the company of more of my sisters, Yue asked. Lin Mu's spirit sense was only able to reach the outermost building of the eastern wing, and he realized that it could not penetrate it. There are barriers here too. Seems like the eastern wing has more security, Lin Mu thought. Ah yes, Lin Mu answered Yue, seeing she had asked him something. Lin Mu lightly shook his head and continued walking. Yue too gave up and simply took him to the room that was assigned to him. The western wing was made in a curved shape, where its one end met the other end of the eastern wing. If one looked at it from the above, one would see that the entire alluring wisteria pavilion was shaped like a wisteria blossom. The eastern and western wing met to form the petal of the blossom. In the center of the two wings was the corridor, and there were gardens on both sides of it. There were incense censers placed around here as well, with some hanging from the roof. They finally reached the room, and it was the one that was at the midpoint, where the eastern and western wings met. This should make it a bit easy, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Chapter 344, Willing to Serve the Young Lord. Yue opened the door of the room that was assigned to them, and Lin Mu finally saw the insides of it. The room was rather elegantly decorated, having some paintings and flowers placed around. There were even some expensive celadon vases kept on the shelves. There was a large lamp that hung in the center of the room that had 3 layers and spread out wide. The lamp was made with polished brass and shone under the flicker of the flames. There was a skylight on the other parts of the room, and the moon could be seen through it. The skylights were made of wooden grills that had the patterns of vines and flowers carved on them. There was another attached room to this one, and Lin Mu scanned it with his spirit sense, only to find there to be a large bed there. In fact, half of the entire floor of the room was actually a bed. In the main room, though, a low table was placed on the ground and soft cushions embroidered with wisteria blossoms were placed for the people to sit on. While this room was not as luxurious as the one that was given to him by Loud High, it was still comparable, just that it had a different feel to it. The one that he lived in was more homely, while this was something one would like for a couple of days perhaps, but after that, they may get bored of it. "Please, young lord, take a seat. The food will be here shortly, and then we can have some fun tilde, Yue said while gesturing with her hands. Lin Mu went ahead and sat down without showing any change of expression. He realized that he was now getting used to the actions and behavior of Yue. While sitting down, Lin Mu discreetly moved his hand across his clothes as if he was straightening them. Yue did not pay much attention to it and sat down beside Lin Mu. "So, young lord, would you give me the honor of knowing your name?" Yue questioned with a glimmer in her eyes. The light of the lamps reflected off of her irises and made them look more attractive. She tilted her shoulders slightly, which made the short robe she was wearing to shift and reveal her bare shoulders even more. Perhaps if the robe shifted anymore, it may just fall off completely. Tilde gulped tilde. "I am Mu Lin." Lin Mu gave the same name that he had given the guards before. He had already talked with Lord Hai before, and he agreed with Lin Mu's decision of using a different name. Wu Hai even said that if everything went well, he will give the fake name for the tournament as well. This way the people will have less chance of knowing who he was. "Ah, such a beautiful name. The young lord is indeed a jade that everyone would admire." "One," Yue said, praising Lin Mu. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Mu replied. "Indeed," Yue said with a big smile on her face as she nodded her head. Tilde slide tilde. The door of the room was slid open, and another woman walked. "The food is here," Yue exclaimed. The woman who had walked in kneeled on the ground and gave a bow to Lin Mu before calling for the food. "Bring the dishes in," she said. Then, upon her command, a string of servants walked in carrying a lot of dishes in trays. Even the servants that were bringing in the food were beautiful women, but were a few notches low compared to the courtesans like Yue. But even they gave Lin Mu seductive glances while putting the trays down on the table, and bent enough to make sure that Lin Mu got to view the deep valleys that they all had. Lin Mu politely turned his eyes away and instead focused on the food that they had brought in. There were nearly 30 dishes currently in front of Lin Mu, and all of them looked good. The ones that were aromatic gave out a tantalizing aroma that stimulated one's taste buds and increased their appetite. The ones that were cold had an impeccable presentation and made one admire it as if it were art. Yue picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a small piece of steamed fish from one of the plates before taking it to Lin Mu's face. "Young lord say ay, Yue said. Lin Mu felt a bit awkward at this, but seeing that Yue was getting closer to his clothes, he suppressed the feeling and opened his mouth. Yue gently put the morsel of fish in Lin Mu's mouth, and Lin Mu closed it, chewing it a few times. This is indeed quite delicious," Lin Mu truthfully said. While Lin Mu had been eating roasted spirit beast meat all this time, he had kind of become used to it and was bored. But that was the easiest method for him to prepare a large amount of meat, and thus had no choice. Now that he was tasting some actually good food that was made by skillful chefs, he was of course amazed. Still, if one compared the value of the spirit beast meat that he ate daily and these dishes, they would not compare. The spirit beast meat that he ate was at least 10 times more expensive than this. In reality, perhaps only the cultivation sects could afford to feed their disciples spirit beast meat every day. Besides, hunting spirit beast was actually not as easy as it was for Lin Mu. He had a big advantage due to his skills, which allowed him to approach and kill spirit beasts covertly. But now Lin Mu wondered about one thing: what was this going to cost him? Ever since he had walked into the alluring wisteria pavilion, he had not paid a single cent. Do they not take payment or something? Lin Mu wondered in his mind. "I'm happy that the young lord is satisfied by our food," the woman who had brought in the food thanked. Lin Mu looked at them and saw that they had not left the room yet. Even the servants were looking at him with expectant gazes. Yue noticed Lin Mu's confusion and helped. Would the young lord prefer if these sisters accompanied him for the night? They are willing to serve the young lord, Yue said. Chapter 345, Forget This. Lin Mu's mind went blank for a second after hearing the words of the woman. He looked at their faces, and they were looking at him hungrily. Tilda gulped Tilda. No, I'm fine with just Yue, Lin Mu stated after building up a little bit of courage. The servants all had crestfallen and teary expressions after hearing Lin Mu say that. Lin Mu even felt bad in his heart and hesitated a bit. He was about to say something when his mind suddenly became alert. Wait, why am I acting like this? Why do I care about these servants? Lin Mu questioned himself. Looks like you finally understood, Zukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Wah, Lin Mu was going to ask, but then realized it himself. The food, it's drugged too, Lin Mu shouted in his mind. Now Lin Mu was no longer feeling pity for the servants, rather he was feeling angry. It was fine at first, since the incense that was drugged was for everyone that visited the alluring Wisteria Pavilion, but now this was specifically targeting him. A few suspicious points appeared in Lin Mu's mind. These people had not asked him for any payment, and yet were offering all these services. He couldn't help but realize that their motive behind drugging him was for nothing good. Thin red veins appeared in Lin Mu's eyes as his aura changed. The awkward expression that was on his face was changing. Yue was sitting the closest to Lin Mu and could sense all the changes. She had served plenty of cultivators, and while she wasn't one, she was not unfamiliar to spirit chi. If it were not for her inability to get a cultivation technique, she could even be said to have an above-average talent for cultivation. She sensed the changes in Lin Mu and twisted her neck to look at him. Eek, Yue had almost let out a cry, but immediately calmed her mouth shut. A dangerous aura was leaking out of Lin Mu, and Yue could see his eyes. She didn't know what had happened, but she was not feeling as inclined to serve this boy anymore. She traced his gaze and saw that he was looking at the servants. The servants, meanwhile, were still kneeling on the floor, but a big difference could be seen this time. The servants there, in pain, Yue realized, seeing their expressions. The servants could not move and were frozen in their positions. Beads of sweat dripped off their foreheads as their clothes stuck to their body. Some of them that were a bit stronger could even be seen shivering, while the others were simply petrified in terror. The leading servant who had brought the food was sitting upright, and the pain could be seen in her eyes that had gone red with tears dripping down the corners. Young lord, Yue said with hesitation. Tilda gulped Tilda. PL, please. I beg for forgiveness if we've offended you in any manner, Yue spoke while her hands trembled. She could find the courage in her to touch Lin Mu either, or she would have held onto his legs and begged him even more. Tame your mind, Zukong suddenly said. Lin Mu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Gently chanting some words in a low voice, he dispelled the anger that had clouded his mind. The Burning Heart Sutra. It's still not fully controllable, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu opened his eyes upon hearing the sound of someone falling, and saw that some of the servants had collapsed on the ground after the aura had been lifted off them. Tilda sobbed Tilda. Tilda sniffed Tilda. The ones that were weaker had directly fainted, while the stronger ones were now crying, unable to hold back anymore. Begone, Lin Mu ordered and turned his gaze away from them to focus on the food instead. He paid no more attention to them, and the servants felt this. From the presence that he exuded, Yue could tell that they were nothing but dirt to him, and that they had perhaps overstepped their boundaries. But she still could not find the reason behind the boy's anger. No way can it be, Yue suddenly thought of something. She looked at the food and calmly picked up some of the rice and ate it. A few seconds after she swallowed it, though, she understood the reason. Damn it, these bitches. Acting without knowing who the customer is, now they've ruined it for me too, Yue thought with anger in her eyes. She stood up and kicked the leading servant on her head. Go away, did you not hear the young lord? Yue ordered. Yes, mistress. The leading servant stuttered and dragged herself out. The other servants who were crying pulled out the 3 that had fainted as well. Know this. The owner will hear of this insolence you've done, Yue said while giving the leading servant a look of despise. She then closed the door and sat beside Lin Mu again. Young lord, she whispered into Lin Mu's ear. Lin Mu tensed up for a bit as her breath tickled his ear. Yue will do her best to please you tonight for the blunder that happened, she said, and trailed her finger across his neck. So please, forget this tilde, she muttered while her hand traveled down Lin Mu's body. Eek. The chopstick Lin Mu was using broke in his hands as Yue flinched. He looked into her eyes and spoke a few words. No, forget this, he stated. Wah, before Yue could ask, she felt her mind going dull, and then she fainted. Seeing that the woman was fully knocked out, Lin Mu stopped chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and sighed. The night just keeps on getting worse. Perhaps I should have just returned to the courtyard directly, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu was originally going to use the memory confounding powder to knock out Yue, but seeing that the situation would only get out of control, he simply used the Severing Heart Sutra. At least I learned a new use of the Severing Heart Sutra. Tip, you can use left, right, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 346, Lord Kai is threatened. Lin Mu was moving Yue to the inner room and left her on the bed. He understood from her previous reaction that what had happened was perhaps not her fault entirely, and it was most likely the servants acting on their own so as to convince him to bed them. Lin Mu could understand their intentions behind this a bit, and knew that this was just a method for them to elevate their status a little bit. Another sigh escaped Lin Mu's lips as he felt a headache approaching him. Let's just get this over with. I've already wasted quite a bit of time, Lin Mu muttered to himself. His spirit sense extended out of his body and wandered out in the area. Since his room was adjacent to the eastern wing, Lin Mu was able to reach around half of the length of the wing. Still, he was unable to peek into the rooms due to the barriers that had been set up. But Lin Mu was not looking to peek inside to verify their identity. Rather, he was looking at other signs. A few seconds later, he determined the room in which the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect and Lord Kai were sitting in. And how he found them, shoes. Lin Mu spotted the shoes that they had removed outside the room and could recognize them to match with the uniform of the disciples. There they are, Lin Mu said as he sank into the ground with phase. He was able to move rather easily as there was no bottom barrier restricting him. Lin Mu soon reached the room, and it was as he had expected. So they really didn't bother to put a barrier to protect them from the ground, Lin Mu saw. Of course, just them setting up these many barriers must have been expensive. Besides, they probably would not have expected that someone would come through the ground anyway, Zhukong explained. Lin Mu nodded as his spirit sense entered the room from a corner. He very carefully checked the entire room and got its layout. The room was much bigger than the one he was assigned to, and it actually had 5 separate inner bedrooms in it. There was a long table placed in the main room, and the 3 disciples were sitting at it with Lord Kai. Around 10 servants and courtesans were serving them, while the disciples took plenty of liberties with them. Lin Mu could see their hands wandering and groping, while the women said nothing and instead showed looks of pleasure. Now to hear what they are speaking, Lin Mu muttered to himself. He moved upwards and appeared inside a large decoration shelf that was kept in the room. His ear peeked out from the back side of it that faced the wall. The Peak Master would definitely like to discuss an investment, and seeing the quality here, the senior brother spoke. Aya, the courtesan uttered in a teasing voice as the hand of the senior brother gripped her behind. Yes, yes. With the Peak Master's investment, I can assure you that the quality of service can be improved even more, Lord Kai replied, skillfully ignoring the women. What do you want as the profit share to be, though? The senior brother asked without moving his gaze from the courtesan. How can I dare to ask the Peak Master something like this? We'll just follow the other contracts that the Peak Master has with the pleasure pavilions, Lord Kai said shamelessly. The senior brother nodded. So now that we have this behind us, Tell us what you were unwilling to say back then, Pei Lao questioned. Lord Kai looked at the women, and they all stood up immediately before leaving the room. He then gestured with his hand, and formation runes appeared in the runes. They glowed for a moment before fading away. Now we should have some proper privacy, Lord Kai stated as he clapped his hands. Oh, these are impressive formations. Looks like Lord Kai spared no expense for this establishment, Tai Dan praised. Of course, I want to make a pleasure pavilion of the utmost level that is possible for this place. Another reason why I want the support of a great man like Peak Master Yi Deng. Lord Kai boot-licked. So Yi Deng is actually a Peak Master. Wait, didn't the mayor have a conflict with a Peak Master according to the letter I read back then? Lin Mu thought. It could be another Peak Master. Usually, in sects there are multiple departments that may be assigned to different peaks. It's likely for this elder to be the Peak Master of another peak. Zhukong explained. I understand, Senior, Lin Mu replied as he continued hearing their conversation. But just as he was doing this, he realized something. Oh no, the formation that he activated trapped me in here too. I can't go out unless the formation is deactivated, Lin Mu said in his mind. Just hide well, and you should be able to get away easily, Zhukong said, calming Lin Mu down. Lin Mu silently nodded and continued listening. I wonder if seniors have heard of a certain group of people that have been causing a few incidents lately, Lord Kai questioned. Which specific group are you talking about? Perhaps you mean by the disappearance of the mercenaries and some people, the senior brother replied. Yes, seniors are indeed well informed. You see, this particular group has had a couple of interactions with me, Lord Kai revealed. The expressions of the three disciples went serious, and so did Lin Mu's. Is he part of the Gu Legion too? Lin Mu wondered. And what is your involvement with this particular group? And before you say it, know that we already have orders from the sect to capture or exterminate if anyone from that particular group is found, the senior brother threatened. These words of the senior brother confused Lin Mu, as he had thought that they were involved with the Gu Legion too. Tilda gulped Tilda. Oh, of course not. My involvement with them is of a victim's seniors. They have been threatening me, you see, Lord Kai explained. Chapter 347, No Need to Pay. Lin Mu's ears perked up after hearing that Lord Kai was threatened. To be honest, he had not expected it to be something like this. From what Lin Mu had seen and experienced, till now the Gu Legion usually killed their foes directly instead of threatening. Still, this did not lift Lin Mu's suspicion, and he wondered if Lord Kai was lying to save his own hide. What exactly happened? Tell us in detail, the senior brother asked. Well, as seniors know, my alluring Wisteria Pavilion is the topmost pleasure pavilion in the county, and thus makes a decent amount of revenue. Not only that, but due to our clientele, we also have some good connections. This is what the Gu Legion desires. They were threatening me to give them half of the share of the alluring Wisteria Pavilion, that too without any payment. The audacity. They threatened me with dire consequences and even acted on it a while ago. Some of my servant girls have disappeared in the past few weeks. We were unsure of it as servant girls do run away from time to time, but this was far too many of them. Still, as long as it's just servant girls, I'm fine with it. They're easily replaceable. But what I cannot bear are my courtesans. These women have been trained for a long time, and a lot of resources have been poured into them. As you must have seen, all of our courtesans are 5th stage of the body tempering realm and above. This allows our more affluent clientele, such as cultivators, to freely enjoy them. Any weaker and the women would break from time to time. Thus you can see the costs. Still, tonight when I saw the thief that appeared in my house, I think he was one of the members of the Gu Legion. His clothes were the same as the ones that they wear, but the mask he wore was a bit different. I thought that the Gu Legion finally could not hold back and sent someone to assassinate me. But seeing that the thief spared all of my servants and guards, I'm not so sure anymore, Lord Kai explained. The 3 disciples were lost in thought after hearing everything and could make sense of it after a while. It was obvious why the Gu Legion would want the place, as it would provide them with a lot of money for their operations. "Did you talk to the city mayor about this?" the senior brother questioned. "Yes, I spoke with Mayor Wu Zun the very day it happened. He was concerned too and sent guards to look over the place. But after a few weeks, the disappearances still occurred and they could not find any proof. The guards are still assigned here and you must have seen them on the streets," Lord Kai answered. Lin Mu remembered that he had seen the guards outside. It was one of the reasons why he was traveling over the roofs. Thankfully, there were barely any guards on the roof at nighttime. The senior brother hummed in agreement but had a frown on his face. "So this is why you want the Peak Master to invest in this establishment? For our protection?" the senior brother asked. Yes, that was indeed one of the reasons. The city mayor does not have the same power that the Peak Master does, and I believe under the eye of the seniors such as you all, this place would be safe. Of course, this is not without benefits. All the ladies here are open to your use as much as you want," Lord Kai said with a shameless tone. "All right then, I'll talk with the Peak Master over this, but know that this is not a guarantee that he'll approve," senior brother said. "Of course, that's a give. It is up to the Peak Master to make the final decision. I'm merely a helpless old man with a small business," Lord Kai bootlicked. Pei Lao and Tai, Dan let out a chuckle, and Lin Mu almost did the same after hearing Lord Kai's words. "What old and helpless, who was fighting with vigor 2 hours ago?" Lin Mu scoffed. "Since we're done here, we will not bear on you anymore. We need to report back to the elder," senior brother said. "Thank you for willing to listen to me, seniors," Lord Kai said while cupping his hands. He then removed the formation that was covering the room, and all of them left one by one. "Finally they're gone," Lin Mu muttered and sank back into the ground. A few seconds later, he appeared in the room he was assigned and looked around. "Seems like no one came here, thankfully," Lin Mu said to himself before entering the bedroom. He kneeled beside Yue, who was unconscious on the bed. Her robes were tilted to one side, revealing her shoulders and the deep valley on her chest. Lin Mu stared at her for a few seconds before deciding to leave. He left the room and walked to the counter, where he had seen the old fat lady. "Oh, young lord, is there a problem?" the madam questioned. "I'm leaving now. What do I need to pay?" Lin Mu started directly. "Why, young lord, did our ladies not satisfy you?" the madam asked with concern. "I believe you can ask this to them," Lin Mu said before continuing. "Now what do I need to pay?" The old woman gulped after seeing the demeanor of Lin Mu. She had known that he was a cultivator too, and a strong one at that. It was quite obvious that he seemed to be angered as well. "Young lord, there is no need for you to pay if you have not been satisfied. I just hope that you will give us a chance again in the future," the madam said in a courteous tone. Lin Mu simply nodded and walked outside of the building and went to his courtyard. After he was gone, though, the madam had a serious look on her face. "Get me Yue," she shouted, Chapter 348 laying low. The old fat lady was standing in a room along with a group of servants, Yue and some guards. "Now tell me exactly what happened," the madam questioned with a cold tone. Yue was nervous and was still a bit dazed as she had just woken up. It had taken the others a few minutes to be able to wake her up. She couldn't remember how she had fallen asleep, and the last thing she remembered was kicking the servants out. The first thing she did after waking up was checking her body, and she was shocked to find out she was not touched at all. It wouldn't have been uncommon for a client to do something, and they wouldn't really mind it either. But this was the first time a client had gone away without doing anything at all. He had only eaten some of the food, which reminded her that the food was drugged. Wait, why did he continue to eat it even after he found out it was drugged? Seems like that was a warning to show us not to try tricks like that on him, Yue thought to herself. The servants that had served Lin Mu were currently trembling in their place and didn't have the courage to speak. "Well, did the cat get your tongues? Speak," the madam yelled. Eek, the servants flinched but still didn't dare to speak. "Madam, let me tell you what happened. These bitches dared to act on their own and drugged the food that was served to young Lord Mu Lin. Thankfully, he was merciful and did not punish us, which would have been valid considering his status. Yue said with spite while looking at the servants. The expression of the servants only kept on falling the more they heard Yue's words, but they didn't dare to deny it either. The proof was already there as the food was still there. If they were found lying, their punishment would only be more severe. "What, you dare?" the madam shouted and slapped the leader of the servants, knocking her to the wall. Tilda thwack Tilda. Her head struck the wall and started bleeding, but she made no voice for she had already passed out. The other servants only became more fearful. "You have no idea what kind of person you offend. While we do not know his background, I sense the power in him. His aura was nothing that any common cultivator would have," the madam stated. "This is true, madam. We felt this firsthand. When the young lord found out about the food being drugged, merely his gaze was enough to make us kneel," Yue agreed. The madam only became more angry after hearing that they had potentially offended a strong cultivator. "This is far too big that I thought then. Only the Lord can decide now," the madam declared. Two of the servant girls directly fainted from the stress after hearing this, while the others clapped on the ground helplessly. Lin Mu was sitting on the bed, while calming, thinking about all that he had learned today. Seems like Lord Kai was not lying about it. Seeing his reaction from when he attacked me, he genuinely seemed shocked. Lin Mu muttered to himself. But the operation of the Gu Legion is also strange in this case. Why didn't they just attack him, unlike the others? Lin Mu wondered. It's most likely because of his status. They can't really claim a well-known establishment like this in a city like this without suspicion. The people would not be calm. Besides, we already know that the mayor may be involved in this. Zhukang remained. "Of course, how did I not realize this?" Lin Mu exclaimed. "You are already tired. Sometimes our mind plays tricks on us and makes things complex," Zhukang replied. Lin Mu was indeed quite tired, even if not physically, but mentally he was. This was the largest amount of spirit qi he had used ever since reaching the peak stage of the qi refining realm. Looks like the mayor got the Gu Legion to try to take over the alluring Wisteria Pavilion so that he can get their money for all his needs. Lord Kai is influential in the city too, which means that even the mayor cannot act in a high-handed manner with him and would need to hide his real intentions. Lin Mu analyzed. "What do you want to do now? Will you inform the Lord Hai?" Zhukang asked. I'm thinking to wait and watch for a couple of days. There are still many things we do not know, and acting on our own may become problematic considering that we've already ruffled a few feathers today. The disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect should find out about the missing servant too soon, and perhaps even the seal that I stole. We'll lay low and watch the show, only acting when we have more information. Besides, the wife of the mayor is also alert from my mistake before. It would do us no good if we are reckless. Lin Mu replied after thinking for a bit. "Good, this a well-thought-out plan," Zhukang praised. Lin Mu nodded his head and went back to cultivating. With all the basic qi pills, he had replenishing all his qi would still take him an entire day, as he had used a lot of liquid spirit qi. I need to get rid of the servant's body too, Lin Mu remembered. Hours passed by as the night turned to day, and then back to night. Lin Mu heard a knock on the door and woke up. "Master, would you like to have dinner?" the servant asked. Lin Mu looked outside and saw the moon. Knowing that he lost track of time, he nodded his head. "I'll get it in a minute," the servant said before going away and coming back with trays of food. "Tell me what has recently happened in the city," Lin Mu ordered the servant. Lin Mu then calmly ate his food while hearing some news from the servant. Chapter 349, Letter from Yulin. Apparently, the lockdown had been called off after the guards offended a few influential cultivators. They had still been unable to find any culprit, and even the mayor's wife had given her approval to stop the check. Then there was the news about the attack at Lord Kai's house. But the strangest thing was the culprit, they thought, was the thief that came to Lord Kai's house. was none other than the servant who went missing from the Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect's courtyard. How the hell did they come to this conclusion? Lin Mu wondered, but showed no expression on his face. Apparently, since the servant disappeared without a trace around the same time, the attempted robbery happened. They put the blame on the servant. People had thought that this would mean that there would now be a conflict between Lord Kai and the Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect, but it was not so. Rather, the news of a collaboration was spread by them officially. The Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect would be investing in the alluring Wisteria Pavilion. The people were all shocked by this and wondered if Lord Kai had taken advantage of the robber and taken compensation in this form from the Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect. That's rather smart, I must say. Zhukang suddenly spoke. What do you mean, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. We know that the old man was threatened by the Gu Legion and was under watch by them. By taking advantage of their current situation and twisting a few facts, they made it seem as if it was now a collaboration under forced conditions. This would also make the Gu Legion think twice about attacking him, and would perhaps even make the people think well of the Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect by showing the people that they are not unreasonable. This way they killed two birds with one arrow. Zhukang answered. Lin Mu thought over it and realized that it indeed seemed to be likely. This way a few future problems of theirs could be solved. Then another thing was that due to the new investment, Lord Kai would be organizing a celebratory banquet tomorrow night. A lot of influential people were going to be invited, and the alluring Wisteria Pavilion was already getting ready for it. Lin Mu also heard that Lord Hai was invited as well, along with a lot of people that lived in this neighborhood, which was obvious considering all the high-class people who lived here. Oh, and Master, this letter came for you too. You were cultivating before, so I did not dare disturb you, the servant said before passing a letter to Lin Mu. Lin Mu looked at the letter and found there to be a seal on it too. Who would send me a letter, though? No one knows me here except for Wu Hai, but if it were him, he would simply send someone from the High Corps. Lin Mu questioned. I do not know either, Master. The messenger simply said it was addressed to a certain young Lord Mu Lin, which I believe is the name you gave, the servant said. The servant was also a part of the High Corps, and thus knew who Lin Mu was. They had already been informed of Lin Mu's fake identity. Mu Lin, Lin Mu muttered as he broke the seal on the letter and unfolded it. To young Lord Mu Lin. I am Lord Kai, the owner of the alluring Wisteria Pavilion. I was informed that my people made a few mistakes when you visited my establishment, and for that I am incredibly sorry. I'm sending you this letter as an invitation to the banquet, celebrating the new collaboration between my establishment and the Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect. I hope the young lord would give us another chance to serve him. We guarantee that you will be fully satisfied, so please do grace us with your presence tomorrow night. How did he find this out? Lin Mu said, feeling a bit surprised. The servant simply shook his head, showing that he did not know. Well, it wouldn't have been that hard to figure it out with their connections, I suppose. The name on this courtyard is set as Mu Lin, right? Then, considering that and your status as a cultivator, this Lord Kai must have found it out somehow. Zhukang hypothesized. Lin Mu didn't know what to do except nod his head at this. Clean this up, Lin Mu said to the servant to take away the empty dishes. Now the question remains, do we go there? Lin Mu stated. The choice is up to you. But think of it this way, since we know that this Lord Kai is enemies with the Gu Legion along with the Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect, perhaps you can take advantage of this, Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu stroked his chin as he thought over it for a few minutes. I guess we can attend the banquet. Perhaps we will get some more information there too, seeing as there are gonna be all the influential people of the city there, Lin Mu decided. Lin Mu then called the servant again and told him to inform Lord Hai about it. The servant accepted it and immediately went to inform him about it. 30 minutes later, the servant returned with Wu Hai's reply. Master, the Lord has said that he will attend the banquet too since you are going to attend it. He will also be sending some things tomorrow that he said you should take a look over before going to the banquet," the servant reported. "All right, I understand," Lin Mu said and dismissed the servant. Tilda poof Tilda. Lin Mu's head hit the pillow as he laid down on the bed with his hands behind the head. "So we have our plan for tomorrow cut out," Lin Mu spoke. "Indeed, now you should just think of anything that may be necessary for going there," Zukong replied. "Yes, Senior," Lin Mu said before falling asleep and appearing in the sleepscape. Chapter 350, Dressing Up. Tilda shing tilde. Tilda shing tilde. Tilda zonk tilde. Lin Mu was practicing with a long sword currently. The sword was rather oddly shaped, and it took Lin Mu quite a while to get used to. The blade of the sword was wider at the base near the handle, and stayed like that for about 1/3 of the length before becoming narrower. The widest part of the blade was about 4 fingers wide, and the narrow part was 2 fingers wide. The blade was also about 6 feet long, which was taller than Lin Mu. The only weapon that Lin Mu had in his storage longer than this were a few spears and lances. Lin Mu felt that this sword was a bit unwieldy, but was getting used to it. He practiced for a few more minutes before stopping. "That should be enough for today," Lin Mu said before setting down under the spirit apple tree. He looked up at it and felt as if it had become a bit more vibrant. "Did it grow a little bit? Perhaps not in height, but it has definitely become a little broader," Lin Mu said after checking it. Pushing this thought to the back of his mind, he practiced the nameless technique of the lost immortal. Even if he had reached his goal, Lin Mu did not really want to fully stop practicing the technique. He was still not at the limit and wondered what things were still hidden. According to Senior Zukong, the lost immortal who created the technique was a great cultivator who should be stronger than even immortals. So considering that, this technique should be useful for him for quite a long time. From what Lin Mu had learned, a lot of cultivation techniques were limited in the realm that a cultivator could reach with them. Their classification was similar to that of the spirit weapons and, according to their grades, could be used by cultivators of that level and could let them reach that level. For example, a low-tier spirit grade cultivation technique would allow one to reach the core condensation realm at most. A mid-tier spirit grade cultivation technique up to nascent soul realm, high-tier till Dao shell realm, and finally peak-tier till the Dao treading realm. As for the immortal ascension realm, Senior Zukong told Lin Mu that it didn't really need a cultivation technique to reach, and it depended more on the cultivator's luck and comprehension. Lin Mu had asked Senior Zukong what grade his cultivation technique would be, to which he simply said one thing: "I don't know." The 9 Divine Heart Sutras were like the nameless technique of the lost immortal. They had never been practiced before, and thus there was nothing to compare it with. Besides, they were still doubtful whether it could even be classified as a full-fledged cultivation technique or an auxiliary one. Finally, before falling deep into sleep, Lin Mu went through all the things that had happened that day and the plans of the next day. The sunlight shined through the window as a gentle breeze blew, ruffling the curtains. Lin Mu woke up and stretched his body before walking outside. He could hear someone talking in the yard. Tilda slide tilde. The door of the room opened and Lin Mu entered the yard. There he saw the servant talking with 2 men. Lin Mu didn't know who they were, but seeing that they were allowed entry freely like this, they must have belonged to the High Core. "Ah, good morning, Master. You came at the right time. Lord Hai has sent some gifts for you," the servant spoke. Lin Mu looked at the packages that were kept on the stone table. "What's in them?" Lin Mu questioned. "Why don't you open and take a look?" the servant said with a smile. Lin Mu nodded and started opening the packages. Inside, he found a set of luxurious brocade robes. They were dark blue and had gold embroidery. In the other package was a silver coronet along with a jade-ribbed fan. Lin Mu could tell these were all the clothes of an aristocrat. "So Lord Hai wants me to wear these for the banquet?" Lin Mu asked. To be honest, Lin Mu wasn't really feeling the appeal of these clothes. While they looked luxurious and were identity symbols, to him they were too gaudy. He preferred the more simpler clothes that he wore and felt that they were more comfortable. Yes, the Lord said that these would help match your identity. He said that since you have made a fake persona, he will present you as his friend from another kingdom. The man who had come to deliver these said. Lin Mu nodded and understood the reason behind this. That makes sense, I'll wear them then, Lin Mu replied. The two men bade him farewell before leaving the courtyard. I'll take these inside, master. The banquet will be starting at 8 p.m. tonight, so you have quite some time till then. The servant said before asking, will you be going out? No, Lin Mu shook his head. Not today, I'll stay here. Just tell me when it's time to leave. I believe Lord Hai will be accompanying me. Yes, Lord Hai will be coming with the carriage, the servant replied. Lin Mu nodded and returned inside. He cultivated while the servant got the breakfast ready. Lin Mu felt that he was at least able to enjoy some good food while he was here. Then he was reminded of little Shrubby. Perhaps I should have brought him too. Then he would have been able to taste these dishes too. Lin Mu muttered to himself as he finished the breakfast. He sensed his connection with little Shrubby, and while there was no communication with little Shrubby, Lin Mu could still feel that it was as strong as before. He spent the rest of the day in cultivation, and it was soon time for the banquet. Master, the carriage will be here soon, you should get ready, the servant informed. Lin Mu nodded his head and entered his room to wear all the clothes and accessories. While he was able to wear the robes and shoes with no problem, it was still difficult for him to wear the silver coronet as his hair was a bit short for it. I give up, this won't work, Lin Mu said before an idea appeared to him. Lin Mu withdrew an item from his ring. It was a long metallic curving pin. This was actually one of the weapons that were included in the 1,000 armament blade scripture. He had not practiced it till now, and it was going to be used as an ornament now. Lin Mu put his hair in a bun before using the pin to lock it in place. Tilde clack 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 tilde. The sound of cantering horses came from outside, and Lin Mu knew the carriage was here. Master, Lord Hai is here, the servant announced. Lin Mu left the courtyard and saw the large carriage that was pulled by 4 white horses. The character for Hai was carved on its sides, and lanterns hung from its 4 corners. Let's go,